Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Reno City Council of Wednesday, June 8th. And also just reminding everyone it's Pride Month. Yay. So we are going to start off, Madam Clerk, with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I would love it if LaVon Reed would lead us in the pledge.
You can do it. How about you step up?
Go ahead.
Mayor, could I let someone else? I always forget.
Do it together.
Oh, okay, there you go. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job. Good job when you all do it together. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it right back to you for roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Calling roll for Wednesday, June 8th, 2022. Councilmember Breckus.
Here.
Doer. She is here virtually. Delgado. Here. Weber.
Here.
Jarden. Here. Reese.
Here.
Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, I'm going to send it right back to you for item A3.
Great. Our first item today is general public comment. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed, to mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that council may not take action on any matter not agendized. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment at this time, please raise your hand. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave the chambers if behavior continues. Our first public commenter today is LaVon Reed, followed by Mark Markell, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning, Mayor Hillary, and good morning, Reno Council. First, I'd like to say I think the Reno Mayor Conference went really well. I got to meet 25 mayors, and I got to talk on the second day to another 10 of them, and they were very impressed with Reno. I thought we did hats off, that you guys did an excellent job. Your staff was very helpful, and a lot of the mayors were just so delighted as to how they were treated, and they kind of wish they could go back and repeat it at their next time. But I don't know, Mayor, you did an excellent job. Your staff was right on cue. But the one little problem we had was with the volunteers. We had an overload of volunteers. And I think one of your staff members, Naomi Gomez, didn't do such a good job of stating as to which group was supposed to come after we had so many volunteers. So I'm here today because a lot of them, 45, got to text me nonstop to remind me, hey, it wasn't treated real well. There was some confusion for their group. And so I was sad to hear that part of it. But otherwise, I would think maybe we could send them a public thank you from the mayor, just a letter noting that we were sorry. Or no, we were grateful that they did get to volunteer, or they were willing to volunteer, and just say thank you for them, their gratitude of service, whether they were able to volunteer or not, since Naomi Gomez made kind of a havoc mess on the emails. A lot of people didn't know when to come and when not to come. So that confusion just kind of went on. And then the last day when you had the Harrah's Museum group, I know I was kind of in tears that day because me and 3 people were waiting to go to volunteer. And then she texted me at 3 o'clock and said that very day that, well, I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to be used. And since we had a big surprise for the mayor and the group, we were kind of sad that we weren't there for that. but we all wanted to champion you on. We thought you were the best superstar. You represented Reno well. And we're all looking forward to hoping to help you in any way we can to watch you get reelected, Mayor. I want to see you on Channel 8 on a morning break at 9 o'clock, because I think you ought to tell the community what you're doing and let everybody know that we need your votes, because we really do need you at the local level. I don't know what's going to happen at the state and the city level, but you make the biggest impact for the community. And I cannot tell you how proud I am of you, Mayor Hillary. And I look forward to hoping you to get reelected. Thank you.
Well, you're very, very kind. That's very sweet, and you're right. The volunteers did an amazing job.
Yes.
Amazing job. Thank you.
Mark Markell, followed by Terry Brooks.
Hello, Madam Mayor. Your hair looks beautiful today.
Thank you.
Hello, City Council and City Manager. My name is Mark Markell, and I'm a concerned Reno resident. First of all, Madam Mayor, is there any way you could get me out? I want to talk to kids about drugs and drinking and driving. Drugs and drinking and driving ruined my life. I didn't want to see anybody else go through what I went through. But anyways, when I was 24, I was in the mountains of Southern California with my brother, and we were on our way to get more out. We drank four gallons of wine, and we are on our way to get more. And we're doing 100, and we rolled 8 times. There was a car exiting the freeway. We swerved to miss it. We wouldn't have hit it, but we are drunk. Well, the driver was drunk, and he swerved, and we hit the curb and rolled 8 times over to the freeway. I was ejected, and the car landed on my head, putting me in a coma for a month. And I was in the hospital for 6.5 months doing physical therapy and speech therapy and occupational therapy. Anyways, my life sucks now. And I don't want to see anybody else go through what I went through. So, Madam Mayor, I'm begging you, please let me talk to you kids about this. Can I?
I think it's a great message.
Your hair is beautiful. And with all the sparklies. Okay, people, don't drive with drunk drivers. Ride the bus. I ride Access, but the city buses are a good deterrent for our. Whoa. I'm trying to waste all my time here. Okay, people, don't get in the car with drunk drivers.
No, Mark, it's such an important message. It really is. It's super important that kids hear that.
Yeah, I used to deal drugs, so I know it's a bad thing to do.
Yeah.
I've been down the road, and I've been there.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Alex Sherub.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to address following the money to health when it comes to homelessness. When you become very ill, it can be very intensive, and going to your doctor or to a hospital can be very expensive. Or if you're seriously injured in some sort of accident, it can usually wind up being a very expensive event. Getting health insurance itself can be quite expensive, but going to the hospital without it can also be very expensive. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, but if you can't afford either one of them, you can wind up being very insecure. But if you can afford either of them because you are quite wealthy, then you are much more likely to continue to be quite healthy. But if you've lost your job and wind up unemployed, you wind up losing your health insurance that you had when you were employed. When you're sick and have no money, you can't afford health care, and that can lead to you winding up in a sad state of despair. And if you become injured, having been involved in an accident, how can you pay for the emergency ward if you can't even pay your rent? You are way more susceptible to any kind of illness if you're going hungry and if you are homeless. If you are wealthy, you can afford any kind of medication, but if you are poor and homeless, you go through a state of frustration. So in order to recover, the wealthy can afford, but people who are poor or homeless are usually just ignored. If you follow the money, the rich will have much more, but you won't find much money when you follow the poor. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and if I'm healthy enough to come back, I'll have even more to say. Thank you.
Great job. What number are we on now?
This is chapter 33, so I've got 15 more chapters and explanation.
And then I can publish it. Okay.
Well, I also have, after those, 15 more chapters, and then an explanation of why I write the way I do, and then my list of acknowledgements.
So I think by the end of summer.
No,
No, not quite.
probably about January.
Terry, I love them. I love your poems.
Yeah, if I
They're
come
gonna-
here twice a month.
They're going to be great, and we'll raise money for a really good cause. You're awesome. Thank you.
Alex Sharop, followed by Brian Kalana. Alex, if you'll give us just a moment to put up your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about our office and the work that we do for the community. My name is Alex Cherip, and I'm Directing Attorney for the Reno Office of Nevada Legal Services. Currently, our office is located in Ward 1 over on Plumas and Marsh Avenue. We have provided resources to the council to review in addition to our public comment. And those are attached to this email, including some of our brochures and a list of some upcoming events for our pro bono department. I wanted to take time today to provide the council with information related to how our office can assist Reno residents. Our office is a nonprofit public interest law firm with a mission to strengthen the community by ensuring fairness and providing equal access to justice for low-income Nevadans. We are Nevada's only statewide legal services organization with offices in Las Vegas, Elko, Carson City, Yerington, and of course, Reno. Our services are free of charge for low-income Nevadans, veterans, and seniors. Fundamentally, access to justice is an essential component to the court system, and we provide a large array of legal supports ranging from counsel and advice to representation in court to ensure this access to justice with civil legal issues. We have a devoted team of attorneys to assist in areas of law, including housing, debt collection, bankruptcy, criminal and eviction record sealing, access to public benefits, name and gender marker changes, estate planning, and many other legal topics. I'd like to highlight a few of our prominent programs for the council today, including our Tenants' Rights Center that provides direct support for those experiencing evictions, illegal lockouts, and other disputes with landlords. With the ongoing challenges related to access to housing, our center focuses on protections to the rights of tenants to secure housing. We also have a pro bono program that offers pro bono opportunities for law firms and lawyers in Reno and connects individuals with these attorneys to assist with their legal problem. Included in the resources are upcoming pro bono Ask a Lawyer events scheduled for the remainder of the year, covering a large array of topics where individuals are able to talk to a pro bono attorney. They can be conducted over Zoom or over the telephone. Our family law and estate planning days are the most popular. Our office also has a focus on protections of individuals in subsidized housing arrangements, as well as a senior law program that assists Nevadans over 60 and a consumer law project that supports veterans and rural Nevadans. Also, we have an Indian law project that provides legal support to Native Americans and even criminal public defense services in tribal communities. In addition, we're able to host workshops and educational seminars to the community. Interested Reno residents can call us at our office at 775-284-3491. Visit our office at nevadalegalservices.org to complete an online intake or obtain resources, or come to our office in person at 204 Marsh Avenue, right down the road. I'm joined by some of my team members today, including our senior attorney for Tenants' Rights Center, Mr. Dan Hansen, and our pro bono coordinator, Ms. Edith Medina. Please feel free to refer individuals to our team who may if those individuals may benefit from our services. We thank you for your time and are grateful for your service and are available to answer any questions in the future. Thank you so much.
Alex, you're like the future senator. You're amazing. I gotta tell you, I wanted them to come to council because I think this is a resource a lot of people don't know about. So I wanna know how we can help you, and then also, you know, we know other attorneys in town and maybe some of our city attorneys, or, you know, can they also give back and do pro bono work? But I think now more than ever, because what we see with evictions and things like that, and the legal system is so broken and so complex. So so you need to tell us how we can also help you. But I think now more than ever, we've all had people that we need to get help in the legal space, especially, like I said, now more than ever. So what's the best way? And one more thing I want to point out, you guys have really grown out your space, right? You need bigger space.
Yes,
So
yes.
a call to the community that we need to find bigger space so these incredible lawyers doing this free work in our community can actually not sit on top of each other. I saw your office and it was a little tight.
It was an honor to have you
But
in
I'm working
attendance.
with Peter,
Yes.
Peter to
Yes.
help you. He's wonderful.
Yes,
Yeah.
our interim
So
executive
tell
director.
us how we can help you.
Well, one of the ways is the referrals to our office, especially related to the Tenants' Rights Center.
Yeah.
We know that evictions and the housing challenges are in the community, and we're able to provide direct support in that regard. So ways in which we can collaborate in the insurance of getting those folks over to us. Another way would be to collaborate with our pro bono department, with Ms. Edith Medina, having conversations about ways to get all those attorneys in town to be able to provide that legal support. There's also probably ways in which we can collaborate as far as expansion of programs, possibly educational seminars or outreach events, or ways in which we can work with the community to provide additional outreach efforts so people have the ability to get information about how to present their case. In the access to justice realm, in the criminal context, we have a public defender that's appointed to represent individuals who can't afford an attorney. In our civil context, offices like ours provide that additional support. So that type of collaboration to ensure that individuals can have access to justice is important.
That is fantastic. And I know Devin Reese is a huge supporter. I'm going to send it to you, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to just make sure that everyone saves the date on Wednesday, September 28th. You all are doing your Champions of Justice event, and yesterday the city manager and I started the process to become a sponsor of that event. And so, of course, everyone on this dais is welcome to join us at lunch. It's at, I think, the Art Museum, so that's September 28th. Excited about that. There is a lot that we could do together, and I believe strongly in the mission that you have identified. It's certainly been a privilege to get to know you a little bit better. And I think that as we move forward, what innovative cities are doing, what thoughtful cities are doing, is making sure that their citizens have robust access to the kinds of services that you provide. Some of them may seem innocuous. I know that you mentioned one of them, which is helping folks get names aligned with, sometimes it's their gender identity, sometimes it's for escaping domestic violence situations, sometimes it's the overlap of those two things. And so there's a lot going on, and probably more than can ever be explained in the small bit of time we have this morning. But I do appreciate your being here, certainly your team, outstanding individuals. And again, I'm excited that you're here today and that we have developed those lines of communications now because, as Mayor said, there's a reason why the mayor came to your office. There's a reason why you and I met in the last couple of weeks. It's because we believe in the work you're doing. So thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you, Councilman. And also, yes, the Champions of Justice event, September 28th, we invite all to attend to honor those champions of justice in our community.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so
Great
much.
job, Councilwoman Dewar.
May I? Just a quick thank you. Although you and I have not met in your office, I have had the privilege of working with your attorneys for years, and they have come to seminars I put on both with you and with Washoe County Legal Services or Washoe Legal Services. In particular in your office, Ray Gherkin, who I don't believe, I don't know that she is still there.
She is actually our
Okay,
deputy director.
she's just not
yes.
here today.
Not here
but-
today, yes.
But, she also worked with me to prepare a document for the mayor when COVID came about, and we sent to the governor, and she was a critical component of that. So from showing up to meetings, and I have referred many people to you already without knowing you personally. So I just want to thank you.
Thank you so much.
We need 100 more of you.
Yes, those pro bono attorneys, engagement is so meaningful and it benefits everyone involved.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Council.
Madam Clerk.
Our final public commenter is Brian Colonna.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, esteemed council. My name is Brian Colonna. I am a resident Northwest Reno, Ward 5. I'm here to speak today regarding agenda item D2. I apologize for speaking out of turn. I have a conflict. I can't stay when that agenda item is discussed. But it involves updating the city's land code and the annexation. I'm hopeful part of this update will be updating the definition of a group home to comply with NRS 278.02377, which has a very specific definition of group home and requires that definition to be codified by all municipalities within Nevada. It's not in our code right now. This was noted in my email May 20th to several council members, the mayor, and it was forwarded to the city attorney regarding the facility on 2840 Sandiston Drive. I haven't received a response, but seeing the agenda item makes me hopeful. A May 16th opinion issued by the city manager incorrectly claims that NRS 278.02377 includes a residential treatment facility as part of the definition of a group home. NRS 278.02373 lists three types of facilities as part of the group home definition: NRS 449.008, 449.0105, and 449.017. And RTF is defined by NRS as 449.1195. This is a fact, it's not disputable. The opinion goes on to cite a risk of litigation under the Fair Housing Act as reasoning to include a residential treatment facility as a group home. In reading the FAQ from DOJ on FHA non-discrimination rules, DOJ looks for even application of the law and clearly states that FHA does not preempt local zoning unless that zoning is found to be discriminatory, and it also admits that there is no legal definition for the term group home, which leaves it up to state and local governments to define what a group home actually is. By strictly abiding by NRS 278.02377, the risk for accusations of discrimination goes down, not up. But when you allow exceptions to the NRS, you're now introducing risk because you're now deciding which exceptions to grant and are treating various groups differently. This is why HOAs defend their rules so vigorously, even when they don't seem to make sense. Neighbors have also been continuously told that this is a state issue. When contacted, the Department of Public and Behavioral Health has stated this is a local zoning issue. Part of the licensing checklist is proof that the RTF meets local zoning requirements. DPBH was surprised, however, to learn that the city of Reno had issued a building permit prior to the plans being reviewed and approved by the state, which is a requirement of a medical facility of this type. If you look at the DPBH website, you'll see that an RTF has a different licensing process than a group home. At every turn in this process, I and other neighbors have uncovered concerns regarding the reasoning and application of group home status by the city, from citing court cases that don't apply to discovery of noncompliance with NRS to misinterpretation of the DOJ FAQ on Fair Housing Act. The legislature has already done its part by defining group home for you back in 2017. All you need to do is codify this and then follow the NRS. This is your opportunity to correct the flaw in Reno's perception of group homes. RTFs are very badly needed, especially for adolescents, but they should be operated in properly zoned areas. This has nothing to do with the type of patient being treated, but has everything to do with the level of care being provided. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any further public comment?
We have one additional sign up from Jess Trujillo.
Okay. Good morning.
Hello. I was hoping to wait until Hillary gets back.
She
Before.
can hear you in the back. It's pumped into the back.
Okay. Well, it's been a while since I've been back here, but I just wanted to, address her and hope she had a great time. First off, partying the whole week, and giving out over 200 shares of NFTs and just all the other shit that happened during this huge public party. So I first of all wanted to address why there are minimal funds going towards organizations, towards the people that are actually putting in the work and the time, while Doug Thornley is making a $360,000 salary, all while drinking on the job and also doing dirty
Mr.
work.
Hill, can you please direct your comments to the board as a whole and not use specific names? Thank you.
Okay. Well, just in general, for everybody that's probably making an insane amount of money, while simultaneously not focusing on actual affordable housing, approving luxury condos, also with the issue going on with Juneteenth being a paid holiday. I feel like that's a slap to the face to a lot of the POC and Black communities. Where's the help for them instead of giving government officials a paid holiday? That's pretty much, I didn't really get time to really break down and look at everything that's going on, since I know a lot of stuff gets approved in private, just like what happened earlier this week. I just think you guys need to do more work. Also, with the houselessness, this is getting out of pocket. It's getting ridiculous. The fact that we saw houseless people literally trying to find shelter while there's a ton of high paid officials partying, and these people are just on the streets trying to find shade. That is ridiculous, and something needs to get done. And I'm very passionate about the people that are getting exploited and the people that are getting hurt and the people that are dying on the streets. And this is just, I really don't know what else to tell you guys. You guys just need to stop putting profit over people. This is just fucking ridiculous. That's really all I have to say to you guys. You guys need to get it together, because it's getting to the point where there's so many mutual aid groups out there that are doing it because we know we can't rely on any of you guys. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We have no additional public comment. For the record, we did receive 3 comments which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item today, prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, June 7th, 2022. These comments were written correspondence received via reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office, and copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available on the reno.gov meeting portal. There was 1 in favor and 2 concerned, again on various topics. We do have 1 voicemail, which we'll transition to now, and I should note for the record that we did receive 2 voicemails, one of which does not abide by our City Council rules. The transcript has been distributed to the Reno City Council and is available on reno.gov.
Hello, how are you? I'd like to report this. I'm here in Arlington by the river. You guys need to open the bathrooms for the public. The park is open. It doesn't make a sense if somebody can have an accident. That'd be really bad, especially the old people that are around here. You need to open those bathrooms. Thank you. Good day.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment, and we're moving on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Before we do that, do you have any updates from the city manager? Is there any changes to this agenda?
Yes, there is. We need to pull item C8, Charlie 8. We'll bring that back on a future agenda.
Okay. All right, everyone, please update your agenda. We are pulling C8. All right, so I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right, now we're moving on to our B consent agenda items. We do have one public commenter in the audience prior to taking a vote. If you'd like to move to that now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, our public commenter today is Will Truce. Just leave it, Will. We'll adjust the image.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. I have some prepared comments that I'm excited to share with you today. My name is Will Truce and I own a winery on East 4th Street. I also work alongside many others to help revitalize our neighborhood. And I just want to take a brief moment and express my deep gratitude to Councilmember Jardin, her liaison, Amy Pennington, and everyone involved with helping our neighborhood get new lamp pole banners. Growing up in Reno, I never consciously realized the importance of such banners. Yet whenever I saw them, I knew I was in a unique area that people were proud of and working hard together to help it flourish. Banners help give a neighborhood an identity and celebrate its spirit. Our neighborhood on East 4th Street is, of course, very unique. We're proud of its diverse history and excited for its future. It's been known by many for years now as the Brewery District. This is not only because its roots in commercial brewing go back over a century with the founding of the once popular Reno Brewing Company, and nor is the name simply a result of being home to around 10 craft alcohol manufacturers today. We call it the Reno Brewery District because, like a brewery, our neighborhood is a place where people from all different types of backgrounds come together to celebrate industry, creativity, history, and of course, community. And it's more than just a fun tagline, as this historic neighborhood is home to a growing number of creative, delicious, and industrious locally owned businesses. Yet, many in our community are unaware of this rich history and the remarkable transformation today, and therefore they remain timid to visit this part of Reno. The decision years ago to centralize support services on our street, along with the severe economic challenges brought about by the pandemic, have made it difficult for small family-owned businesses in the neighborhood to thrive. As a result, many of the unhoused in our community are relegated to spending their days on sidewalks that can sometimes feel deserted and lacking in a positive identity. Through transforming the identity of this neighborhood, we are able to increase the number and diversity of people that find comfort and take pride in the neighborhood, along with help rebuild our community's economy. Here's a rough draft of the lamp pole banners. We're still working on the overall design. A design studio in our neighborhood actually is working on that. But these are the lamp pole banners that Councilmember Jardin and Ms. Pennington helped us get. Like flags, these banners will wave in the wind, helping everyone know that our neighborhood is proud of its past, excited for its future, and working hard together to celebrate its growth. So thank you once again for helping us drive this growth.
Will, that's so awesome. They're beautiful. Thank you, Vice Mayor. They look tremendous.
Thank you.
How do you feel about an arch that says the Brewery District?
That is a long-held fantasy.
Right?
We oftentimes talk about inside meetings.
This is why placemaking is so important and identity. And I know that it's kind of been a controversial topic, but I would love for you to come and speak on how important it is to create these identities in cities. Midtown really was organically done, and so it's really helped. But unfortunately, there is a side that doesn't think that identity is important. And I really think it's important, and it's also important for the welfare of your businesses down there and all the money that you've invested. You've done a tremendous job.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I can't think of a great urban area across the planet
I
that
think
doesn't
every
have
district should have an
distinct
art.
neighborhoods within it.
Right?
And
Okay.
we have so much diversity in this community, and it's great to celebrate it through its neighborhoods.
Well, you did a great job. Go ahead,
Thank
Vice
you.
Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I know you're here to say thank you for the council, my funds to help pay for this. By the way, the design is fantastic. I
Thank
love
you,
it.
yeah.
I think it looks great. It's very clean and it's easy to read and it's beautiful. So kudos.
This is the work of Commence Studios, located over on East 4th Street, right by the Wells Avenue Bridge. And they've done some of the
It's
most
beautiful.
incredible design work in Reno
is
to
it?
help. Commence Studios, they were
Commence.
formerly Laxalt and MacGyver.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
it's
they've done a
great.
lot of incredible design work for the community.
It's beautiful. But I think, Madam Mayor, I think this is an opportunity to thank Mr. Truce, Will Truce, for the work he did. He won't tell you that he is the impetus for a lot of the vibrancy in this area of 4th Street. It was, oh my goodness, when we sat down with our first group meeting 6 years ago,
yeah,
whenever it was.
it's getting
It
there.
was, if you'll recall, there was a group of businesses and residences that used to champion the East 4th Street area. And that kind of fizzled, and it wasn't organized anymore, and it wasn't really doing a whole lot. Will came forward and re-energized that group and has expanded it and made it absolutely fantastic. And if it wasn't for your legwork, and I know it's a lot, because I attended a few of those meetings, and those were a lot, but the information you send out, you keep everybody updated, you keep everybody motivated. You're a true champion of this area. So while you're here thanking us, I want to thank you, because we at RTC could do all of the street improvements and it looks magnificent from a street level, but it really takes the people and the businesses to make it a business home and to make it vibrant. And you were the impetus of that. So take pride in the work that you did, because really it was all you.
Thank you.
And the other business owners as well. But
For
you,
sure, for
you
sure.
brought it back.
I
You
worked
really
with a
did.
lot of wonderful people on it, and I grew up in Reno, and it's all for Reno. I mean, it helps our business, sure, but I just think Reno deserves so many wonderful, cool districts, and I'm really excited to help do what I can to
And your business
give
is
it another
Black Rabbit Mead.
Yeah, Black
And
Rabbit
if
Mead
you've not
Company.
had mead, it's, how would you describe it? A sweet,
So mead technically is just alcohol made from honey. Traditionally, it's made like a high alcohol sweet wine, but we make ours more like a dry honey cider, and we use all local honey. In fact, we started making mead because of our love of community. We thought it was so cool that you could get a fermentable sugar from our backyard here in the area, and
well,
and
Naomi's
then
got some homemade
That's so awesome. Will
honey
that
that she might be
Will
able
that help
to.
with
talk
our
about turning
allergies?
that into some booze.
Will it help with our, will it help with
Well, I
our
wanna know,
allergies?
It will.
Will
There's
drinking
still the
help with our
microbiology in there.
allergies?
It's medicine.
I love it. Thank you very much for all
My
you do.
pleasure, folks.
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you.
before
Yes,
Mr.
go
Truce
ahead.
leaves, may I just say
Please.
too, thank you, Mr. Truce, for your commitment and also your partner's commitment to this community, because you're operating a number of businesses kind of collectively as a family. I know that the Wild Market is coming forward, the Virgil, so your hands are on a lot of things. Now, I wonder if you might be open to a different design for this banner. I think our council may not know this, but I am now a two-time champion at DJ Trivia at Black Rabbit Mead, and our team name is Truce's Dogs. And I think that, my face on there as the representative of Truce's Dog could also be an appropriate banner. What do you say, Will? Can you commit to
This
that
is very
today?
much a rough draft. I will take it to the team and fight hard for it.
We'll see how that
That's
goes.
awesome.
So
But
honored
thank
that you
you
took
Oh my
also for
gosh.
fighting for DJ Trivia and continuing to support the businesses of this community,
Yes.
because all jokes aside, that placemaking that the mayor talks so much about and Councilmember Jardin has consistently fought for really does help to define an area. And even on our agenda today, you see Piper Stremmel has a license approval for a change of ownership for the Alibi. There's a lot going on down there. One of my favorite coffee shops in Reno, Pitch Black, is down there, and they're also a printing company. There's just a lot going on there that we have every reason to be proud of. And so some of the investments in the streetscape, some of the investments in things like this, it may seem small to some and to the untrained eye, but they really are the difference between an area's vibrancy and success and the inability for an area to really get going. So thank you for what you are doing, and let us continue to help you work in that regard.
Councilman Delgado.
Madam Mayor, I'll be quick. Well, I know we've in passing, we said what's up with each other. I know this breaks Councilwoman Jordan's heart that we've had to redistrict this area. So now that we've got to be better acquainted. So if there's an opportunity for us to get together, just to dive into all the great work that you guys have done thus far, I want to, of course, be supportive as we start to move forward. It's pretty amazing to have East Fourth District, the Brewery's district, work with them, and also Wells. I mean, so different, still so vibrant, still very part of our community. So I'd love to sit down and see what we can do to keep moving forward.
Please, let's make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
We are sad as well, but also excited. to
So
be
you're
with
the
you, Councilmember
Virgil?
Delgado.
Is that you guys?
Yeah, my wife is Rachel McIntyre.
I met her. She's
and
amazing. I love it.
She's a phenomenal
That
woman.
place
I'm
is
blessed.
beautiful. You have done a phenomenal job, and you guys just had the vinyls and like vintage and vinyls.
The vintage and
there.
vinyls,
I'm
yeah,
so
they do
bummed I
a
missed
lot
it.
there to celebrate.
But I
creativity
can't
in the
wait to
community.
come, and it's an amazing venue. Amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, and there's
guys are
so much
awesome.
more to come from her and her ventures as well.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome, and she's very, very sweet. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Will. We'll go
All right,
kill
I
it.
really
You're doing
appreciate it,
amazing.
Council.
Talk to you soon.
All right, thanks so much. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm sending it back to you.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment on our consent agenda items. So at this time, we are looking for items to be pulled by the body.
Okay, thank you so much. I am going to start to the left of me. Councilwoman Weber.
I don't have anything.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
B15.
Okay.
Boy 15,
Yes.
thank you.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Nope.
Councilman Delgado.
B25.
Councilman Reese. Okay. Councilman Breckus.
I'd like to pull item B2, item B10, item B14, B16, B17, and B19. Thank you.
All right,
Right.
Madam Mayor, for the record, we currently have items B2, B10, B14, B15, B16, B17, B19, and B25 pulled from the agenda.
Move to approve remaining items.
Second.
All right, hold on one second. Really quickly. One second. Okay, so I've got a motion from Vice Mayor and a second, I think, from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Before we take any of consent, I'm gonna ask Madam Clerk, I think we have a few people in the audience. I wanna get them in and out because some have to be on a flight, for some of their items. So I am thinking, hold on, what item is it? Oh, yes. Yeah, D4, okay. We are gonna skip on over to D4, and then we will take our consent items. Okay, at this time, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on D4?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are opening item D4, which is the USBC Fourth Amendment. We do not have any public comment associated with this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Does anyone desire a staff presentation at this time? All right. Hello, Vicki, how are ya?
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. I have just a very brief presentation here for you. This item before you is for the Fourth Amendment to the agreement between the Rscba, the City of Reno, and the U.S. States Bowling Congress. This is the Fourth Amendment to the agreement. The original agreement was dated June 13, 2012. This agreement is, as I said, between the Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority, the City of Reno, and the United States Bowling Congress. What is being proposed extends the tournament schedule through 2032. It adds 6 tournaments through that time period. It updates the facility renovation schedule with 2 items to be done by February 1st of 2023. That would be the refurbishment of the exterior of the National Bowling Stadium and to replace the score projectors, And then by January 1 of 2029, the replacement of the bowling lanes on the first and fourth floor. And staff is recommending approval of this amendment.
All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Okay. Questions? I'm gonna send it to Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, Ms. Van Buren, did staff do any analysis to understand how the existing contracts, because there's deliverables by both parties, the USBC, us, and the Rscba, how performance was met? I'm talking about the trackable nights. And then also looking at the commitment of this tremendous asset, locking it up in this agreement for the next 10 years in terms of how it advances our policy goals for downtown's revitalization?
The city managers, thank you for that question. The city manager's office did work on this agreement, and I want to turn it over to Mr. Thornley to maybe comment on that.
Of course.
Yeah.
So with respect to the deliverables in the previous iterations of this agreement, all of those deliverables have been met. I know that Mr. Murdoch from Caesars is in the back, and I'm sure he can speak more intelligently about room nights in particular. The biggest part of this agreement for us is the capital improvements that go into this facility. And so when you speak about locking up the facility as it relates to advancing our interests downtown, I think there are a couple of facets. There's a separate operating agreement that this body approved a few months ago where the Rscba operates the facility on our behalf. And that is the agreement that we'd be looking to if we wanted to use the facility with more frequency. This is specifically an agreement between the three parties that governs the bowling conventions and the bowling tournaments that come on an annual basis, whether that's the opens, the men's, the women's, etc. And so with respect to the number of room nights and the amount of money that is injected into the local economy with more than 30,000 visitors in a given year, I think Mr. Murdoch is prepared to speak to that. With respect to how we can use the facility in other ways, that is a question for the operating agreement that we have with the Rscba, and it's something that we are exploring regularly.
Yeah, one is, there are metrics in this agreement. They're called trackable room nights. And I would fully have expected a staff analysis to show how that was met as a basis for understanding whether or not we should go forward. Two, we're obligated to add a lot of the, the room tax night rentals to the improvements. And I think a tracking of how much we've spent, how much, is in that fund, what are other options, because we are committing to additional improvements would have been advisable. But I fully dispute the manager's analysis that we have to look at this operating agreement. I think this is a perfect moment to take a step back and understanding what we're doing with this facility. The debt service on this facility combined with the ballroom and the event center, to my understanding, has cost this city over $20 million since I've been on the city council and general fund. That's $20 million that could have run the park service for a year, more or less, at one point in time. So I think this is,
Councilwoman Breckus,
okay, I'll just wait and get my 3 minutes again.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I don't know if Mr. Murdoch wanted to come up and speak about room nights, but I guess I just wanted to put an asterisk on that. And while that information would be valuable, I think there needs to be a big asterisk as it relates to that, because you have to take into consideration the COVID impacts that we had. The casinos were shut down, and then coming out of them wasn't a flip the switch and everything went back to 100%. So if there was to be any sort of summary as it related to room nights or revenues, I would certainly hope that it would be curved or taken into consideration COVID impacts.
Not to mention, I would just say this because I am on the Rscba. Losing this revenue for the city would be extremely damaging. And I think, and I've said this for a long time on the Rscba, and I have been pretty vocal about it. And I've said it for years and years and years that they need a marketing director specifically for this venue. And, I've discussed this with Charles. He knows that I've kind of been beating this drum over and over and over again. So I understand that. However, I think things finally have changed with a lot of this board. But the revenue is really tremendous. The good thing is that now you can program all throughout, which is great, which allows other venues to come in and utilize that. So it brings in a lot of money to this economy, a lot. I did not realize how significant it was. And so I just want to commend Doug and Rick and our team that worked on this for getting it done. It was a really good deal, good contract. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to send it over to Mr. Rick Murdoch from Caesars. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Interestingly, is the team that worked on this. I would have had a team here today, but some of them are under the weather, two of them. So I apologize for not having the Rscba gentleman here or one of the
And
Chronos.
have them back next time and do their presentation. I know they had all
Yeah, I had them, and they couldn't
but
come.
they are out. So
Yeah.
next time.
Just so you guys know the history, the extension was done with Doug Thornley, Mike Largetta, Glenn Crono, myself, and the two folks from the Bowling Congress, as well as Charles Harris. All we did is extending the tournament from 29 to 30, which gives us two huge open events and a women's event. But I'll just go down this. This is kind of the way I look at this. This is kind of interestingly, if you look right now from 2012 to 2021, the economic impact of the bowlers in the city is $455 million. Do you want me to repeat that? Is that?
Yeah. Can repeat it.
So $455 million. Room nights, if you're doing the open, is 80,000 room nights to 70,000 room nights. It's the biggest convention, one of the top 4 in the country. It's one of the biggest conventions we have, or the biggest in Reno. The women usually do, the men do about 80,000. Women can be 30 to 40,000 room nights. The average tournament economic impact per tournament, the men is $80 million. And women can bowl in the open now, so it's more open to both sides. And then the women's tournament is $35 million. I don't know what other conventions come into our city, pay room tax, buy airline seats, hire cabs, eat in restaurants, golf at golf courses. Tell me, you tell me how to economically light the fire downtown Reno, the bowling stadium. It's done its job. It's doing a great job. Right now, as I stand here, I talked to the Bowling Congress. They have 30,000 bowlers signed up to come to Reno next year, men and women. So, I mean, this is not a big lift. This is, we're adding 3 tournaments. It just gets that building in use. The bondholders aren't going to appreciate it if you shut down those buildings. And I can tell you this, I'm on the Rscba board as well as with Madam Mayor, and we are diligent about getting the Rscba to pay their fair share now of some of our expenses. The $2 fund is funded by all the downtown casinos. We pay our freight on the CapEx. We are going back to Rscba because they benefit greatly from us being in town doing room nights. It fills the coffers. You cannot be getting business into Reno unless you have people paying taxes, room taxes, and it helps all jurisdictions. So anyway, I'm sorry.
No, you're right. And I was just going to say with that facilities agreement, it saves the city between $30 and $60 million.
Right. And honestly, the Rscba, and I apologize, Doug, I do have a document that is so self-explanatory. It's interesting. We pay, when the bowlers come in, they pay lineage fees to use the stadium. That goes right back to the Rscba. So really the Rscba puts a site fee up. They're not out any damages. We pay our fair share back to the Rscba, so that room tax goes right back into advertising this destination. We keep feeding the wheel. And I would hate to see us not to do this deal because it's the right thing for Reno. It's the right thing for the region.
Well, now we're looking at other events like Hot August Nights, Big Bowl, and then the Burner Bowl, and all these other things. But I've been saying for years we need a marketing person on it, and I hope Charles is listening to me because I'm sort of the squeaky wheel over there on that board.
And I'll tell the board this. It is happening. I spoke with Mike Largetta this morning. They are hiring a director of marketing and bowling for the stadium, which they should on their nickel to help fill it. And between us, you can take some of the building space over there and release it. We've already talked to Bowlers about letting us out of the corner building. We could turn it into a Starbucks if we wanted to, where the city gets revenue. I think it's such an opportunity for the city and us to keep that building, the lights on, and we are in the tourism business in this city, whether we like to admit it or not, but we need to feed the coffers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Go ahead, Councilman Brækhus.
Yeah, so here's what happened is we've got an agreement. Our city manager's been involved in negotiations. We just heard. We don't have any trackables on how this, these numbers that are thrown around, who did them? How does it impact the city budget, which is most important to me and should be to us? We don't have any of that. And it is an opportunity for a big pause to understand how our downtown priorities are being advanced. If you want to take a big step back, remember the P3 when we RFP'd out these properties to see if we could put different life to them? What happened to that? Let's move forward with that. This agreement is a 10-year lock.
That was COVID.
And the but the COVID comment, and that takes up on Ms. Jardin's comment too, is, well, we had COVID and that's why we put $2 million of our general fund in last year.
That's not what I said.
Okay,
Councilwoman
well,
Brækhus.
she said COVID. I heard COVID, and I understand that. But this agreement with this facility and us owning it goes back as far as 2005. How is it done? How has it contributed to downtown's revitalization? Other points are made, like we need to market it more and let more people go bowl. Do we really even need a bowling stadium here that is a single-purpose facility that does or does not deliver tourism to this area? That is a big hole in our downtown, a big, silent, empty block for many months of the year. We've had a lot of discussion about placemaking. We have an unactivated block on both sides of that street because we also haven't done anything with the old bus terminal. That is a problem for downtown. Someone showed me the other night a video of a fight on the middle of Virginia Street right down here on the corner. We don't have the activation of downtown because we have single-purpose, non-performing facilities like this that advance our downtown. It is not doing well, but let's even query those questions. Let's take a break and examine how this matches up and how it's performing. Maybe I'll make the motion then to lock it up for 10 years for the bowlers. But are we just fine with being in a complete vacuum of our manager going off and negotiating a deal that we don't even have any contemplation or public process on? I don't think that's right, especially since we just updated our redevelopment agency for another 20 years. Let's focus on downtown. If you're happy with how downtown's doing, this is an agreement for you. If you think downtown isn't where it needs to be, this is the opportunity to pause, think about the university's role in these facilities, to marry up that theme that we had in our downtown plan that was called, a university town. Working with them to think about crossing over the freeway. But I don't know, if you're fine with downtown, I guess it is just an agreement for you. But at minimum, there should be backfilling into our general fund when those room nights don't hit, because otherwise it's scraping up against our general fund budget, and there's a long track record of that happening. Thank you.
All right, and I don't know if you come to the Rscba meetings, but we have been talking with the university for multi-purpose for that whole area. And I also believe that the bus station is coming to us with a really exciting project. So anyway, okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I just thought this would be a good time to remind the council of some actions that we took, very positive actions. Not too long ago, we went out for an RFQ to look at the bowling stadium, the city center, the plaza, the event center, how we can further activate and build upon the bowling stadium to add other sports. We discussed a lot of things, and we actually awarded it. I think it's, I just wanted to remind everyone that I don't think we've been static on this issue. We looked at this P3 agreement and we moved forward. And could be a good opportunity once we approve this is to bring back an update from our manager on where the P3 agreement, ended up. Were they not able to make it pencil, or did they want to go in a different direction? I even know they talked about a several-story motel right there. I wasn't that keen on that part of it, but I loved most of the rest of it, which is why I suggested moving forward with it. I concurred with that. So I just want to remind us that we have been pretty active in trying to activate the space. and expand its uses. And I know Councilwoman Jordan and I both, but especially her, has talked about this connection with the university and expanding bowling nights and for the community and those kind of things. So while we're talking about it, I just wanted to remind everyone some past history that we have here, that I think is helpful.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I don't often like to chime in on things that are not complete or always on the negative and always on the no. But I think it's important for the public to have the truth about what this council and this community has done as it relates to downtown. And to Councilwoman Dewar's point, the P3, we were very excited about that project, which would have activated a number of spaces in that area. We have a number of student housing projects that are coming in. I know the Downtown Reno Partnership and the placemaking study, which I think my colleague from Ward 1 voted no on, speaks to how we can better activate as a region. But I go back to this concept that because you're not in the discussion, that somehow the discussion is wrong. And these constant rocks thrown at our city manager is purely inappropriate, and once again speaks to the bias of our Ward Member 1 representative. To Mr. Murdoch, to Caesars, to everybody that is working diligently through some of the most difficult times to activate these spaces. It's been a tough few years with COVID, but we are significantly on the upswing, and there are some big things on the horizon and really exciting things. This to me is one of those exciting things, the fact that we can have the bowlers back here for an extended period of time. It really does activate some space that is otherwise a little bit more quiet. It not only activates the space for room nights, it activates otherwise kind of quiet corners that we need more foot traffic and activation on. And as we increase the residential units in our downtown, and we look to other things for our residents to enjoy, whether it's the Wolfpack Wednesday bowling nights or whether it's retail on the first floor, those things all work together, and it only happens by people working with, not against each other. So staying on the positive. Thank you, Mr. Murdoch, and to Caesars Entertainment for all that you do, and Madam Mayor and the Rscba for moving the needle in a constructive and positive way. Thank you.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like Councilmember Dewar, she's always trying to find the positive, right? And I think that's ultimately the easy thing to do in this circumstance. I could say a lot of things that would be non sequiturs about downtown, but they're not really relevant to the question in front of us today. It's a very easy call, right? The bowlers bring a tremendous amount of national recognition to Reno. They certainly bring their paychecks and wallets and sometimes leave them on the tables as they're wont to do. And the reality is we are asked and tasked with the city of doing that which promotes the vitality of downtown, and having these assets, although I have been at times critical of them in the past, because we all are concerned about their cost, how they impact our debt ratios. Those were decisions made a long time ago. And so now the question is, what do we do with them when we have the opportunity to do it? And here we have a building that our staff, led by Ms. Koski, has really really beautified, having been in it over the last weekend. And I sort of challenge the notion that these areas are not being used. Could they be used more? Of course. But just around the corner, of course, from this building is the beginning of the Brewery District that we just heard about. I had the privilege of going to a Grammy Award-winning country concert a couple of weeks ago at one of the event centers on the other corner. I have been down and seen the Super T micro mobility project as it passes by there. And I am frequently amazed by the number of folks that are spending time in downtown. And it's only going to improve and get better, especially as residents move in to the Reno City Center project. So we absolutely, of course, should extend this contract. It's a financial no-brainer. I think also we should just, instead of taking a pause and studying a thing endlessly, we should accept the fact that we have an element of our community which is tourism driven, and that this is the largest revenue generator of all of these entities. $455 million overall in a period of time that you identified, but more importantly, I think bowling is growing in popularity. Some of the changes that the U.S. Bowling Congress has made to welcome, men and women into the same open format. And it's just really spectacular to see the investment that is really running both ways. Again, it's in no way, sort of passing on our obligations as council to consider the financial implications. But when the financial implications are so obvious that your only argument against it is to talk about a Facebook video that was shared of a fight in downtown Reno, you know that you really don't have an argument that's valid. And so we'll leave it at that and say congratulations, Mr. Murdoch, for the efforts that you've undertaken to secure this win for our community. And I thank my colleagues and would ask for their support on this matter.
Thank you so much. And I would actually say there's actually a lot of work being done on this, and there was starting to be a lot before COVID. And then we had to work with some of the contracts so that we could have the freedom to really program. We do hope to call it the Wolfpack Bowl at some point. That's something that we have all been sort of collaborating on. And it's not that it's done behind closed doors in any capacity. So I want to make that very clear, because I think all of us sit on boards, and when we sit on those boards, it is our job to go and do work beside just sitting there for a couple hours once a month. And that's what you have to do. You have to do the hard work behind the scenes. And if you don't know about that work that's taking place, doesn't mean that, it's behind people's backs or not transparent or, some conspiracy theory out to get other people. That's your job, to go out there and work hard on your boards, whether you, aside from sitting there for 2 hours, right? So I think it's actually going to be really exciting. So anyway, thanks so much. I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. I'm so excited that we'll get more things in this space too. Burning Man Bowling, I've always thought that.
The Burner Bowl.
The
We just
Burner
did a
Bowl?
pilot the other night
That has a lot of different
that
meanings.
proved that we can actually activate the space in the way we wanted to sell it, which we weren't sure. So we actually just piloted the other night, and it turned out phenomenal. So that is another green light to go and get more business, and we've actually booked some from that, so it's cool.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
And kind of celebrity bowling before the celebrity golf, kind of capturing
There you
those
go.
celebrities. I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot of skill to bowl, although I'm not going to
And
say
to
I
raise
can.
money for veterans and
Yes, I
our
think
local
there's-
homeless, and there's a lot of really good possibilities coming out of that, and to activate the very bottom of the space as well, bring those out onto the street level. So there's a
great.
lot going on with our local businesses, not big national ones, local businesses. So.
Agree. Madam Mayor, thank you very much for sending it to the ward representative. I make a motion to approve.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in
Comment,
favor?
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to expand upon my comments. First of all, this is probably outside of City Hall our most valuable asset downtown. And I think what to do with that asset for the next 10 years needs to be a conversation here. It's not a conversation for another body, even though it's a three-part agreement, because it's the City of Reno General Fund that's on the hook for the debt service. And it's our downtown, our responsibility for downtown. And we can have varying degrees of differing opinions about how this asset is or is not a contributor to downtown's progress forward. I would have liked to have had briefings on this. I would have liked to have had a workshop on this, maybe through the redevelopment agency, to understand how this agreement is going to roll up. I've heard, well, they're marrying up the men's and women's tournaments together. Does that mean more tournaments or less tournaments? Because 2 tournaments sounds more than one. Also, I'd like to know where are their commitments for other tournaments? Because over the years, on the amendments, they pulled away from having tournaments here because they went on to other places. The deliverables, the specifics on this agreement, if it's to be approved, should have been daylighted, should have been a more expansive staff report, certainly with those trackable room nights by a third party. I just also want to call up comments. Well, if you're not in discussions, that doesn't mean the discussions are wrong. As far as I know, there were no discussions on this leading up to this contract being on this agenda today to commit this facility for 10 years for this agreement. Mr. Murdoch said that he negotiated with our city manager, but there was never any discussion at City Hall on this. I also heard, well, they're coming forward with the bus station next. Who's the they? The bus station is a City of Reno property. Is that going to be, who's the day that's having a proposal on that? So I'm going to continue to talk about, particularly in downtown, you know, the discussions are on. Well, where are the discussions? Who's invited? When are they happening? Where are they? I'm really feeling that a 10-year agreement for our second most valuable asset downtown coming here, all inked out, already signed by a counterparty, is not the way to advance downtown policy and placemaking. So I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Murdoch, for being here today. We really appreciate your attendance. Tell everyone to get well, please.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, moving right along, we are gonna go back, Madam Clerk, we're gonna go back to consent. But before we do that, do we have anyone in the audience that has an agenda item on here? I just wanna make sure that we're starting to address people that are here so they're not sitting for hours and hours and hours waiting for their item to be pulled. Okay, perfect. B2? Okay, so we're gonna go to B25 at this time. Sound good? And then we'll go. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's do that. So we're gonna go back to consent agenda. We have some people in the audience for consent, which is good. So
Did I hear you said you want to start with B25?
if you don't mind, sir,
No, that's
is
not
that
a
okay?
problem.
Okay, let's do that.
So B25 is the reallocation of board-specific allocated funds to Second Baptist CDC.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for allowing me to pull the item and to jump and go backwards on this. Just wanted to pull this out. This is something that I'm very excited about and wanted to give some daylight to. This is something that working with the community in Northeast Reno for all these numbers of years takes me back to as being a kid. But a big part of it is understanding that Second Baptist Church has been a staple in that community. They've done so much with respect to social services, activism, and community involvement, empowerment. And then so it was a great opportunity to work with the current pastor, Pastor Horn, who's out here in our audience today, where we've been able to work with him and some of his, the congregation, also community members, as an opportunity to start up a brand new community development corporation. For those that aren't familiar with community development corporations, it's an opportunity for nonprofits to establish themselves in the communities that they are part of, but it also opens them up to opportunities to get federal grants, HUD funds, CDBG funds, other types of opportunities that, for the most part, nonprofits don't have that opportunity. So this is really an empowering opportunity to have the Second Baptist Church work with their community members to fund housing, to fund social programs, for job training, et cetera. And so just really excited. I'm excited to continue working with Second Baptist Church and all those in the community. And Pastor Horn is here, who's a long-term friend of mine from way back when, even though he went to Reed and I went to Sparks. We're still good. We're still good. But just a highlight, want to show everyone, if you have an opportunity, please sit down with Pastor Horn and the commitment that they have in Northeast Reno, if you haven't already. And just wanted to give a shout out and thank you for all the work you're doing. And it's just exciting to have a CDC, which, if you don't familiar with, they're very big in the Midwest, big in the East Coast, not so big on the West Coast, but it's definitely a huge empowering opportunity for communities to be at the table to have access to those federal funds. But a lot of times they're not.
That's awesome.
So
great. Do you want to come up for a minute? Are you good?
if you put him up to a mic, he's gonna have to sing, because that's the way.
Can you sing?
No,
I can't sing.
You can
He's a
sing.
tremendous singer. Tremendous. Now I won't put you on the spot.
I love it.
To Mayor Rscba and to the council, thanks so much for this opportunity. It's good to see you again, Mayor. I think we saw each other at the Interfaith Prayer Breakfast some years ago. Yeah. Just thank you so much to Councilman Delgado. As he stated before, Second Baptist is such a huge part of the community. As a matter of fact, on my way in here, I had 2 calls come in. Our name is out there with people trying to partner to do things in terms of the economic disparities, especially some of those disparities that were highlighted by COVID to Black and brown communities. And so as I kind of just been thinking in terms of the past 5 years of me being pastor, some of the things that we've been doing in the community, we partnered with Councilman Councilman Delgado with the Neighborhood Revitalization Initiative. We've also were a huge component and a huge advocate for COVID testing. We partner with Reno. We've also sponsored several COVID vaccination clinics. And during COVID, as we begin to reopen our doors, as you know, COVID has impacted our communities slightly differently than other communities. So we're not quite all the way open yet as other churches are, or houses of faith are. But something that I've seen is the increase in terms of mental health. People are just they seem hopeless. And so from a faith perspective, I'm like, well, how can we help these people? And so I've been in conversation with several pastors across the country on the East Coast specifically about what do they do? What's the next step? And so this Community Development Corporation positions us to be able now to take that next step and help people with whatever they need. And so we have the umbrella, we're developing an umbrella of social services that allow us to be able to get funds for several projects. And my overall goal and my overall vision is if people come and knock on our door at 1265 Montello Street and they say they need help, I want to say, great, come on in and go to this building so that you can get assessed and see exactly what you need, so that we can honestly be the hands and feet, to serve humanity. And I think that a lot of times houses of faith forget that just because you don't look like us, you don't walk like us, you don't talk like us, then we can't help you because we want you to conform to us. And that's not what we believe. We believe that we've been called to serve humanity. And so this allows us to do just that. So I want to say thank you to Councilman Delgado for thinking of us in this initiative, and appreciate it.
Thank you for, walking the walk. Thank you. Because there are a lot of faith-based, I don't know what you want to call them, organizations that say they do, but they don't.
Yeah.
So I want to say thank you so much. Thank you. Really means a lot. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll try to keep my comments brief. First of all, thank you for the work that Second Baptist is doing in this community and that you're doing personally. I think that normally when council members allocate council-directed funds, we don't have a lot to say about it because in general, those are funds that each council member has to support projects in their ward or to advance the different interests and principles that are very specific that maybe are not things that the broader body would contemplate. And I think I want to thank Councilmember Delgado for this particular one because as I have been on the body the least, I'm the most junior member of the body, I have thought very long and hard about the concept of both redlining and reparations in this country, both of which tend to be very emotionally charged topics. It can draw the ire of people on both the right and the left about the meaning of it. And I think at its core, the way I see Councilmember Delgado operating in the use of these particular funds, and oftentimes happens, is he is using them to make historic investments in communities of color. Both our Black and brown communities, but also our most marginalized communities where some of our poorest residents live. And really those are at its heart what sort of an understanding about those concepts of redlining and the historical inequity and structures of racism that they overlay, and also just the broader concept of how do we make investments into our communities of color where they're most needed. So I just simply don't want to pass by the opportunity and lose sight of the fact that at its very surface level, this is just a very specific thing and targeted to make benefits to this new setup of the, I guess it's called a trust corporation. But I do think that below the surface is where lies Councilmember Delgado's heart, and certainly your heart. And so I thank you for standing in the gap in that way, and I appreciate the conversation that can be had when these kinds of conversations do come to the body, because it isn't often that we get to talk about the historical structures that really continue to create a lack of opportunity in this community. And so for my part, as much as I am very excited and appreciative of it, I also think it's just a moment to reflect on why we would do something like that or why we would support those policy decisions. And Councilmember Delgado very rarely takes credit for a lot of the work he does, both health quietly and just as a person. And so I want to make sure that I give him the opportunity to know that I see the work that's being done, and I thank him for it. And of course, I thank you for the work that you're doing. I think it goes without saying that this work is meaningful, and this is a way to impact people of color, communities of color, marginalized communities in a very profound way. And it's a small dollar amount, and I'm hopeful that we can add to it as time develops.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Reese.
you very much, and very well said. Councilman Delgado, would you like to give us a motion?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, move to approve, please.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Talk soon, Pastor.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, I believe we're back to the B items, and I think it would start with B2, if I'm not correct.
That is what my records show as well. B2 is stop-loss renewal for self-funded health plan.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on this item?
I believe we've already taken the public comment for all the B items, and I don't believe there's any for this.
Fantastic. Good morning.
Good morning, council members. Norma Santoyo, your HR director, for the record. I do not have a visual presentation, but I'm happy to provide a high-level overview verbally. So the city
Mr.
of...
Clerk, would you, pardon me for a half a second.
No worries.
Would you mind turning her mic up a tiny bit?
Oh, I just need to get
mic
closer.
up a tiny bit. It's a little soft. Thank you.
Okay. Here at the city of Reno, we have quite a robust self-funded health insurance plan for our employees and their families. We currently cover 2,200 active and retirees and another 2,700 of their family members. So we cover close to 5,000 lives related to our self-funded health insurance. Every year, similar to you buying auto insurance, we purchase insurance for our self-funded plan. And essentially our deductible is $400,000. And anything in excess of that is then covered by our stop-loss insurance. As you know, the insurance market is getting very challenging and very, very tight. So this year, we went out with our broker to market to try to diversify our options. We reached out to 11 different vendors, and 9 of the 11 declined to quote. Our current vendor, Anthem, did quote, with an additional 2 others quoting, except for the other 2 quotes did have significant restrictions that would either hamper the coverage for our members or cost significantly more. And that's unacceptable. We have to take care of our employees, and we also have to take care of the long-term sustainability of the plan. Therefore, we elected to renew with Anthem, or we are recommending a renewal with Anthem. However, it does come with a significant increase, about 50% in rates for the next coming fiscal year, going from $1 million as far as premium to $1.6 million. It's important to note that our top 5 health insurance claims are expected to cost between $1.6 to $2.9 million. And this is just the nature of being human. Our employees are members. There are some employees that are going through some significant health challenges. I think it's our responsibility to make sure we've got them covered. So I am happy to answer any questions, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I pulled this one, and thanks for that, on the spot staff report. I appreciate it. That's a big hike. And I know it's a tough world, we've seen this for years. Has there been given any thought to increase our coverage up to, say, 600,000, and then maybe get better rates? I mean, did you look at that?
It is an analysis we asked our broker, Lockton, with Tana to do. And after that analysis, although I can't speak to the specific details of the analysis, the recommendation is that we would still be saving money if we keep our current stop loss at 400,000 and purchase this policy at the $1.6 million premium.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question I had, I was really surprised, and maybe, it's just a new approach and thinking, you said our top 5 claimants are projected to incur between 1.6 and 2.9. How do you know this? I mean, do you know that these are 5 claimants that are in the pipeline, or has someone given you a warning? I mean,
no, so part of our self-funded plan strategy to manage cost is we keep a very close eye on trends and expenses. These are current active employees or members who are going through significant care, cancer terminal
Yeah.
things. And so there's data we're relying on, and we're relying on our expert
Okay.
broker to provide this to us. So we feel it's very reliable.
So you got these 5, but that doesn't, who you know are in process, but there could be 2 new ones coming on.
That's true.
2, okay. And that would be weighed in. Okay, thank you. That's just a better, gives me a better understanding when you see something go up, 50% on a routine thing on an annual. But, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions? No, I'm gonna send it to Councilwoman Breckes. Will you please give me a motion?
I will move.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, sending it back to you.
I believe the next item chronologically is B10, and that is a CAD rehost item.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor, I pulled this one, so I'll just ask very quickly. This Central Square, the vendor, is that the same as the Tiburon Company?
Good morning, Council Mayor and the council members. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, did they just change, what happened there?
I think Central Square acquired Tiburon.
Tiburon, okay, yeah, we've had Tiburon.
In the past, it was Tritech.
It was Tritech, okay. So we're still using Tiburon.
Correct.
Were we gonna phase out of the Tiburon at some point? Didn't we have a?
Yes, that's a good question. So basically, we are currently in an RFQ phase.
Okay.
And we are in a vendor selection phase where the last task of selecting a vendor, once we select the vendor, the typical timeline based on the responses that we did get from RFQ, whatever the vendor we choose, the project kind of lasts for 1.5 to 2 years. And if something else delays the project, it could even go to 3 years.
Okay.
So this request is a pretty simple, basic request to keep the cybersecurity and performance and availability.
Okay, so it's a little stopgap.
Correct.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I mean, because Tiburon is such a massive program into our, systems, and, that bringing it on is a big, or changing out or re-upping is a big thing. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that information.
Thank you.
All right, please give me a motion.
I'll move.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good day.
I believe moving on, the next one that was pulled was B14.
Yeah.
Consultant agreement for the 2023 Acard Van Ness Neighborhood Street Sewer Project.
Wait. 14?
Councilmember
That's what I
Dewar,
have in
did
my
you
records.
pull B13?
Who pulled 13?
I had the Councilmember Breckes pulled 14. Is that incorrect?
Yeah, but it's not sewer.
I have Councilwoman Breckes B2, B10, B14, 16, 17, and 19. I
Yeah.
have Councilwoman Dewar, I believe, 15, 25. 15, okay.
Yeah.
And, oh, yeah, and
Yeah.
Delgado, 25.
I'm sorry, I thought I heard him say sewer, so I don't see
It's a
streets.
street sewer program.
Oh, is it say street sewer?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm particularly interested in the Dickerson Road Shared Use Path Project design, because this is consultant services for design. And a lot of times when you go into design on, bring the engineers in, you have a conceptual design. Do we have a conceptual design for this, and has it been daylighted with the Ward 1 NAB?
For the record, John Simpson, Senior Civil Engineer and Capital Projects. Councilwoman Breckes, typically we do have a conceptual design in a lot of cases, but in this case we do not. And so we are planning with our design firm to get a conceptual design and then return to the NABs, the RACs, and the other committees to present those similar to what we do with our street units.
Okay, and I'll bring this up, years ago as a city planner, I did Wells Avenue in the 2000s, and the planners with a charrette and a workshop did a conceptual design, and then the engineers came in on the back end. And I think when you're going through such a jump over, that's often an approach before you bring in a consultant for that. So I just, I know, I just wanted to let the council know, because this is a business district with a lot of issues, some new subdivisions, some growth, that understand the public process. So we'll have like a public meeting workshop. We can use the NAB one ward as the forum for the conceptual, and then we'll send the engineers off. Okay.
Yes, that's
That's
correct.
great. Yeah. I know you're unavailable to come to our Ward 1 NAB on Monday on another project, but maybe August? Because I think they were going to go dark in July.
We'll make sure that it's programmed in as soon as we can.
Okay, and then we'll schedule that district with the Dickerson Road Business Group too, and the HOAs and all there.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
thank you, I appreciate that.
Councilman Breckus?
I'll move.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed, motion carries. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, so moving on, I believe B15 is next.
Yeah, thank you. I pulled this item in Ward 2 because I didn't get a chance to get with staff. I'm sorry, I missed my briefing. But I was interested, so many people are interested in traffic improvements down in South Reno in this particular area, particularly between Damani Ranch Parkway and R. I just thought it'd be good just to tell us what it is.
Okay, I have a brief presentation that's about 3 slides that I can
Okay.
jump through really
Go for
quick. The item that we have before you is a change order for the Humboldt Street Unit project, which is to do work for Damani Ranch, which kind of sounds strange, but I'll kind of go through a little history on that. This last, I think it was in April, City Council approved the transfer of a portion of Damani Ranch Parkway from the Department of Transportation to the City of Reno. And so this change order will allow the City of Reno to do improvements to Damani Ranch Parkway, to the asphalt, concrete, bring things up to current ADA standards within the area through the agreement. So NDOT agreed to pay the city to make these improvements prior to acceptance of the roadway.
Oh, well, that's fantastic. Is there more? I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's just a brief
Okay.
item.
I have
that I-
just a quick question. On the improvements, you guys did a great job working with RTC to improve the on-ramp situation, change the lighting, so we could have 2 on-ramps at Damani and 395 or I-580 and at South Meadows and 395 I-580. And it's working really well. I've been down there quite a bit recently, and I noticed that the second turning lane, right where you would be working, this outside turning lane, turning right, it has no right on red. And I didn't know if we could also look at that when we're looking at these. I know we're looking at concrete improvements or on the ground improvements, but I didn't know if it was possible to hold the traffic so that, we could have more turning. Didn't know.
That's a great question. We do include traffic signal and striping improvements as part of the improvements that are outlined in there, and we can work directly with the traffic engineers and staff to answer that question and see if there's some improvements that we can
Well,
make
it
there.
was already 100%, if not more, improved because people are having to wait for 5 turns of the light to get onto the freeway. I mean, literally the traffic was backed up so far that it was impeding other entrances and exits. So by doubling it, it tremendously improved it. It's still a little confusing. So, the way it is striped, and there's a bike lane that kind of cuts through there too. And I think that makes people a little nervous, not sure how to handle it. So I noticed that 90% of the people still go to the far right lane because they can take that right on red, which makes sense. And I understand why we wouldn't make a right on red out in the outer lane. But just if you guys can continue just to see if there's even a next step of improvement, I think that would be great.
I think those are great comments, and we'll definitely look into
Okay,
that.
thank you so much. Well, with that, Madam Mayor, don't know if there's any other questions.
No.
Okay, all right, well, I'd move to approve this item.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Mr. Clerk,
So we're keeping you on your toes
I
today.
know you are.
We're going to
Good
move
job.
along to B.
I just love your voice though. Like, I think it sounds so like radio DJ like.
I've trained my entire life for this moment. We're moving on to item B16. It's a 2021 sewer maintenance and repair contract change order.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I pulled this one, and Mr. Simpson, does this, I was out on Bonnie Briar yesterday, which is now in Ward 1, where the Virginia Lake sewer project is going on. Does this extend so you can continue to work in that street?
This does not include any improvements in the Watt or Lakeside area.
Okay.
That's right in that area. Those are other projects.
Oh, okay, because I saw Ward 1. Where's the Ward 1 area?
So the project, I guess if I give a brief description of what this project is, this is our maintenance and operations,
Okay.
repair
Okay.
and on-call
Okay.
services.
Oh, this
And
is an
so-
extension of that contract, okay.
Yes, so it extends
Okay.
throughout the
Okay,
city.
Okay, it's like the Titan, yeah, but tell me this, why isn't Ward 2 and Ward 3 in here? Is that because they are sewered by Stumworth and the county pays for that?
That's a great question. And so the city of Reno, and we work with our maintenance and operations staff to identify our highest need and highest probable areas where we need to do repairs in our sewer system. And so part of this contract is to go do repairs in the sewer system in the locations that have been identified. This next year, we have 8 locations that we're anticipating that we're going to do some improvements to. Those locations just happen to fall in the other wards,
I
but it
gotcha.
is, the on-call services will include the entire city.
Oh, the on-call is all citywide. Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you. I motion to approve. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Aye. All right, Mr. Clerk.
I believe that moves us up to item B17.
Yeah. I pulled this again. This is about $7.7 million to do a capacity project up instead. And so how is this $7.7 million being funded?
For the record, John Simpson, the funding for this improvement project is out of the sewer fund. It is, a portion of that is paid from the user fees because the project is the replacement of the existing sewer main that's there right now. That sewer main will be, that cost for the sewer main replacement falls under the user fees. The capacity improvements to that system comes out of connection fees.
Do you have a breakdown of the ratio?
The ratio is about, it's about 44% user fees and about 56% connection fees.
So 56% connection fees, which are related to growth. And when was the last time we raised those connection fees?
You know, I don't have an answer to that question. I'd have to get back with you on that.
Does anyone else from staff know the last time we raised connection fees?
Mr. Flansburgh can come up and answer that question.
Yes, for the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. Councilmember Breckus, you bring it up all the time, so you fully know what the date is. And that would be 2014 was the last date that the connection fees were increased.
Okay.
We have completed a study and we'll be coming back
Okay.
to you in the future for looking at those connection fees.
Okay, so we're spending 50% of this project is paid for by new growth. And there's a lot of new growth, but the new growth is paying in 2014 dollars. I am not going to be able to support something like that because, you know, growth has to be priced in today's dollars, particularly when you're on a growth fund. And I think, you know, while this is just an $8 million project, only $4 million is, you know, to these connection fees that are lost at 2014 funds. It's in the suite of all the commitments we're making for new growth related to sewer, particularly in the North Valleys, and in particular, the plant expansion. So I won't be supporting this. Thank you. All right, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Flansburgh. Thank you so much. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, thanks you guys. Great job. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, I believe we are up to B19. It's the Plumas Street Gym Restroom ADA upgrades.
Mr. West, boy, that's a tough bidding environment to be. Can you explain what the bid result was for this?
Yes. Yes, for the record, Kyle West, Associate Civil Engineer for Public Works Facility Maintenance. Yes, Councilwoman Breckus, the bidding, what we ended up doing is we did have our advertisement in accordance with NRS standards. We had 5 prime contractors attend the mandatory job walk, and we ended up having one of those 5 prime contractors actually submit a bid.
And how much over the engineer's estimate was it?
The additional funds over the estimate were $240,000.
Okay, to a $540,000 let me ask you this. You know, and it's restrooms, which, you know, is a construction project, but it's not as massive as some other ones. Have you all given any thought, do we have an in-house contracting team that could do a project of this scope?
Of this scope, no, not with the manpower that we have.
Okay,
No, we
okay. I was
don't.
wondering if you were starting to think about, is there a way to do some in-house, you know, construction carpentry work that gets us, you know, could be more economical overall to some projects? I just didn't know if you guys had given any thought to, you know, I presume you do some work yourselves, right, in-house?
Just a moment.
Yeah, yeah.
Councilwoman Breckus, the city law, this is Carrie Koski, the city, sorry, the city engineer. Per city law, we have to follow, per NRS, we follow anything over $100,000, we have to bid.
Oh, can't do in-house?
Correct.
Okay, thanks, I never knew that. Okay, appreciate it. All right, may I get a motion? I'll move. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, Mr. Clerk.
That is the end of your consent agenda, if I got all my numbering right there. And so
I think there was B25, I don't know.
No, we already did
we
that.
tackled that
Oh,
one
that's
first.
right, sorry.
Yeah, we took it out of order.
So if you'd like, we can move on to the Cs, our public hearings. C1 is approval of a HUD annual action plan.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me catch up with you, sir. There we go. All right. Mr. Clerk, let the record reflect that the City Council is now opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk Mr. Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Yes, proper notice was given, and we did not receive any correspondence on the item.
All right, thank you so much. Hi.
Hi.
Take it away, Monica.
Everyone's so sparkly.
I know.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, council members, City Manager Thornley, Monica Cochran, Housing and Neighborhood Development Manager for the record. Today, I'm here to conduct one of our annual required public hearings for HUD, give you an overview of our annual action plan, and request approval of that plan.
Okay, great.
As you already know, the City of Reno is an entitlement jurisdiction, which means we receive various funds from the Department of Housing and Urban Development on an allocation basis, which means they are not competitive grants. These allocations are the Community Development Block Grant, Home, and the Emergency Solutions Grant, which total approximately $3.8 million, bless you, this year.
You guys are all freaking me out. Because I see a sneeze over here. I see a sneeze over there. I see a sneeze here. Okay, sorry.
That's okay. This annual action plan is the third action plan in our tied to our 2020 5-year consolidated plan, which identifies our goals for the following 5 years related to the allocation of these funds to address community development needs. This is a very cyclical process, with each source following a different timeline and meeting different requirements to get us to this point. From the timeline here, you can see the different points of this process that start in the fall and end with us submitting our annual action plan to HUD next month. The first source is the Community Development Block Grant. These funds can be used for a variety of needs, but the main objective is to benefit households at or below 80% of area median income. This year, our allocation is a little over $2 million. The CDBG subcommittee and the CIP committee recommended the following projects, which are all parks and ADA improvements. You'll notice there is about a $73,000 gap, which will be made up with some savings from some other projects or other funds. One example of a project from this list is the Sterling Village Tot Lot, which will be a 2,700 square foot area with safety surface, swings, and equipment. Next, we have the home funds. They're awarded to the City of Reno through the Washoe County Home Consortium, as we're the lead jurisdiction that administers these funds. Typically, these funds go towards new construction or rehabilitation of existing affordable units, but this year, all the projects are going to be new construction, and that's for households that are at or below 60%. A focus is 40%, but the HUD requirement is 60%. The recommended projects are listed here. You'll see there's 7 projects coming forward that will create over 1,600 affordable units. 4 of the 7 of these projects are within the city limits of Reno, and the other 3 are in Sun Valley. The Emergency Solutions Grant's main goal is to assist families with housing stability. These are families that are either homeless or at risk of homelessness. And most eligibility pertains to housing or shelter for the use of these funds. This year, we're receiving $65,914, which we're proposing to allocate to the category of homeless prevention for rental and deposit assistance. It's worth noting that with this particular funding source, we use nearly the same amount this fiscal year, and we're able to assist about 100 households. And these are folks that are making at 30% or lower than area median income. Lastly, I would like to highlight that these activities align with HAND's strategic goals. These projects will help us move the needle with goals 1, 2, and 3 and accomplish our mission of creating viable living environments for low to moderate income individuals and families. And lastly, staff recommends council approve the 22-23 annual action plan for submittal to HUD.
Okay, all right, good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, questions? Councilman Dorr.
Hi. I just wondered, Monica, if I may, thanks for that update. I just wondered if, I recently heard that through our programs, we give, to affordable housing, we give an allowance for utilities, and it's set by the City of Reno. Does that ring a bell at all?
In our rental and deposit assistance program, we also have utility assistance, if that's what you're referring to.
Probably.
But then also with the affordable housing units, the way the rents are calculated, they have an amount that's included in there for utilities.
Okay, well, I heard that we actually can set it, set the amount like a standard amount. Is that true?
Not really.
Okay, so then another question I had is, I recently became aware, and I don't know if my colleagues are aware, maybe I just was out of the loop, but I found out that these affordable housing units that we help subsidize with home funds or whatever, that they can actually raise their rent. And one I'm working with right now is raising their rent. It's most of the people in there are Section 8 housing vouchers, and they're raising their rent right now because they said the HUD sets the total amount rent based on the average. You know, as the AMI changes, they can change the price of the units.
That
right?
is, that is true.
And what's happening in this particular one is like, that means the rent, it's a seniors, is going up $150 just out of the, you know, because the average median income ran up, but that doesn't mean their income went up. And I wondered, are you familiar with this issue, or must they raise the rent, or is this something optional?
If we could talk offline and I can get
Oh,
what
absolutely.
unit, what complex that is, because
Sure.
it's all regulated by HUD and it has to do with fair market rent
Sure.
and then also
My
AMI.
only question is, must it go up, or is it an option to go up?
It's an option.
That I would have to look into.
Okay.
That's an option.
All right. I just wondered, the reason I'm bringing it up under this item is I didn't know, I believe you mentioned that we were going to be funding some of these deposits and those kind of things. And I didn't know if we could increase the allowance for utilities. That was brought up to me. And B, if we could either discourage increasing the rent or subsidize that further, with these funds.
With regards to the rent payments that we make, those are actual costs. So whatever their electric bill is or their water bill, that would be the bill that we would help them with. And as far as the rents, I said I'd have to check into it, but I don't know of anything that says the rents have to go up. I mean, that would just be the development probably trying to keep up with their cost of maintaining the property. But it is very regulated by HUD how much it can be increased.
But maybe not a minimum.
Yes.
Right, okay, thanks.
Have you reached out to Housing Authority?
But not yet on this issue.
Okay, yeah, definitely do that.
I will.
Because there's a lot of seniors also that can qualify that don't realize that they can qualify.
These people are all, we'll talk offline,
Okay,
but these
all right.
people are qualified, but yes.
So, Monica, I just want to, clarity, rental and deposit assistance, this sounds like it's a new allocation.
For the ESG?
Yeah.
It is continuing a program that we already have.
Right.
In the past, we used our ESG funds to help with sheltering, since we are not going to
Doing
be
that, we can
contributing.
use these resources.
Yep, we are going to put those, we are proposing to put those into the deposit and rental assistance for those folks that are at the 30% and below.
You know how much we had in deposit and rental assistance last year? Do you remember?
Our allocation last year was about the same, but we received a large allocation of ESG through CARES funding, and it was about 650,000, and we used all of that, and then we used our normal allocation, and then of course we still had our the emergency rental assistance. Sorry, the ERAP. I was going to say the acronym, and some various sources. As far as the ERAP goes, we still have a few $1 million of that left, and so we're continuing all of the programs. We're getting new affordable housing trust funds. The amount that we got last year, about 600,000. We used all of that. We ran out just recently, and we'll have a new allocation of that on July 1st also. And those folks are 60%.
Yeah. Can I just tell you, I think this is one of the most successful programs that we have, that you guys do a phenomenal job on, because a lot of times what happens, a lot of people, they're living paycheck to paycheck. They cannot afford those deposits. And you guys have really saved a lot of people. I mean, I know I've worked closely with you guys on so many people and individuals, and you've saved them. The one thing I would just, say, and I'll talk to Ed Lawson about this, but we have also funded City of Sparks residents before. That's not what we're supposed to be doing, but we have done that to make sure that they, stay housed. Otherwise, it costs the system a lot of money. But these are some of the most critical components, and you've done a phenomenal job. I don't know if people really realize how many people you're helping every day, and literally, you guys are like this really big crisis center for housing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's worth noting that the affordable housing trust funds that come in through the state come in through the Washoe County Home Consortium. So we're eligible to use those sources within Washoe County. So Sparks, Reno, and the unincorporated areas. But the rest of the funds are awarded to the city of Reno, and we use those ones within the city limits.
Yeah, you do a really, really good job.
Thank you. I appreciate
All right.
it.
Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Since you showed some new home projects, my question was, do they still have that boost for the qualified census tracts?
That does still exist. I don't know that any of these projects, I'm going to have to refer to Elaine. I don't believe that any of these projects are within those boundaries.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering, because, we've had a new HUD administration on, and I think that boost was really designed for, and I know, and just, let me just clarify, this is a public hearing, so the comments are recorded.
That's correct.
Yeah, so that's why I'm bringing it. I just want to, explain my questions and inquiry concerns about the boost in the qualified census tracts. I don't think they're so well, that program's so well designed for a suburban, non-built out city like us. I think it's more applicable in a built-out urban metro environment. it drives you to census tracts that perhaps are in environmentally sensitive lands, are far from transit service, and are outlying infrastructure. That's my comment, my observation, and I just want those recorded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Reese?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to thank you, Ms. Cochran and Ms. Lynch, for this work that you've done here. I think it's easy to get lost in some of the minutia of it, but there really are three different aspects, or we'll call it planks, to this. And so I just want to say, as to the CDBG eligible projects, I think your team did a very, very good job of identifying the needs in the communities where they are most needed. And so I want to thank you for that. Obviously, because three of us sit on the CDBG subcommittee, which then makes the recommendation of the broader body, we had the opportunity to see a bit more about the project-specific details. And I'm excited about them because they are investments in our parks. They are investments in inclusive design for our residents, and they really do speak to the needs that those CDBG eligible funds are designed to promote. And I just think it's really good of you and your staff to really work with us to help educate us, because we're not familiar with all of the alphabet soup at times that comes with the complexities and the federal oversight that your office is dealing with. And I think it's really incredible that you're able to distill it for us at this body and help us to understand where the dollars come from, how they're assigned, where their uses can be. At times, there are things which I think to myself, I, Councilmember Reese, as an at-large member, would like to see a project here, and you've been very good about helping me to navigate those structures and systems in place, because these are the funds that are designed to help our most sort of vulnerable communities, and I thank you for always refocusing the conversation around that. The second one is the home funds. Obviously, those are strategic investments in maintaining or promoting affordable housing. And so you had said in your presentation that those were going to support a certain number of units. And I just wanted you to report or say that number again so that I can make sure that I write it down.
It's over 1,600. It's been fluctuating a tiny bit, lost or new units, and so I just like to give an approximate, but it's a little over 1,600.
Well, and again, at times our community has in the last year especially, are overwhelmed with the number of difficult situations that our most vulnerable residents have been placed in. The economy has been a challenge for many families. Wages have not kept pace with either inflation or growth. And as a result, we are seeing more of our community who are in need of the kinds of funds that your office is responsible for getting out into the community. And so I just want to pause on that particular element of your presentation and say again, thank you, because the 1,600 units that you're continuing to keep into the supply is really a policy direction from our body. It could be spent on other things, certainly within the confines of the programs that you've identified, but we are making a choice with your assistance to place them there. And then the last one was a smaller one because it's a smaller number, but it's the Esg Grants Program. And so again, because folks can get lost in the minutia of the acronyms that are being used, and Madam Mayor, if I may just complete my thought.
Please do.
Thank you so much. I want people to understand that this is money that directly goes to our most vulnerable residents. And certainly there are, again, always choices that can be made with the way which ESG funds are spent. But we have decided, and again, with your help and direction, how to spend them. So I think all three of these sort of entitlement grant programs are important, and I don't want it to get lost. We've got a very large agenda, and some might overlook the absolute importance of this agenda item. But I thank you again for refocusing us and helping us to support our most vulnerable citizens. So thank you for that. Thank you for the excellent presentation, and I appreciate all the work that your department does with some very limited resources. You do more with very little than I think almost any department in the city of Reno. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilman Delgado, anything?
Councilman Reese took all the words away from me. No, honestly, just great job. Great job. You did a really good job, exceptional job, so appreciate that. One small piece is, and this is what I meant, this is what I, maybe next budget year is, We really want to find a way to support the hand department outside of utilizing only grant funds, administrative funds. We need some general funds as we see the importance of that department. And so if that's an opportunity for us to have conversations with on the board and the city managers, they need some strong government funds to back that department as we see the need that much more. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, and I thank you, Councilman Delgado, because that is exactly what I was sitting here thinking, the exact same thought you had. So I think it's probably reflected in the whole body, is that I was just sitting here thinking, how can we do more, go beyond these official programs and really enhance, almost double the work that you're doing? I think that would be a goal of everyone. And maybe it's through the ARPA funds, maybe it's through setting aside other general fund dollars, but I think we all see the need. I will just share, I'll share 2 stories later, but one is I have residents right now, and this is why I did the shout out to Nevada Legal Services. You were there, or your staff were, we had a meeting at Moana with all the residents from this apartment a year ago, and now they're all receiving eviction notices, and they're being allowed to move back in, and their rent is going from $1,100 to $1,760. It's a $660 increase, and they have no recourse. It's at the choice of the new owners, and they're so struggling. And I just keep thinking, how can we even enhance what you're doing? So I'm sure we all have stories like this throughout the whole city. This is just the one I learned about yesterday morning. But thank you for what you're doing, and let's keep working this issue as a body.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
I have a
Second.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, good job. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, I think that takes us to C2, which is the first of our collective bargaining agreement items, this one for the RPPA.
All right, fantastic. Do you have any public comment on this item?
We have nobody signed in, and it doesn't appear anyone is on Zoom wishing to speak.
Okay. Norma, it's all you. Take it away.
Yes, hello again. I'm going to share
we're
that
gonna
is one
open them all
presentation.
for-
Yes.
So you can just do all of them.
Yes, I'll explain the packaging here. So for the record, Norma
Madam
Santoyo.
Mayor, I have a disclosure first.
Yes, please go right ahead.
Thank you. And I haven't asked the city attorney, and I think I've been advised that I do not have a conflict, but I will represent that one of the attorneys in my office does represent a number of collective bargaining units within the city. I'm actually not sure which ones they are because I'm walled off from that, but I will disclose that one of the attorneys in my office, Alexander Velto, is an attorney for various, although I'm not sure which, groups within the city, although I receive no benefit to it and certainly have not been a part of those discussions. I disclose it for the record.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right,
Good
go ahead,
morning, Madam
Norma.
Mayor and council members. Again, Norma Santoyo, your HR director for the record. What I have done here is I'm packaging up all of our labor agreements in one presentation. So you will hear the presentation on C2, C3, C4, C5, C6, C7, C9. We did have C8 that was taken off calendar. In partnership with that particular labor agreement, we've agreed to move it to July 20th. So we'll be back and you will hear the collective bargaining agreement with our Firefighters Administrators Association. So with that, first I want to kick it off and let you know what a ride. But it was very fulfilling. I'm very pleased with the results and mostly very grateful for the process, your support, and the partnership of our labor groups. It was an exceptional experience. Also, a shout out to my team, my wingman, Jesse.
Yeah.
There he is. Cody Freeman as well. And then my strategic partners in HR, Jill Atkinson, and the rest of the team. And again, and also a huge support from our city manager. Okay, so diving right in, what you'll see is one slide for each of our labor groups. Recall that we here at the City of Reno have 10 labor groups, and we were at the table with 8 of the 10. Kicking off, we've got the Reno Police Protective Association. Shout out to Detective Chris Waddle, who is in the audience. president leading 270 members that are protecting our community. And this is one where Alex Velto was leading the negotiations for this group as well. That was a spicy and fireworks happened, but I'm glad for the results. I'm going to highlight real quick, all of our agreements are a 2-year agreement that will take us through June of 2024, which I think is a significant stability for not only the city leadership, but also for our membership. Highlighting here, this membership will get 4.5% cost of living adjustment here in July of 2020, and an additional 4% in January. Then for a second year in July, they'll see a 4.5% cost of living increase. This is a group that we struggle significantly with attracting and retaining quality police officers. So this is really going to help, and we are competing regularly for talent. At the table, some of the priorities that Labor had was making sure that they're taking care of their membership for retention purposes to keep our staff here happy and continuing to do a great job for the city, and we do have that in common for sure. In addition to the cost of living adjustments, this group will now see a deferred compensation match of up to $20 per pay period. This is important because over the years, the PERS, our retirement and pension, has made some changes to this group that aren't as rich and effective as they used to be. So this is a little bit of an additional nest egg for PERS for pension planning. There was some other smaller items that are small economic, like the swap of the uniform allowance from a flat dollar amount into a percentage. And I don't highlight all of the specific details of the agreement. They are within your packet. These are really just the highlights. Moving on to our police supervisors and administrators. Great experience with Sergeant Alan Salter and his team. He represents 3 groups, the sergeants, the lieutenants, and the deputy chiefs. That too was quite of an experience, same focus of making sure that they are preparing to have, really enticing the boots on the ground to take the ranks, to promote up to sergeant, to promote up to lieutenant, and then take on the leadership positions. This too is a 2-year agreement through July of 2024, with a 4% in July of 2022 and a 4% in January. And then 5% in year 2, but we've moved that up from July to November for cost savings. Other small strategic moves were some movement into the steps available for lieutenant and sergeant. And this again was strategic, making sure that there isn't any compaction and parity issues, and making it attractive for those individuals to move up the ranks. Other things that we agreed upon is some expansion to some special assignments for both the sergeants and the lieutenants, slight increase in their sick leave accruals that are consistent with other groups, and then a slight increase to the percentage that it goes into healthcare benefits for this group. This group, as far as the sergeant and lieutenants, they have about 56 members. And moving on to our APG admin, this is our administrative professionals group. These are our engineering managers, our planning managers, our recreation managers. So this is a part of our civilian leadership group. We have about 16 members in this group, and shout out to Phil Tusognan, who is the president of this group, as well as Pro. They too have a 2-year agreement with year 1, 7% COLA, and year 2, 2.5%. This team, as well as our Pro, also struggle with retention. We have seen through the trends that we're losing the talent right when they're at the peak of their career. And so it was important for the labor group as well as the city to implement a longevity pay, strategically looking at targeting keeping our staff longer and vested long-term here at the city of Reno. Other minor economic items are right there in the slide. I won't read them. They were really targeted again to balancing work and life, and making us, a more attractive employer, not only to be the hook to bring them here, but to keep them here. Next, we have our RAPG Pro. Now, this is the group that generally works right below admin. So we're talking about our professionals, our planners, network analysts, our engineers, our dispatch manager, very important professionals doing the work every single day. We have about 60 members in this group. They mirror the group we talked about prior related to their increases. Again, similar challenges with attracting and retaining, so it was important that we bring that longevity to the table. So I won't read all of the details before you because it's exactly the same in general with RAPG admin. Then we have our Reno firefighters, Local 731. This was a very rewarding experience. Shout out to Dan Tapia and his team. They represent 270 members and work really hard. They too have a 2-year agreement. It's important to note that this is the one group that is still going through their member ratification. As you know, part of the collective bargaining process is once we agree on a tentative agreement is the membership has to vote. And all of the others I've referenced before have already ratified. This particular group has an extensive ratification process. Their membership has until June 30th. However, indications look promising and we don't anticipate that going any sideways. In the event we do need to modify, we'll be back July 20th. But Dan Tapia and his team are aware and support coming forward prior to member ratification. This group agreed on a 4% cost of living increase in July of this year, another 4% in January of 2023, and a 3% COLA in 2023. Other things that were important for this group is that deferred compensation, specifically because of the changes that have happened to the Nevada retirement system, and then this being an additional nest egg for pension planning. City was able to get some wins as far as our ability to work a little more improvement on the light duty and some other things. In addition, this group also saw some additional special assignment incentives. So that is a lot in a nutshell. And then we get to the numbers. This summarizes before you just the total cost per group for each of the years. You'll see that in year 2, that is just also compounded from year 1. So those aren't, new dollars being spent. It's taking the compounded effect of year 1, but won't read over it. I am happy to answer any questions. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, Norma, you are awesome. Your whole team is awesome.
Oh,
I mean,
you.
what a breath of fresh air, the change that we've seen.
Thank you.
Quite honestly, HR has been dysfunctional for a very long time, and you really have made all of us proud. And I think put back a lot of trust in that department that absolutely needed to happen. It's been, like I said, very fragmented for many, many years. And
Thank you.
We got it right with you.
I appreciate that.
We feel
Thank you.
proud. So I just want to tell you what a great job you're doing. And I also want to say, this is the first time, and I know we've all, been doing this for a while, that I felt like the contract negotiations went really, really smooth. There have been times where Oscar and I have had to jump in on some. Councilwoman Jardin and I have, Dewar and I have. So we're kind of like familiar that it gets rocky and can be challenging. And because you're so good at your job, we didn't have to do that. So you should be really proud, because I know we are. So we've all been talking about it. And I also want to say all of our labor groups, thank you so much for your hard work and what you guys have done. Like now more than ever, you can really tell it's so important that, your people are your biggest asset in your organization. And especially like with COVID, even though, it divided a lot of us, but it actually united a lot of us on a lot of different ways. And in a different way in which we interact with each other, I think, that I've seen a difference, right? So I just want to say thank you to all the labor groups too, because everyone just kind of really came together, and it was a breath of fresh air. All right, I believe, am I starting with you, Councilwoman Dewar? Sure. Well, then I'll go to Councilwoman.
No, I
Reese.
said sure.
Okay, well, I don't know. I just wanted, is
Yeah.
that
I don't know.
correct?
I think,
Was that
anyway,
correct, or was that from the old screen?
I don't know, but I did want to speak, so.
Okay, so I'm gonna go with Councilman Reese, then I'll come right back to
Fine.
you. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll sort of start with some general comments. First, I think as Madam Mayor said, our people are really what make the city. So our employees throughout all of these groups, and of course the unrepresented folks, they are why we do what we do. They allow us to do what we do. And it is really a sort of inflection moment every year when we take a look at where our folks are, how we can support them better, what are their needs. And this sometimes comes across in the minutia of the daily negotiating in a way that can seem less important than it really is. And so I want all of our employees to know that this body really does support their efforts. We are looking for ways to make sure that they can find a sort of a life balance with work. We do want to make sure that they go home to their families safely each night. We do want to make sure that they have the opportunities to support their needs and their families. So these are all a reflection of that. If you look at our budget process, of course, the largest line item in general is our wages, salary, benefits for our employees. So we're mindful of that. Every time we design our budget, we really are also reflecting the needs of our organization. And the organization has, depending on when the folks are counting the number of heads in the organization, somewhere between 1,700 and can flex up to, I think, 2,200 at the top end. And all those people matter. All of them are important to the organization, and how we treat them and how we interact with them every day in small ways is important. And so I think that's the first thing I would say. The second thing I will say is that labor negotiations are always complex, and they do involve multiple different types of personalities. When you are negotiating with 8 different groups at one time, now you're really talking about juggling a lot of balls. So I think the first thing we got right this time around is we hired you. So that's
Somebody
the first
with 10
thing.
personalities.
A lot of personalities there, and but we did get something right, and that was hiring you. It is also working with Mr. Pruitt and also finance and HR, the city manager's office. You all have done an amazing job, and so congratulations to you and the team. We also made some changes internally to get away from using outside consultants. I think there were at times a real belief among our people that when we did that, we were sort of lessening the impact of the relationships that you and your team could build. And sometimes you need people to help from the outside. I get that. There was a moment where we authorized some outside legal services, but in general, we made a change in the way that those negotiations would happen because, again, we hired you and you did an amazing job. All of the groups up there, I think I could say great things about, but I think I only see 2 of the groups here today, and some are actually over here in the staff side. But both the RPPA, who I had the privilege of representing in my capacity as a lawyer for many years, and also Local 731. These are amazing people. These are heroes that are on the front lines every day, and they make a difference in the city every day, and so I just want to call them out specifically. I may have some more to say in round 2, but specifically those 2 are keeping this community safe. They are the heroes and heroines of our community, and my heart is with them always.
All right, great comments. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. Norma, I think you're going to get a lot of praise through this process. I think those of us that have, all of us that have been on the council for quite some time, we have seen some fairly rocky negotiations, and we've seen some successful ones, and you certainly are at the very top of that list in, I think, the smoothest that I've seen since I've been on the council, and that is an attribute that not everybody possesses. Being able to walk the line of what we are needing, wanting, and believing is the best, and what they are needing, wanting, and believing is the best, and finding a way to have everybody walk away feeling pretty good about everything. That's a skill, and not everybody has that. But it speaks volumes to you, to everybody that was involved in all the negotiations, and in keeping it at times spicy, but a very positive process. Spicy's okay.
Yeah.
But to me, it speaks to your passion about this work as well. And we could see it in all of our meetings and discussions. We could tell that when we would have a conversation with you about a point, you would get excited or energized about something, and we knew you were going to go right out of that room and go work on that issue with every ounce of your being. And then you would come back very excited that there had been a point of agreement. And here we are. We have 1,800 employees. 1,700 employees, vast majority of those are represented. And to have 8 of the 10 groups before us to ratify their, to approve their contracts here today is just unheard of. And again, just to everybody that's worked so hard, we have great people. Turnover is an awful, awful thing, whether it's through burnout or being mistreated. It's not only horrible to the individual that's suffering it, it's horrible to the organization and the taxpayers. I'll get into that more when we have our city manager's review. But kudos to you for recognizing that there were patterns that were occurring, listening to everybody about what the reasons were for some of those departures, and really customizing these contracts to work to keep our very valued personnel and their institutional knowledge and their contributions intact. Because they're the most valuable thing we have. We don't, again, I will say this again, we don't make widgets. We provide service and we provide safety. And we do that through valuing and respecting our employees. And you did that through this process. So thank you for your work.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. A little more piling on. You've already heard it from me, but I think you have done a phenomenal job. And it's not just because I watched you in action. It's because I actually heard from our bargaining units, once you concluded the negotiations and you were getting ready to wrap it up, I heard from at least 5 of the groups independently about what a pleasure you were to work with, how honest and sincere, how driven to wanting to get to yes, to cross the finish line. And those are the things that resonate with me. I don't want to be completely repetitive, but I do want to remark on the issue that, at the end of the day, our employees are the most valuable thing that we have. Not our buildings, not our processes, not our programs, but the people that do it. And that is why I think that we have been committed to doing well by our employees. Even this pay, comp, and class study that you're going to undertake, I heard from several of them that they're interested in what is the end goal there. There is some concern about where it's going, but I've been able to reassure them because I believe you, and you are very genuine about what the purpose there is. It's actually to help people, not harm people. It is there to make sure that our compensation stays in parity with others, and that, frankly, we tend to be a leader in the community for pay so we can attract the best people. I mean, it goes hand in hand. I also wanted to just give a shout out to the bargaining units, some who are here, but others who are listening perhaps online, that they too really deserve praise because I think they were very focused. We're dealing in an environment where we have tremendous inflation, gas prices, cost of living, rent, we just heard rent or owning, very difficult in this environment. And the fact that we were able to step up is so significantly with our compensation package this time, and the fact that they made their needs and wants clear, I think really helped us get to the end. They were clear on what they thought they needed. We were clear on what we wanted to be able to bring to the table. And then finally, or almost finally, one is this point that has been made about different wants and needs. They all are coming from a historical perspective over the last 30 years of how they got there. Some have deferred compensation, some don't. Some have uniform allowances, some don't. It seems very weird to me how we can have such different packages sometimes. But at the end of the day, a lot of the package is the same, and certainly the compensation, our goal was to get people on a parity level, so that we don't have, different ones being paid something different for similar service. And I do have to end on this note that the one thing I do continue to hear is not just the compensation package, but the need for more. Whether I hear it at from let's say the public safety groups themselves, or whether I hear it at doors where I run into, let's say, a police officer or firefighter, they're telling me one-on-one, maybe they took an early retirement or retired a little earlier than they planned because of this burnout issue. And we cannot afford to have, churn in our organization. So I think, Mr. Manager, you've done very well in budgeting, and we've been able to add significant adds to public safety, both fire and police. But I think next year too, we have to really focus on that again. We have to understand how much we've grown, and what the demands on the people are. You sent me, for example, a note at 7 this morning about a apartment complex in my ward that is on fire, and, right?
Well, it's not on fire anymore.
No,
Thanks, guys.
was on fire at 7 this morning. But, the point is that we're adding many, many apartment complexes, many people, a lot of density. And so I think, and I'm sorry I'm over, I just want to speak to the staffing issue. Now that we're starting to get the compensation plans where they need to be, we've made significant adds, but we're going to have to continue making adds. I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just brief. Thank you, Norma. Thank you to your team. Thank you, City Manager Thornley. Thank you to all the union representatives that sat at the table and had candid conversations with us to get us up to a place where we should be. And I appreciate all of you sincerely. It's not often that we get to look at our own, within our own team and our own organization, and say that we have an amazing team here at the City of Reno, and it's just getting that much more better. And I've often talked to employees throughout the organization, and they are that much more proud to be part of our team. So, and that goes with just these honest conversations. We talk about them at the table, and appreciate the unions and all your representatives to have that dialogue. And it's an opportunity for us to continue to grow and make adjustments. And I know there's a lot of conversations about how we continue to innovate and change as a culture and as a community. So I appreciate all of you sincerely for stepping up, to having the dialogue, and again, thinking and putting community first before everything else in the long run, because we're not anything without our community. But thank you, Norma, for your leadership, and thank you, Doug, as well. I'm proud that we're able to work directly with someone here versus going out to a third party, which creates a whole much different issue. So thank you.
Great. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, and I was in the back when you were doing your presentation, but I think one of the things that you said during negotiations in our closed door sessions was locking these up, now before the end of the fiscal year, which is great because there doesn't have to be retro pays, and also allows HR to move on to other things. And it's been way too long since we've done a class and comp study, so I'm excited about that. And I also want to congratulate all on the other side of the teams, particularly the staffers, because when you take those jobs, I had a role at one point for RAPG, you're doing thankless work, but your colleagues do thank you. But I know it's time and energy and it's leadership. The one question I have is, I have two. First of all, this, it's an expansive, there were new benefits that came in. And so that's always, a new thing, a new precedent for the next time you go around. I want to understand, is this $8 million, and I don't see the finance director interim here. Mr. Manager, is the $8 million in this budget that we've adopted, or is it going to require an augmentation?
The $8 million for this year, most of it is in the budget that you approved. Some of it will require probably some delays in hiring some of the other positions that were approved in this budget.
Okay.
To make sure that we keep the balanced budget that you all approved.
Okay, and then at some point, we'll talk about how the compounding 5-year, because we work on a 5-year budgeting cycle, right?
So the compounding 5-year finance has signed off on, and we'll be fine in that space.
Okay, I haven't seen that. I have not seen that. Delaying the starts of some hires, I had not heard that. I just, I really think that we always, and I'm glad we're compensating our employees because, we've got the great resignation, costs are going up for households, and, we need to make sure we have a good workforce that did so much as essential workers during the, during the pandemic emergencies. But I think it's always important to note how these drop into the budget overall. So it's going to result in some delayed in hiring to get us this year to the budget, amount to pay for this. And I presume this 8 million comes with a shadow group of the unrepresented. Have you put a number to that yet, too?
We are still assessing what is the appropriate action for compensation for the unreps. This number before you does not include the unreps.
Okay, so that's going to have implications that we're going to have to deal with on the budget. I really want to understand that, because when you get a number that big, you're competing with it with other resources. And then, but I want to also call out, because over at Tumwa, we were rather surprised to understand how they budget the shadow, I'm going to call them the shadow group, but the unrepresented. And so we bring that forward on a resolution, correct?
Yes, that's correct. All
Okay,
the
and
unreps.
when do you anticipate that coming forward?
July.
July, okay. I also, because I received an email from an employee, and I always like to, open door policy, of concerns. I really, at that time, am going to advocate for an analysis of some of the unrepresented, the part-time temporaries over in parks, the Sierra Kids program, because we need to look at the unrepresented, the folks who are doing that work. At the same time, our eyes are focused on this other workforce. And so I'll be looking for that in July too. Thank you.
I'm actually thrilled to say that we have started that work, and I believe Director Santoyo can speak just briefly about the classic comp and what
Yep,
we're doing
absolutely.
in that space.
So great points made there. Obviously, at the negotiation table, that was a very important focus for everybody at the table for those groups. But you're absolutely right. One of the things we cannot do is that encroachment, that parity, because then you don't entice people to promote and take those additional ranks. One of the things, you're absolutely right, we have to look at the unreps because we may have some of the unionized groups already too close. Part of the compensation and classification study is looking at those parities and how the building blocks work. We have also asked in our scope of work to look at our part-time seasonal as like a phase 2, because we truly believe, along with Director Schroeder, that this is a pipeline to entice those young generations into other career fields. So that is something we're going to be looking at as well.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think, Madam Mayor, I've learned from you over the years that sometimes when you give thanks, you're inevitably going to leave someone out. So I just want to extend a couple of other thoughts. One is to the city manager. I know we're going to have an opportunity to spend a little time with you later this afternoon, but it goes without saying that the leadership at the top really informs a lot of the leadership decisions. Not only are you in the room with us in the back room when we're having those discussions, and for the public's understanding, these contracts do not arrive on our doorstep kind of lightly. There have been no less than, I would say, 20 meetings, and Ms. Santoyo is shaking her head, nodding yes. We are in the back, all of us, going through each one of these contracts very deliberately, talking about our goals as a city, and we're not always in agreement all the time. I mean, we've come to agreements as a group collectively, but there are lots of diverse opinions on this body, and there always are. But Mr. Manager, during that time, you have also continued to stay focused on sort of a positive outlook for how we interact with our groups. And again, I think that speaks to your leadership. So I say thank you to you as well. I've revealed a little bit about our negotiations, and I'll just say I thank my colleagues for the work that goes into it, because this is some of the more complicated work, especially in my experience as a labor lawyer. It's not always easy to understand the implications of each decision in a vacuum, and when we have diverse groups who have different needs, it's not uniform. So appreciate everybody for staying focused. To our other groups, I certainly did not mean to omit and would be remiss not to mention Rscba. Those are our deputy chiefs, our lieutenants, our sergeants. I see two of them, Deputy Chief Robinson and Deputy Chief Miller, are with us today. These are folks who are leading in extraordinary times. They are doing the heavy work that comes with a changing environment and reacting and being able to understand the changing nature of policing makes its way then down, not only from the top, but into the ranks. So again, RPSAE has done an incredible job of keeping this community safe, about moving our conversations forward in a positive way. And I'm looking forward to some of the changes that are inevitable within any organization as we go through the next several months, which includes a recruitment for a new police chief. So I'm excited about those groups. And then last thing I'll say is one of the things that we discussed as a body, and which I will put as a notation for how you move forward in the coming years, is that we know the incredible mental strain that many of our public safety folks in both police and fire are under. And so I want to make sure that through our labor process of negotiating those contracts, we are cognizant of that, and we keep in mind the kinds of support structures that they would be needing. Obviously, on the police side, we have a dedicated employee who really is focusing on that. On the fire side, some of it ends up being kind of peer-to-peer support, and we've really got to move those conversations around mental health forward in a robust way, and I think we can do that through this process and through HR support for it. So again, great thanks to you and the team for all the work that's going on. And of course, Madam Mayor, if it's at your wish or any of the wishes of the members of these groups to speak or say their piece, I would not be opposed to that as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Great comments. Okay, go ahead.
Before, I don't know if they wanted to come out and speak. Can I get some clarity? Maybe it's from our city manager. Unless I'm losing my mind, we had talked on numerous occasions in our closed-door sessions about the class and comp and its timing, the unrepresented, and the delay in hiring. So I was a little confused about Councilwoman Breckes' comments that it hadn't been broached, because did we not talk about it?
My recollection is that when we brought sort of the outline of the CBAs to you for the green light to proceed with the ideas crafted between the many groups and Director Santoyo, that we explained the ramifications to the budget. And as part of that conversation, we described the myriad ways in which we can keep the budget balanced without dipping into reserves and meet the obligations of these.
But we talked about the
agreements.
class and comp as well.
We did talk about the class and comp.
Okay, I was like, I swear we talked about this. Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, so I know we have a few people in the audience. I don't know if Mr. Tapia, if you guys want to come up and say a few words. I mean, you don't have to. I know that, it can be uncomfortable, but since you're here and in shorts,
I
know.
go ahead.
First, apologize for my
No, we're
my
kidding.
casual attire.
We're
I didn't
kidding,
know. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to obviously all of you guys. You guys absolutely nailed it by hiring Norma. She's a stud. Like, she was the process was awesome. She's a professional. It was awesome. Thank you to you guys for making the changes that need to happen there as well. So yeah, just thank you to all of you for all the kind words, and we appreciate your support, City Manager, and to Norma. Thank you to everybody.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Mr. Waddle, how you feeling? Get well wishes.
Thank you. Chris Waddle, Reno Police Protective Association. I also want to echo the comments of working with Norma was very, very enjoyable. She's very good at her job at protecting the city and protecting the employees. And never once did we feel that there was any deception or any difficulty. It was a very nice, and I had been warned. This was my first time, and I'd been warned, and nothing came to fruition. It was a nice process, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, with that being said, anyone else? No? Okay, good. All right, here we go. I'm going to send it to you, Vice Mayor. Can we? Yeah, we can do them all, right?
Okay, I'm going to read off the screen. I move to approve the tentative agreements between the City of Reno and Reno Police Protective Association, Reno Police Supervisory Administrative Employees, Deputy Chief Unit, Reno Police Supervisory Administrative Employees, Lieutenant Unit, Reno Police Supervisory Administrative Employees, Deputy Chief Unit. Did I get that wrong? Sorry, if you can see, I'm squinting. Reno Police Supervisory Administrative Employees, Sergeant Unit, Reno Administrative Professional Group, Administrative Unit, Reno Administrative Professional Group, Professional Unit, Reno Firefighters Local 731, International Association of Firefighters, from July 1, 2022 to June 30, 2024.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. All right, thanks you guys. Great job. Okay, Mr. Thornley. D3. Mr. Clerk, we're gonna go with D3.
We are skipping to D3. Okay, just a moment. Item D3 is the Peavine Employment Center RPC objection and appeal.
Good afternoon, City Council, Madam Mayor. I am Brooke Oswald. I am an Associate Planner with Development Services. So the item before you today is a reconsideration and appeal of case CR 22002 Peavine Employment Center. Now that is a regional case number. What we have is a master plan that went before that body for conformance review and was denied on a technical denial on that. So I'll kind of run through the project and quickly run through the process and leave you with a motion here. So the project information, it's approximately 210 acres and 13 parcels. This is located out, that is the intersection of Red Rock Road and 395. That is the intersection of Stead Boulevard and 395. Bringing it a little bit closer to the project. So the previous city council approvals were case LDC 2200018. That was approval of a master plan resolution and a zoning map ordinance. Once again, those were approved by this body. Additionally, we had an associated annexation of approximately 40 acres, ANX 2200001 for that annexation. That was also approved by ordinance by this body. Quickly to look at that master plan, because that's what we're in here for, is to object to the decision of nonconformance by the regional planning agency. The initial master plan amendment was large lot and public, quasi-public on that. As you can see, we don't have a master plan designation up on that top portion of the yellow dashed outline. That is the annexation portion of the project. That was approved by this body to go to mixed employment and parks, greenways, and open space. As you can see, those parks, greenways, and open space create those buffers surrounding the property and those residential units, and also outline the major drainage ways on that project. So that did go before the body, the Regional Planning Commission, for that conformance review, for that master plan. Additionally, there was the project of regional significance. That project of project of regional significance is for employment. It was estimated by Regional Planning Agency that that would be in excess of 200 jobs being created by full build out of this project. So this is a little complicated project, so I put together a timeline and process to help with the understanding of this. Reno City Council originally heard this on March 21st, 2022. Was approval, 6 in favor, 1 opposed. With that approval, the city becomes the sponsor of that to regional, and therefore we become the applicant. Next, that went to the Reno Planning Commission just in May of 26. Regional staff did recommend approval of the conformance review for both the master plan and the project of regional significance. The vote was taken. It was 5 in favor, 4 opposed. It takes a majority of that body for that master plan conformance review, and so that item failed. Those commissioner was 2 commissioners from the county and 2 commissioners from the city of Reno voted non-conformance on that. From that goes to the city of Reno, where we are today, bright yellow, Reno City Council. What we're looking for today is direction and authority to object to that hearing, and then authority if that regional planning commission in their reconsideration decides to, once find it in nonconformance, that we can appeal that to the governing board. So if you do not make this decision today and this decision fails, all the other approvals will fail. So that master plan, zoning map amendment, and annexation are all dependent upon our regional conformance review. If we do file the objection filing, what we will do is go to Regional Planning Commission. I have spoke with their staff, and they can get us on the June 26, 2022 agenda hearing. They will then look at that reconsideration. In that first hearing, we did not have a conformance review for that project of regional significance because Regional's legal felt they did not want to have a conflict related to the master plan nonconformance and possible approval of a conformance of a project of regional conformance at that time. So if that is approved at that point, then we go back to the Reno City Clerk, we certify that master plan, and then we have our zoning ordinance, annexation, and that filing of that handbook, which is associated with the zoning, will all happen. If we do not do that, and we choose to appeal that filing, we go back to the Regional Governing Board. We believe we could be there in August at that point. If they do not approve it, once again, all of those previous approvals fail. If we do, we move on to the Reno City Clerk. So with that, I'll leave you with a motion and available for questions as needed.
All right, thank you so much, Brooke.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, go
Yeah.
ahead.
So I supported this project, and what I'm interested in is, you said 5 in favor, 4 opposed, and this is at the Regional Planning Commission, right? And what I want to understand is, you told us 2 county reps and 2 City of Reno reps opposed. Who was in favor?
That would be our Sparks, one city representative, and then the additional Washoe representatives on that
The
board.
2 Washoe.
Yep.
2 Washoe, 1 Sparks, 1 Reno, but that's only 4.
The two Sparks.
2
Let's see,
Sparks.
yep.
Okay. So could you identify for us what the concern from the folks that opposed was? What
Certainly.
Really delve into that for us and help us understand.
Yeah, and and we went into this in regional too. From the regional went into this very well. What they looked at that the change along North Virginia, so we're seeing a rapid industrial change along that through a lot of that reimagined Reno master plan that we went to industrial in that area. We've seen a tremendous amount of growth in that area. Regional also looked at it from there's about 3% land that really is available for industrial uses within the Truckee Mountains, so we're very limited. This is one of those. So they looked at those, the proximity to 395 and that on-ramp there. So that's how regional was looking at it, and looking at this is really a corridor that we're seeing, and we're really seeing this to the south of 395.
You're saying all the pros, but I wanted to hear what
And I just want to lay out regional's thing first, because
But
this
did
was
regional staff make a recommendation themselves?
they made a recommendation for approval of conformance of this.
Thank you.
So I just want to lay that, because at regional, we did have this discussion. And they laid out that sort of analysis that they did. What we saw from the county is the, opposition to growth in that area, the compatibility with those surrounding larger lot residential units. From our county commissioners, or from our county representatives, and it was a similar vote that they had at the more micro planning commission level, was overall conformity to the master plan and compatibility with the surroundings.
Right, but what are they specifically?
So they are
worried
saying specifically they feel there is a geographical boundary as you move to the west of a little knoll that comes out that creates the little pocket where we are. Let me move back and see if we can do this. So if we go to the far right of this, over by that water tank, they feel that there's a geographical constraint there that could set this area of being different from that industrial. They feel that break should happen there.
So
and
is
that
the water tank the little white?
the little white dot, yes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. to
And
the
so
far
what
right.
you're saying is they feel that general area is sort of a break between what's to the, I guess it would be south-ish?
What would be to our east, and then to the west is what we would have Stonegate starts, the
Further.
Stonegate development to the west.
So they're saying this
Councilwoman
is,
Dewar, your time is up.
all right,
Anyone
just a
else?
boundary issue though? I'm
Yeah,
gonna transition.
where they felt that change should happen.
Okay.
All right. Councilwoman Dewar, I'm going to send it back to you since there's no other questions. I just want to make sure because you were out of time. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm getting a good education here. So what would they have wanted to see? I mean, on one side you have residential, on one side you have industrial. This is where the two meet. And what would they have wanted, do you think, from what you heard?
Do you know, there was no direction on what would be compatible or not compatible. So if we look at compatibility, we'd be half-acre lots out there. That's a really challenging thing to do. This property, it's Rscba property. This was before this body before for housing. With over the last few years, that was denied. And so it was determined that housing was not appropriate at that time in this area.
Is that true? I mean, I don't
Yep.
recall it, that it was the housing
But
itself?
yeah, it was to zone it for residential development. So it wasn't actually a development, but to go at a higher density residential than the LLR one.
LLR is 2.5,
LRR one would allow one unit per acre.
and the proposal then was to go to half?
SF6, FS6, or a much higher density.
Okay. All right, so this is a tough spot. So just to recap, we're in between two kinds of uses.
Mhm.
We've often heard that we need buffers with these uses between industrial and residential. Does this project, since we looked at everything, we looked at the master plan, tentative map, everything, does it have buffers built in any which way?
Yeah, I think we see a geographical buffer to the large Stonegate development to the west that we would expect. We are seeing that continuation of that industrial portion coming down, which is just off to the right of this slide. What the buffers that they incorporated really start to come in. We have a commercial node just off the interstate there.
that.
Yeah, and then as I showed in that master plan, we're seeing those open space buffers and drainage protection buffers within that. Additionally, within that handbook, which is similar to a PUD, it's the SPD, or specific plan district, we have walls coming in, additional
what I
buffers, and
remember.
there are a number of other buffers to those surrounding uses.
Okay, all right, thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, with that being said, I'm gonna hand it to Councilman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to make a motion to support staff's recommendation, and I believe in this. I think that it is the right thing to do. Housing wasn't appropriate there for sure, in my opinion, and warehousing, this is the right thing to do.
Okay, so you giving me a motion?
Yes, I
and
did.
A second?
Madam Mayor, may I comment?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I watched the Regional Planning Commission discussion, and a lot of that discussion about compatibility, I think, was really founded in what was not said, either in our city staff report or regional planning report. I brought it up in comments that within the framework of our master plan, this is in the foothill neighborhood typology, because it essentially is a flank of the Peavine Mountain, backs up, I think, portion of it to Forest Service land. And this sort of use, and the project will flow through to a large mega warehouse, which will flatten, probably the greatest leveling at high elevation in the whole valley, because I think we're looking at some very tall buildings, is not anything that was ever in any way contemplated in the foothill neighborhood typology. And I think, frankly, a true, accurate implementation of the Nevada revised statutes that make your master plan and your development in conformity would have been a text amendment to the master plan to say, oh, we're going to put warehouses in the foothills, which would be absurd, and this is absurd. So this is going to be a tremendous one to watch. And I'll just note, housing wasn't appropriate there. I think the existing zoning is appropriate there. And, just one little example of that is the commentary was, well, we're going to encourage them through the project to have connections up to the forest land. Oh, okay, so we're going to have connections up to the forest land, maybe pass through the preserved drainage ways, along truck traffic, diesel truck traffic pulling in and out facilities, to go across the country or wherever out of this mega warehouse at the highest elevation in the valley that we put a warehouse on. It's going to be a remarkable project to watch. I think it'll waken up a lot of eyes when they see a side flank of Peavine up against the forest land be flattened for a mega warehouse. What, 750,000 square feet in size?
There's no determination of the
Okay,
size of this building.
but it could be. Okay, thank you. I won't be supporting the motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Councilwoman Durr.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, for purposes of today, which is we would sponsor a consideration by governing board, I am willing to lean in and continue where I was. If we hear different information or from our county partners, on this location at regional planning, governing board, I'm not tying my vote there to what we're doing here, but I think it is appropriate to elevate
It's just
it.
to move that forward. It's
That's
not
what I'm
about the
saying.
project,
No,
so-
well, that's what I'm saying. I'm,
No, I know, but
oh,
there were some comments that it was like we're here talking about this and we're not.
well, we're deciding whether to appeal.
Right.
And I'm on the side to appeal, but it's kind of a note to my colleagues at regional planning that I do have an open mind and I want to hear what they present there. So thank you.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries. Okay, thank you so much. Madam, or Mr. Clerk, or Madam Clerk. You guys are changing
jumping around.
fast on me. Okay, D1.
Item D1.
Do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we have no public comment registered for this item.
Okay, Angela, nice to see you. Take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council.
You
Angela
look very
Foos.
Ukraine, I like it.
It's warm and sunny today.
Yes, there you go.
Angela Foos, Assistant Director of Development Services for the record. The next two agenda items are both text amendments to our Title 18 zoning code. This first one is some of these big topics that we talked about when we were actually going through and updating our zoning code. A little bit of history. We spent about 2.5 years really rewriting our zoning code. That was adopted in January of 2021. Now, when we went through that process, there were a number of I'm going to call them big picture topics that we said, this is going to take a little bit more work. Let's put these in a bucket over here and come back to them later. And so what we're looking at now is those bucket of topics. Once we adopted the code, the next step was we went to council. This was about 4 months later, so this was about a year ago. And we said, council, here's that list of topics, things that we said we're going to get to at another time. Give us a priority and a ranking of how you kind of want to have us check these off. So what we're doing today is asking council to initiate these text amendments. Now keep in mind, the only one who can initiate any changes to our zoning code is Planning Commission and City Council, not staff. So this is why this is coming before you guys. Here's those list of topics, and again, they were already prioritized, so that's not what's up for discussion. But just to give you a refresher on some of these bigger picture stuff, affordable housing. Now, we've already had 2 big workshops on this topic. We have another workshop coming up in August. So when we get direction from you at that August meeting, we'll start moving forward with some of those items. Appeals and related procedures, that's something that's been at the forefront of this council for quite some time. Sustainability, that's something we've been talking about for several years. We are working on some of these items outside of the zoning code, right? We're working on these as just general citywide city council priorities, and know that the planning department is involved in those discussions with those other departments. So what this is asking then is, as those different initiatives move forward, if it's something that needs to be changed within our zoning code, that's what is giving us the ability to do that. Now, why are we doing this kind of lumped as one big initiative at this point in time? From a staffing perspective, we don't have the resources to internally move these forward without some help. So these items, we are asking to bring consultants in to help us. We don't have one single consultant in mind. It's going to be really project specific. So for instance, when we're talking about flood hazards or major drainage ways, we want to bring some engineers in to help us come up with something that would make sense. When we're talking about affordable housing and short-term rentals, that would be a very different type of consultant than it would when we're talking about engineers. When we're talking about signs and appeals, we want to bring in someone who has a legal background, who can tell us legally what makes sense from a zoning code perspective. So in terms of timing and process and next steps, this isn't something that's going to happen overnight. Again, we're going to take each of those initiatives and ship them off one by one and kind of get through this process. We are going to be, again, working with consultants, and if it's something that needs to come back to this council to ask for funding, we will do that. We do plan to use building enterprise funds to pay these various consultants, and so we do have funding available to do all of those items. This is the recommended motion, and I'm available for questions.
All right, thank you. Great job, Angela. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I have a little bit of more questions, because you're asking for an initiation to an amendment, and usually we have very specific what we want in that amendment. And you've got some huge broad topics, and then you have a follow-up item, which is, 5 real small print, 5. So I'm real of amendments cleanup, and I'll bring my questions on that. In my experience, when you work in a code that you want to be a cohesive whole, you usually just use that one consultant who then has other avenues of folks to bring in. I mean, maybe the wildland urban interface, because it's going to be a new chapter, you'll bring someone in for that. But I would think that would be under the guise of your code, team. But the most important thing in my view is going to be who your project manager is, because they're going to be able to be the dialogue over to the consultant to kind of let them know how it works. So who is the staff lead?
So both myself and Nathan Gilbert, he's a senior planner, will be taking the lead on all project management.
Okay, I'm confused about that because one, I've seen that and I don't know your position, but when a manager who has other folks under them is the lead on code writing, I don't think it works well. And also maybe Mr. Gilbert will, but I know he's doing a lot of cases. So, I think the reason we're in the problem we're in, which is a code that's, we updated and it's not working very well, is because we haven't assigned the right people because we've had a lot of churn in the department, maybe. I don't know. So, do you have any positions that are unfilled that would maybe be envisioned in a perfect world of doing this?
So at this juncture, this is the direction that we feel works best because we already know the code, we know the issues. Nathan, we have completely restructured his workload, so he is no longer taking on cases.
Oh, we won't see him doing cases at
You will
planning
not.
commissioner here. Okay.
You will not.
Okay, gotcha. And then the next question is, I think because you brought 6 to us, maybe you bring one at a time, and I'm a little confused about the affordable housing one because I thought we gave some specifics on some ordinances. And so I've been looking for those to get introduced to planning commission or a public workshop, but you're saying we're having a public workshop in August on that?
You are, so this will be your 3rd public workshop on affordable housing. We are going to bring to you some other information and ideas as part of the next agenda item, which is the code cleanup.
Yeah.
We can start incorporating some of those, I would call them quick fixes related to affordable housing, but the bigger topics such as accessory dwelling units or an ordinance on tiny homes, we would like to bring in a consultant who has experience writing those types of ordinances and have them kind of take the lead in giving us some direction.
So, it seems like it's taking quite a bit of time to kind of, council.
Right. Councilwoman Breckus, I'm going to cut you off. Sorry, that's over 3 minutes. Going to you, Councilwoman Dorr, and then
Sure.
I'll come back to Councilwoman Breckus.
So I just want to, you said we prioritize these, and I'm sure we did. But I just want to refresh that sustainability a year and a half ago was left on the table when we did Title 18. We just took it out. And I hope that we bring it back. And I know it's a big thing. I mean, it could deal with the building codes for EV charging, or it could deal with solar and where we allow it and where we don't, where we encourage it, community solar, all kind of things. It could be continuation of the trees. So I just put in a pitch for that we left it on the table. We should at least pick it up. Why? Because so much is being built. These things if we have apartment complex, we should be setting out those EV charging station requirements right now. If we have a commercial complex right now, while all this stuff's being built, not 2 years after it's all gone to build, it's all been approved. So that's my greatest fear. The second one is on top priority too is inclusionary zoning. I know that's probably part of the affordable housing, I think, although I don't know. Is it? Do you know?
I think that will be part of the discussion in August when we have another broader discussion on affordable housing.
Okay, fair enough. And then, so I've said that. Number 2, I wanted to say, I once was like in a position similar to you, assistant director of a regulatory department, and I too led the code changes, and I support your role in that because I think that you're very well positioned to see what's happening both up and down, and you have the bandwidth and the knowledge to kind of lead this charge. I did it myself, and we got a lot of ordinances done. So I have confidence that you can carry out this mission. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
From personal experience. And then number 3 is, there are 2 I'm confused about. I don't know what signs, like we spent a lot of time on signs. I would be stunned that there's more to talk about signs right now. But apparently there is, but it certainly hadn't risen to some top level for me. And the other one that I'm a little confused about, but sounds good, is residential compatibility. I don't know what it is really.
So from the sign perspective, I will say that The sign ordinance that we have today is probably one of the biggest challenges we have internally with our staff, trying to administer the sign code. It has been updated multiple times, and there are some flaws that make it very challenging for us
So
to.
it's not really a cleanup thing? You
Oh,
think
it will
it's
be a cleanup. We also want to make sure that we follow some new regulations. You know, the Supreme Court has come up with some new laws related to signs. So we
okay.
definitely need to update our sign code to make sure we are in compliance with those changes.
Okay, and then residential compatibility?
And that was a topic that was brought up when we asked council to prioritize
Yeah.
these. Some of these topics were individually brought up.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we were hearing a lot, I would say this was, a year ago, was concerns about industrial next to residential
Exactly.
and apartments next to single
Exactly.
family. So this will help to kind of take a deeper dive into how do we clean that up.
Well, I'm really pleased about that because we want infill and there's these conflicts. And when we had previous staff here, they pledged to address these issues. And I'm glad to hear they're on the list.
Good.
Okay, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Foos, first of all, thank you. Because of your role with the city, we don't see you as much as we would like at this dais. It's always a privilege, and really working with you, I always get the answers the first time. I get them without pomp and circumstance. I'm so thankful that you're here today with us, and I am confident, as Councilmember Dewar alluded to, that you will shepherd this process, because it's kind of like, herding cats. With not only our own, divergence of ideas, which is true for all of us. Some are interested in, as Councilmember Dewar said, more about an interest in the trees and the build out that's going right now. Others are interested in some of the other interesting things on here. And so I think it'll be incumbent upon all of us just to stay connected and work through those issues as we can. And again, you'll be a great leader in that regard. There are two items on here that are D1 and D2, and I just want to make sure I'm not combining them or collapsing them in any way. So the first one is related to just changes to the annexation and land development code. Is that right?
This first item is some of these big topics that we want to hire a consultant to help us navigate through. The second agenda item that we're going to talk about next is what I would call code cleanups. Smaller changes, things that we will do ourselves by not hiring a consultant, but staff will do it. And I think those are probably the topics that you want to bring in.
Those are the ones that I'll want to get into. But fundamentally, I appreciate your comments earlier with Councilmember Breckus about the utilization of staff resources in such a way that can accomplish the goal. Because you're right, we have had this conversation before. It sometimes is like being replayed on loop, probably in your mind in many ways. You imagine yourself in the upside down or something where we're not really getting to that point where we want to resolve it. But I think that is a matter of staff resources. And at times, each of the departments are starved for the resources they need to be successful. So that's why I'm excited about some of the budgetary augmentations. I'm excited about some of the ways in which the manager's office have restructured departments. As you said, you mentioned Mr. Gilbert being changed into a different role. I also appreciate when you are growing people into the role so that they can go from wherever they are as maybe an entry-level person in a department and coming all the way up to the director-level positions. So I am supportive of your efforts to make those hiring choices outside of the city. At the end of the day, of course, I want, for sure your steady hand, making sure that those folks are doing exactly what they've been tasked to do, and that the priorities at this body are seen through that process. Hope that makes sense.
Yep.
I'll have some comments on some of the other micro, we'll call them, issues that are related to the others, but I appreciate this particular item and am supportive.
Ms. Jardine can go first.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too just wanted to comment kind of following up on what Councilmember Reese was saying. I think the idea of hiring subject matter experts and outside folks to assist with this is really important, not just because we always want to say here at the dais, what are the best practices? What are the experts? How do we shape these sorts of such significant things in the best way possible? And sometimes you just have to be honest that we're not the best at all things. And we need to seek out those that are to help us shape these things. And with your oversight, it'll be fantastic. Probably equally as important is the work that you guys are churning out in your department, and Mr. Gilbert and yourself as well. I would certainly hate for all of those who are out there trying to get projects through to have things delayed because of this. And your focus on that, Mr. Gilbert's focus on that, keeping those things moving and projects going through as quickly and smoothly as possible, to me is the priority. So I'm all in favor of you engaging and getting outside assistance to help us get through this important work as well, so.
And I think that's a great point. Just to remind the council that we have record numbers of building permits. Then we've never seen these numbers of building permits. Same with cases, right? We have a new code, which is great. A lot of those cases that would have previously gone to Planning Commission now go to a 30-day review process. So you don't see them at Planning Commission, but we're still writing just as many staff reports. In fact, more staff reports because we're still doing all these entitlement reviews. So our workload has not decreased with the new zoning code. Our workload has not decreased with the changes in the economy post-COVID. So we're trying to find a way to move these things forward. And what we're doing today is not working. So this is a new way to think. We have the ability because of funding to do this, so let's do it.
Madam Mayor? I just want to understand a little bit more. You're in a division called Development Services?
That's correct.
And how many vacancies do you have right now?
Within the entire division, I think we have maybe 10.
Okay. And you want to bring on a consultant. Are we going to see that RFP? Are you going to RFP, or, because the way I see it is you're going to pick, I'll enter into a contract with the short-term rental person, and then the flood hazard person would be another contract. If I felt that I was going to see a big RFP for council award, even if it's sole source, why this consultant, I'd feel like go. But the way that you present it as, I'll contract with this person here, this person there, I don't see that we, or even if it was the planning commission, are signing off on a plan forward. And so that's what makes me a little uncomfortable with the way you presented this proposal. Because, you could have none of these contracts coming forward for project manager, or you could bring on 10 consultants, and then your division with 10 vacancies, how are they going to manage those 10 consultants? So I think this concept needs to be, eat the elephant one bite at a time sort of thing, and recognizing your limitations of the loads, the vacancies. I've been wondering, kind of along Ms. Stewart's question, is, where's the tree ordinance? Because I know I sat and spent time reading that, ready for that to come forward to the council. I also know that I took a vote to adopt those sustainability ordinances that the Planning Commission had already said bring forward. So until I really see a plan coming from your division that we're going to do this, we're going to do that, even if it's, here's a proposal with the #1 sign ordinance legal team in the country, I'd be like, great, go. But the way you're presenting it, I'm just not seeing that we're going to move forward. And I'm also still really stuck on the fact that housing affordability has been such a big issue for the council, and we haven't seen any code response to that in maybe 18 months. Can you help maybe articulate, what's the first thing you're going to do once this go-ahead is given? What's your plan?
So,
Ms. Foose, if you don't mind.
yeah,
So the council has already identified the priorities of these topics. And so I do think we're going to attack this one bite at a time, as you say, in order through the ranked priorities of this body. What Ms. Foose is saying is that we need the direction to start that process so that we're not just spinning our wheels and spending staff time on something that the body is perhaps not interested in seeing, and she's explaining how it is that we're going to do that, and that is to hire specialized consultants in each of these spaces as needed.
Well, which one's first?
so the top left would be the order: affordable housing, then appeals, then sustainability, and all the way
But
down.
also, wouldn't that depend on, because not all of you in that department work on all of these things. You might go work on this, and you might go work on that, based on whatever that workload looks like, or who's best at it or likes to do that or whatever it is. I think you all have different skill sets, right?
We
And
do.
so, and I would think too, that coming back one by one by one by one would take a lot longer. And this actually should give you more of the freedom to work in sort of that way you can collaborate, but also have freedom to get it done and then bring it back instead of so micromanaged, is how I look at it. And I
Absolutely.
think anytime that we can give you the ability to work smarter, and, you know, get these things done, because they are really important. You guys are working on stuff all the time, like housing, and then when we do housing, like 1,000 homes in 120 days, it's not good enough, or it's, you know, it's a terrible thing. You know, I don't know, it's just crazy to me. So the fact that we would sit here and sort of backlog you when we're trying to give you, you know, the ability to go and do your job to the best, you know, you want to do it, that we're somehow that's you know, not happening here, so.
Yeah, and thank you for the comments. I appreciate that feedback. I feel like we've been given direction. We were given direction last April 2021 when we gave you this list. Now we just want to implement that and move forward. So
Okay.
this is what we're asking you to do.
Perfect. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm just glad that you're giving us, you're like setting the table for us. You're letting us know what you're doing. Those kind of things I really appreciate, because if you were just off working on these things, even though that's good, I wouldn't know it. My constituents wouldn't know it. You know, people that are in the industry or areas affected by these things wouldn't know it. So to that end, 3 points. One, I really support this team concept and contracting out for expert. I think what you're doing is you are getting subject matter experts on topics. You guys can't know everything. Number two, I want to make sure that the public, you know how strongly I feel about this, that they have adequate opportunity. And it isn't just the general public. I mean, it's the specific public that could be potentially affected, but it also is the general public, both sides. And then three, I really do believe like we're going to need some quarterly updates on where you are. What are you working on now? Have you started the next one? I am a very strong on, for example, smoke-free. You just had that up. I have no recollection that we put that on our list, okay? I have no recollection, but it's very probable that we did because you have it here. So it is good to refresh us because it has been a while on what's first, what's second, what's third, or what is in parallel, because I think some of these will be in parallel. And then finally, well, I think I did my finally. My finally was just about the updates, and I do gonna have some comments on this D2 as well, in detail. So here we are, and I'm glad to know it. And could you just keep us updated? Because I don't want you guys working for a year, which has happened. Come back, and we're like, what? You know, what just
Absolutely.
happened? Or did we say that? Was that our input? No. You know, I don't want that to happen to you. So,
Great. We absolutely, definitely will keep you guys informed.
thank you.
Yeah, I'll be brief, and then, Madam Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion. But my brief comment is really in response to the Ward 1 members' claim that your department has not done anything or brought anything forward related to housing affordability. That's flat wrong. We have had a number, perhaps a dozen meetings in which there have been small changes, incremental changes to our code to encourage, for example, I'll just give a couple of them, less parking requirements, changing the code to identify that more units could be had if we allowed for density bonuses in a particular geographic area. There are things that have happened over the last 3 years that I've been on this body that may seem small by some standards, but they have all been focused on that. So thank you to your department for helping us with the things that we can do and the way that we've moved them forward. And I'm only speaking about the two that I can just come up with at the top of my head. We did entire discussions about the way in which the zoning code could be updated to reflect a different change in, you know, housing structure and type. We did a lot of that discussion was related to how do we energize our affordable housing stock. And so you're seeing some of the results of that. If you look out across the city and you see some of those building permits that you talked about and the mayor's initiative on the 1,000 homes, we're seeing more and increasingly dense housing options, especially in the core. So I just think it was important to make sure I said that. And Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
All
I'd like
right,
to talk
please
one
do.
more time.
Everyone's had 2 rounds, and then make your motion and then I can
Okay.
send it to council.
I'll move to initiate an amendment to the Reno Municipal Code Title 18 Annexation and Land Development, including the use of consultants as outlined in the staff report.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, per our rules, for those who, may not be familiar, we each get 3 minutes on any item twice, and then one concluding 1 minute. And I was deprived of that because the motion was made.
No, I believe I counted 2. Yes.
And then don't we have one more round of 1 minute under our rules?
Yeah.
Do we have one more? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, the discretion? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, go ahead. You get your 1 minute.
Yeah.
Actually, you get 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say, because I was pointed out by the person, my person, is I think that when we re-adopted the code, and I think that was 20, and the next item will go into what was hanging chads from that. And Ms. Foose said in April of 21, we went through, or maybe it was Mr. Manager, all of those, right? So it's been April of 21 since we haven't seen any implementation on, those big 10 topics, any of which could be a 2-year project if you're really doing process on them. As someone who, has worked on zoning codes, it's kind of my field as a planner. But so I really think that perhaps the question needs to be posed to the council more is, which is the first one you really want us to get going on? And I'm not seeing that. And maybe the question isn't asked, maybe you have a vision and just want this broader motion that's been made. But I heard somewhere, I thought that the affordable housing one was number 1. And then I also heard we're going to have a workshop in August. So in August, if I'm understanding, we'll have a consultant on board. He or she will explain to us the outlines of a proposed ordinance, and then it would shortly show up at Planning Commission as, embedded into Title 18. Is that how you envision it?
No.
Okay, how would you envision this? Because I'm hearing about this August workshop.
Again, when we talk about affordable housing specifically, there are a number of different things we could add to our zoning code. For instance, we talked at our last workshop about allowing affordable housing projects to go straight to building permit, right? To not have any entitlements required. That's something we can do with this next agenda item. I can put that in the code quickly. That's a code cleanup. There's other things like the ADU ordinance. An ADU ordinance is going to take much longer and require much more robust outreach.
Oh.
So we would bring a consultant in who has done ADU ordinances
Okay.
and have them help us draft that ordinance.
Okay. We'll get to the other item about the quick fix. So that's the accessory dwelling unit ordinance consultant you'll bring on through this motion. What's the next one that you'd be bringing on?
And again, today is not about a work program. That was already established April of 2021 when we got direction from council on the priorities. What we're talking about today is giving us the ability as staff to start working on all of these items. And that's the motion I think we have in front of us.
But if I could, just the consultant, what's the next one after the affordable housing that you'll have a consultant hired for to do here?
Again, I'm not prepared today to give you the work outline. We went through the priority. So affordable housing is one thing that we're going to start right away. Appeals was second on that list.
Appeals, okay.
We're going to start working on that
Okay.
right away.
Appeals and procedures, okay. I think that it would be in the best interest of operations of staff for us to really give you the direction to hire, get the affordable housing stuff going, and then the appeals and procedures. I think that we need, because it's been April 21 since we came up on this list, and we haven't seen an ordinance from it, so I'm not.
Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to support,
Okay, of
just
course.
because I think we need
That's
to
okay.
give more
All right, we have a
definite
motion and a
direction.
second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. One more agenda item.
And I just want to point out to the body that when Councilwoman Breckus said 1 minute, it's if they are asked by the presiding officer. So we typically usually don't do the 1 minute, but if any of you guys want to, please ask and we'll, do we have to vote on that? I think it's just up to me, correct? Okay, all right.
Okay. Again, Angela Foose, Assistant Director for Development Services for the record. So this next agenda item was what we're calling our code cleanup. When we adopted our code, we went from a document that was about 1,200 pages to a new document that was a little over 600 pages. All right, that was a significant change to our zoning code. A great process. We have a great code. It is much easier to use. It is streamlined, and it has a lot more images that's more user-friendly for the folks that have to read it that don't know about zoning. So when we went through that process, we knew that we were going to have to go back and make some edits, some changes. We had anticipated that to be a 6-month code cleanup process. We adopted the code about 17 months ago. And again, due to staffing and resources, we haven't had the ability to actually implement any of those changes. So what we've done in the meantime is anytime we find something that is confusing or leads us down a wrong path, we put it on a list and say, let's put that on the code cleanup list. And that list has been provided for this council as part of the staff report. And so what we're asking for now is to start working on that list. Now, I can break that list, and we have over 250 items on that list of code cleanups. So I can break them into generally 3 big categories. The first one is the obvious one, grammatical, right? Just punctuation, misspelling, misuse of different code references. The next one is inconsistencies. And to give you an example, let's say we have Walgreens that comes to town and says, I want to build a new Walgreens. They give us a parcel. Great, what are my building setbacks? Well, you go to the code, your side setback is 10 feet. Simple. And then we say, oh, but if you are adjacent to residential zoning, you have to go to this section of code. Oh, it looks like your setback is actually 15 feet. Oh, but if you're next to a 3-story building, then you have to go to this other section of code, and it looks like your setback is now 20 feet. Oh, but you're also on a major arterial, so you have to go to this other section. So your setback is now something else. So you get the point. We have a lot of sections of code that are mixed in that we end up just going in circles trying to give somebody answers. We want to clean that up and make it easier to understand and easier to follow. And that third category is the unintended changes. You know, when you take a code that was 1,200 pages and you basically cut it in half to 620 pages, there's going to be areas where you missed. Some of those examples would be, we got rid of a lot of our different zoning categories, right? I think we had over 30 different zoning categories, and we cut that down. We added some new zoning categories as well. We have sections of the code where we, however, didn't bring in those new zoning categories. So we have sections in our landscape code where we actually don't have minimum landscape requirements for certain zoning districts. I would call that a major fatal flaw that we need to fix. Again, the code is not bad. We just found things that, oops, we missed. We need to go back and change. So this was intended to happen about the 6-month in process, and we're now 17 months in, and we really just need to do this. So timing and process. Today you will initiate this text amendment. The next step is staff. So we're not using a consultant for this process. That is just staff updating the zoning code and making those changes. We are going to go back and work with our technical working group. Those were the subject matter experts of folks that use the zoning code. That's the architects, the landscape architects, the planners, the engineers. We're going to go back to them and make sure we're not missing anything and make sure what we're putting into the code makes sense and is something that they can actually use from the developer perspective. Then we'll go to Planning Commission, we'll hold a workshop, we'll go back to Planning Commission and get a formal recommendation. We'll do the same thing with council. First we'll put it in a workshop format where we can get your input, and then we'll go through council adoption. So all in, we're probably looking at a 6 to 9 month process. And again, these are code cleanups, so not major changes, just things that we've been tracking over the last 1.5 years that we know needs to be done. And here's the recommended motion, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Breckes, 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So, you know, I appreciate the categorization.
I'm sorry, Madam Vice Mayor, before we go to questions,
Oh,
we have a public commenter
okay.
who signed up in-house.
Okay, thank you very much.
We have Will Adler present in chambers.
Okay, Mr. Adler.
Hi. So if you could pull up my 40 slide slideshow, That's a joke. That's a joke. Okay. So, anyways, today, thank you all for being here. But briefly, hopefully, you all read the letters that you've received. Collectively, the dispensaries of the city of Reno did want to get a zoning code reinstated that sort of fell off, that nobody was really aware of at the time. And as Ms. Fuss has said, or Fuss has said, we weren't aware of it as well, right? And then it became, clear when the zoning code became updated to us that had fallen off. But generally, Reno has instated 2,500-foot zoning barrier for new dispensaries moving in next to an existing dispensary. And that's basically around reducing of clusters, making sure that you diversify where they go, and making sure basically Reno gets the best bang for the buck out of their dispensaries, that they end up going in different places, adding to the greater sales network of cannabis in the Reno area. This has worked great in the past, and it continues to work great under our perception. And every dispensary that we have zoned since the initial 4 medical have been zoned under that code. So again, we're asking for the reinstatement of that code and some sort of acknowledgement that, the next 2 that are trying to get zoned today, please also zone under that code. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, any further public comment?
That is all the public comments signed in, and I don't see anyone on Zoom with their hand raised. For the record, we did receive 6 comments which were directly associated with this agenda item prior to 4 p.m. on June 7th, 2022. These comments were written correspondence received via our Reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of the comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the Reno.gov meeting portal. 6 of these, all 6 were in favor.
Thank you very
And
much.
that is the end of public comment.
Thank you. Councilwoman Breckus, back to you.
Yeah. So, I mean, by my kind of look at this, I see 14 pages of table columns in 8-point type of these changes, and you said there's over 200 of them. And I appreciate that. The problem I see is some are, grammatical error in 1804-601, change the word measures to measured. I agree with that. But then I see another one about the tree ordinance, a couple about the tree ordinance. Well, that's in a draft form somewhere that I know I've read, so I don't really see that as cleanup because I see it as another initiative. And then likewise, DJ trivia is in, something about that. That's an issue that just popped up as a code issue in the last 6 months. It's not cleanup, in my view. And then I also see several related to the sign ordinance, which, you just said is one of the most complex and problematic provisions to administer, which I can totally agree. So I think it would go on the other effort on the previous item, when you're able to get to that. So my concern is that, I am concerned that you'll be creating new code on here, addressing new issues, horse management, whatever, without in the same bucket of cleanup as changing measures to measured. That's number one. And of course, we'll see the 600-page markup, when it comes out. But number 2 really is that technical committee, and I didn't catch that in the staff report. I objected to that technical committee, and I sat through several of those. I'm a technician when it comes to zoning, but really it's the whole community's code that implements our vision of how we're building our community. And so if you are going back to a stakeholder body, I would encourage the council to include in their motion that the council makes an appointment of that, and staff can recommend who's on that committee. Because that committee, in my view, did not focus in on implementing the master plan. I appreciate the usability point, but it was very hand-selected. And I think we need a bigger representation of participants. I don't think it's fair to continue to say your zoning code is just this group's public document. It's the whole community's. Particularly when you get into appeals and procedures and other issues, but I know you're working on the technical here. So how do you address, that you're changing measures to measured and you're not writing the horse management ordinance? How will we know that? And 2, the technical committee, I would like to see the council include that on that list too. Thank you.
So we will be holding multiple public hearings. We have the Planning Commission workshop, we have the Planning Commission public hearing, we'll have the same process for City Council. It'll actually go to City Council 3 times. So in all, there'll be at least 5 opportunities for the general public to weigh in at any time. We will also be able to put this online, so if there's somebody that wants to review it, if they maybe weren't able to attend one of the 5 meetings, they'll be able to review it online. The list of items that we talked about, that code cleanup, we're going to take that back to that technical working group, which includes planners and engineers and architects and landscape architects, and get their way in. We're not looking to make any substantial changes that would be in the other bucket that we talked about. These are things that, from a user perspective, it's not working. If I have to ask 5 different staff members how to interpret something and I get 3 different answers, we have a problem. That's what we're trying to clean up, and that's what this process will fix.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Reese.
Ms. Foos, I thought that was just an excellent explanation, because I think there's an easy way for us to get lost in the weeds as it relates to things like ensuring that the 2,500-foot limit for dispensaries and now potentially very soon could be consumption lounges. I think that's something that was, like you said, when we took the development code and halved it, some things fell out. And that's something we can fix, and very quickly. But what I've learned in my time in government is that government moves very slowly. Sometimes it's purposefully slow because some people's view of the world is that it should happen in that speed. And other times we've got to make decisions that can be made much more efficiently and cleanly. So I appreciate your willingness to separate the wheat from the chaff. I think DJ trivia is another example. It's just something that has gotten caught up in the sort of interpretation of the code. Certainly is a reasonable interpretation, but one which I think as a body, you have probably seen us grimace at the idea that it's been applied in the way it is, not because our code or enforcement people are doing it wrongly or maliciously, but because it's an unintended consequence. Nerds should have the ability to go and hang out in bars just as much as, sports people do. And so that's another example. Signs. Signs are another one where I understood your explanation just now as being that there would be things that could be fixed about the sign ordinance that would be small, that would be minor, that would be uncontroversial. But there are other things in the sign ordinance that will require some expertise and time. So I trust you to make the decisions between which it is. Is it the small, minor, technical, adding an S or a D to the end of a word versus the other? Great, go forth and do that. There was also a public commenter today who came, and he's been in front of us before, and he had some concerns about group homes. And again, this is one of those things where my expectation is that you are not going to revise any analysis of group homes in this process. It is more akin to the bigger process that would be happening. And so I appreciated your focus too on the number of ways in which the public would have the opportunity to have input into this, because the citizens rightfully want to have a role, and they do play a role in all of the things that we do in City Hall. And so the ability to invite them in, give them the online format to provide commentary, go back to the technical working group, come to the Planning Commission, come here, meet endlessly with any of us. I think that's important because the public has a right to do and be involved in all those things. I think by and large part, many of the public are not interested in changing the grammatical structure of a code section, but they may be interested in the larger issues about group homes or ADUs. I mean, the bigger issues, right? And I trust you to know the difference, right? And I trust you implicitly because I've worked with you for a number of years and seen you to have known the difference. So I'm happy to support this motion. I'll hope that my colleagues are similarly supportive.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Dorr. Thank you. Just a couple things. So there are a number of things that you list on here that I care about because they've come up at the NAB meetings. And they've been pinch points, like drive-through standards. I got cars hanging out on Virginia Street with drive-throughs under today's world.
Yeah.
So if you don't change it, we're going to keep having cars hanging out on Virginia Street, and that's problematic. Code enforcement has had to get all involved, right? We don't want that. So I'll be interested how it changes. Residential adjacency has constantly, it's people's homes. They've invested a lot of money. They care about their property. They feel like they have property rights as much as the guy or gal that wants to develop next to them. Sidewalk and parkway standards. Well, I'll give you a tale of two right next to each other. You got Double Diamond, which has curving sidewalks set back from the streets. And you got Damani Ranch, which has straight sidewalks right on the streets. And I understand when RTC updates Steamboat Parkway, they're going to follow more of the Double Diamond approach of setting the sidewalks back for safety. It's a faster road, 70 accidents in 5 years. Sidewalks should not just be right up on. So the people that care about each of these specific things, I think do, whether it's a me or a member of the public, I do think they should have an opportunity to come. If we're authorizing you to set up a committee, and my colleagues may not like this, but I think those should be public meetings, and that people that want to attend on a specific subject should be allowed to be in the room and hear the conversation. Signs, my colleague brought up signs again. The sign thing is like the people start twitching. In other words, they're worried that somehow in a conversation about signs, the decisions we've made here will get undone. So we have to be super sensitive to that, and allow them to be in the room, hear what the conversation is, and reassure themselves that it isn't to do a substantive, it is a minor change. And what we might think is minor, they might think is major. I mean, that's one example. So I want to know that there's a way for the public to stay involved, because when they come to us and we're in a public hearing, we're not really very good at doing wordsmithing in the moment. And I would love that wordsmithing to happen before it ever comes to us. That's my goal. And then finally, a question about that I personally have. I thought for the longest time that tentative maps were time limited. I've recently looked it up with some of our consultants. They're limited in NRS, and I believe that they were limited in our code to 18 months. And I might be very wrong, but I went looking for it recently, and it may have been one of those things like the dispensary where it's just gone. Like, I think it was there, but it's not there now. So you're saying there never was? Would that be a council initiate?
Years ago, before the first bad recession, there were time limits on tentative maps that were different than state law. We used to put in 18 months or 24 months. However, that changed years ago through state law. So state law gives you 4 years.
4 years, I looked
from
it
the
up.
time you have an approved tentative map till your first final map has to be recorded.
The final map recorded.
The first final map. You can normally
Well,
people
you
do
have
it in
just
phases.
reassured me, because I thought I had lost my mind, because I was sure it was an 18-month tentative map. So it wasn't a thing that would be addressed in this technical.
Nope. We follow state law on that topic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Angela, for your work on this. I too, like Councilmember Reese, think the group homes might have an opportunity to kind of clarify that. And maybe when you bring the information back to us, we will see, oh no, the clarity is there. It's just that's something that's, we've heard a lot about. Rockery walls are another one. Seeing how we may look and learn from the issues in Somerset, and how we may be able to improve processes and through this update and modifications. I think the process you've laid out with the 5 public meetings is sufficient. I think you let the working group do the work. What they produce comes out and is a public document, which at every iteration of public meeting can then have some level of input and modification as it moves through the process. But I certainly want that working group to do its good work. And I think that was a smartly assembled group. I'm not necessarily interested in initiating some new group, because that one's deficient, because I don't believe it is deficient. So anyway, good work on this. Fix what you can fix and needs to be fixed in the short term, and the bigger things, I trust your professional judgment that you can tell the difference.
Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Full agreement with Vice Mayor Jordan on all of her points. It all comes back to Ms. Fuss's professional and smart and common sense way about how we're trying to get to where we need to get accomplished. All the directives that we given to you and to your body, and also with the idea, I mean, we all know that there's the labor shortage in our community, with all the pressures that we have on you and your department to get things done and figure things out, is not fair. And for you to come forward in the way that you did professionally, smart, again, common sense, and say, how do we get there? Is utilize the professionals in our community. You give people the opportunity to grow. And I sincerely believe in your professionalism and your community orientation and your community approach, and all the years that you've shown us to do the work. And so it's just more of a calling out of just saying thank you, and in both D1 and D2, I appreciate your take in terms of for further review. You've never been one to go about doing things yourselves without coming back to us with how things are playing out and moving forward. So thank you, Angela. I appreciate you and your team for what you're bringing forward to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I just want to explain, in the guise of like cleanup, going to the technical committee, and then dropped into ordinance through the public hearing process. I still believe that we should have a formed committee that is appointed by the body, and, maybe 3 meetings, 4 meetings, the landscape architects don't need to show up, but the marijuana people are at the table because that's what's on the agenda. I think we need a more formal process than we had before. And I sat through several of those meetings because this was always a priority for me as an implementation of our master plan and community vision. But I just want to say, for example, one of the columns here is how to redo our development agreement ordinance. The 2-step process. That should be a broader discussion than just at this technical committee with engineers. We're in a lawsuit over a development agreement that the council adopted with a citizen group. It's not cleanup, in my view. It's policies and procedures. And then on the previous item, appeals and procedures. On the previous item, you said that's a big topic we're going to take. So likewise, on page 10, you reference monument signs, and you have other places in this cleanup for signs, but you also have it on the big take it as a whole. So I'm really struggling, if it's measured to measure, that's okay, that's cleanup. But if I see 5 pieces of signage, it seems to me it should be an initiative of its own, just like on page 13, there's something about floor area ratio coverage and that's, to me, in my view, is related to that residential adjacency provision, which really is at point on the group home. The gentleman who spoke today talked about a definitional issue of group home, which I think is probably right, but it was also a residential adjacency compatibility as related to coverage, because they came forward and said someone was able to build a 6,000 square foot structure in a neighborhood with 2,000 square foot homes. So that's a residential adjacency issue. You've got others in here, and I don't think it is cleanup. I think it's an initiative of its own. So I'm struggling. And then on page 8, you have a whole bunch of references to downtown streets, some section of downtown code. I don't think those are cleanup. I think those are, chunks in and of itself. And I'm concerned that this motion, and I want to make your life easiest, to do the cleanup, but I think you threw a lot more in here that was more substantive and would have gone with the previous item. And I'm concerned that, again, the scope is bigger, and when you got too much ahead of you, nothing's really getting achieved or done, and the priorities are very unclear. So I appreciate the list. I just think that more work needs to go on what's in the content. And I'm seeing very substantive issues in here that go outside of, technical cleanup, as I said, or even need more daylighting than just your technical committee. Excuse me. So I will be quiet. I will stop. I know other people are interested in talking, so thank you.
Yeah. So just, I think I'll follow up on that, is just, I think, Angela, everyone has a lot of confidence in you, including me. And that I think just err on the side of caution. If it's starting to seem like it's a bigger thing, then you just gotta pause and understand it's gonna run into a roadblock, whether the public start calling us or writing us, they're gonna hear about it, and then we're gonna end up blocking it, So you don't want that. So you're gonna have to use the discretion to say, gosh, I better bring this back to council because now we're into a bigger sign issue than I realized when we started, that kind of thing. The second thing is just, I didn't really get an answer. When we did the streetscape ordinance, there was a technical group that worked on that. But the public was also allowed to sit in on those meetings, and they were a wide variety. They didn't, like, to her point, to Councilmember Brex's point, they didn't want to be there for lots of stuff, but when it got down to the landscape part of the streetscape ordinance, they were there. Then they didn't come about the paving part, the setback part, the light pole part. They came for the part. So could you just give me some assurance that people besides those designated will be allowed to attend? Or
So the way we have this set up, we have a technical working group. That's not a formal group that has a charter and, right, we don't put agendas out for the public to say, here's where the meeting is. We do allow public comment. So what we can do
Yeah.
is put our meeting dates on our agenda, on our website.
Website?
Again, the public can come. Those aren't meetings where we make motions.
I understand.
It's very
No,
informal.
it was very similar for the streetscape. The people were just allowed to participate. They were asked to opine. Hey, here's expert on the bush thing. You know, could they please speak up because they're here for just that point? But I think that you should still put what topics are going to be discussed, the date, the topics, and who's on the committee. I think those things would help the public participate as appropriate. And when I say public, I am very broad. Could be technical experts that you just didn't happen to pick.
Right.
You know, for this stakeholder group. Is that a workable solution?
If that's the direction of council, we can go that route.
Okay. Well, you actually need direction. I mean, it's just making sure that the process is transparent so that when it comes to us, we have less drama and less challenges. So I'm asking that you put the date, you put what topics are going to be discussed, and if you have a running draft, that you know, put that out there so people can keep up.
Yep, we can do that.
Okay, that'd be great.
Madam Mayor, I move to initiate an amendment to the Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, Annexation Land Development, as specified in the staff report.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
I'm not going to support, because I just don't think we're giving you enough detailed direction to proceed in a methodical way. And I will state that if you go back and check with some of the other staff, I think Callie Wilsey, who's still here, was staffing the technical committee before. I think they did put out agendas. You might have been on the private sector, you might have even been a committee member at the time, but I think they did put out the agendas. I don't think they did minutes following the open meeting law because they're not formed by this body committee, but there was, that did occur. But I'm not going to support, but I hope that my comments and concerns about what's cleanup and what looks like it was from the prior items and is an initiative, and what brings in other constituencies is heard. Because, and I do commend staff who's had a code for 17 months, it's been, for doing this list. You need to do that. And hopefully, you know, you'll get those 10 vacancies done to be able to move forward. But at this point, I'm not supporting because I think you need more direction. Thank you.
All right. I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Opposed?
opposed? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great job, Angela, as always. I would like to take just 5 minutes.
Please.
Just really quick.
Yeah.
And then we are going to keep moving along because Councilman Delgado has a doctor's appointment, so I need to get him out of here. So if you don't mind, so let's take a 5-minute recess, and then we're jumping right back in, and we will start with G4. Is that okay? Perfect? Okay. everyone, we are going to get started because I need to get Councilman Delgado out of here, so I want to make sure that you get your comments on the record. We are going to start with item G4. Mr. Clerk, you're back. You guys are killing me. You're confused.
You're getting it so well.
Okay, as long as I'm staying on track with you both.
So item 4G is the annual valuation for our esteemed city clerk.
Yes, thank you so much. So it's our performance evaluation for the city clerk, and that is Miss Mickey Huntsman. And we have.
I am going to kick it off
kick
for
us
her.
off. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Norma Santoyo, your HR director again. We'll wait just a few
It's the Norma
seconds.
Day. Feel
I
like
know,
Norma
right? It
Day.
feels that way. I'm actually just here to open up the conversation and presentation on the city clerk's performance evaluation.
Okay.
So just waiting a few seconds to get that presentation up. Yes, it is. Thank you. Okay, again, kicking off this presentation. This year, I partnered with your city clerk to conduct a 360-degree review process of your city clerk's performance. It was very important for your city clerk to get feedback from her key stakeholders. So in collaboration with her, we identified 5 key competencies or elements that are important in her role as a city clerk. We invited several internal key stakeholders to provide their thoughts about how Mickey is doing in communications, interpersonal skills and relationships, culture or building an organizational healthy environment, innovation, management, essentially operations, keeping the train on the tracks. Then we asked these key stakeholders to rate Mickey on her performance in these areas by using either an exceeds expectations, meets expectations, or to share with us if they think this is an area of opportunity for growth. And then lastly, if this particular competency did not apply to them, they had an opportunity to check that one. What we did is we developed an online platform to facilitate the feedback process. So all of the stakeholders, including yourselves, members of council, were provided the online platform to submit your performance evaluation. In addition to that online platform, you, specifically council members, were also provided the opportunity to submit your review on paper. Everybody was provided a deadline of May 20th, 2022 to submit the feedback so that we could compile the data and have this presentation for you today. At the conclusion of this window to provide feedback, we had 63 internal City of Reno stakeholders that did provide feedback on Mickey's performance. Yes, it is. Great engagement here.
That's amazing.
What I have for you today is a high-level summary of what your stakeholders had to say about your city clerk's performance. It is very high level, and it's important to note that in your packets, you have extensive detailed responses from these 63 stakeholders in detail with very fruitful data regarding comments and suggestions. So I recommend that you also look at that. Diving in, under communication, what I will highlight for you is that 97% of the key stakeholders said Mickey is performing at meets expectations or above, with 67% saying she's exceeding those expectations. Under interpersonal skills and relationships, this is establishing fruitful relationships, being open and being approachable, and so forth. 92% of the stakeholders stated that Mickey is either meeting or exceeding those expectations. Again, you'll find some great details in the data that you do have, so I am just going to go quickly so we can hear from Mickey soon. Under leadership and organizational culture, 87% of our stakeholders said she's meeting or exceeding expectations. Under innovation, this is an area where Mickey was rated the highest, with 68% of her stakeholders stating she exceeds expectation, and collectively, 97% of these key stakeholders stated she's either meeting or exceeding those expectations. Lastly, under management and operations and keeping that train on the tracks running smoothly, 90% of the stakeholders said that Mickey is meeting or exceeding those expectations. So very quick, but that wraps up my presentation. I am going to hand it over to your city clerk.
Okay, fantastic.
Madam Mayor, may I ask her some questions on the process?
Can we wait till the end? We're gonna wait till the end. Okay, come on up. Mickey.
Norma, thank you for the 360 presentation and the feedback. It has been a pleasure working with you throughout this process to compile constructive and meaningful information. And thank you to those 63 stakeholders who took the time to provide comments, feedback. I'm really grateful for every single one of you. Mayor Rscba, members of the Reno City Council, and Mr. Thornley, I'm honored to be here today. I've participated in 5 of these annual reviews for my predecessor, and never once did I think that I would be standing in this place participating on this end. And in the spirit of transparency, I would like to state for the record, Mr. Clerk, please note that I am both nervous, anxious, and yet extremely excited to close the door on my very first annual review as the Reno City Clerk.
Noted.
And we can't tell it all, so you're doing fabulous, and don't be nervous.
So for history and reference, in August of 2021, this body appointed me as the Reno City Clerk. And today, in accordance with the Reno City Charter and Resolution 8041, we will be reviewing and assessing my performance in that role. My goal for today is to provide you with a bird's eye view of what the city clerk is and what I am responsible for, what my office does as an appointed employee to the Reno City Council, how we impact and support the organization, how we connect to the citizens of Reno, and finally, I hope to wrap up with a highlight reel of my team, as I cannot do my job without them. One of the most commonly asked questions of my office is, what is the function of a city clerk? Our office is proud to be one of the many organizational bridges here at the City of Reno. A quote I refer to often when reminding myself of how critical my job is displayed before you and reads, "Bridges are symbols of progress at many levels. Crossing is always a small ceremony, ending in arrival at some place separated from where we were, except by this slender link." My office is the bridge which connects Reno citizens to their local government and public process. We are the bridge within the organization through public records, records management, financial service support, council support, and so much more. And lastly, we are the bridge for everyday individuals who have aspirations of becoming governing members of this amazing community. And so before I start, I would like to first say thank you to each of you for allowing me to have that privilege. Now, let me actually answer the question of what is my function and what do I do? I may be only 1 year old in clerk years, but this position is identified as being the oldest public servant position in local government, dating back to pre-biblical times. Early archivists used only their memories to serve as the public record. Now, if you will, fast forward a few years, I'm reflecting on our last 13-hour Reno City Council meeting held on April 27th, and I have never been so grateful for technology. I'm not sure how clear my internal archive would be after recording, or my internal archive would be recording information at 11 p.m. after a 16-hour day. However, all joking aside, today the role of the city clerk really hasn't changed much. We're often seen as the glue that holds cities together. While my job functions are governed by charter, city clerks often wear many hats and tend to be the most knowledgeable, networked people within a city. Though you don't always see the hours that go into responding to public records requests, the collaboration sessions needed to develop city initiatives, or the training sessions conducted for process refinement, you experience it every day. This occurs through streamlined council meetings, payments processed by my frontline staff, public noticing for agenda items, supporting elections, tracking and managing boards and commissions, rosters, applications, and appointments. City clerks are often found seeking opportunities to expand customer service to both their internal and external customers. The image before you today is a depiction of why city clerks, archivists, historians, why we exist. We are the living history of organizations across the world. We're constantly protecting and preserving the past while also simultaneously building strategies to maintain access to the future. The second most common question that I get is, what is it like working for public officials? Most people will never have the opportunity to even meet, let alone work for their local leaders. Yet, I share the privilege of serving and working with the 7 of you to bring visions to life. Over the last year, we have executed 115 resolutions to distribute money within this organization and out to various nonprofits that you all support. We've codified 13 ordinances, updating land use code, modifying business license regulations, or setting the annual budget. My office has processed 117 boards and commissions applications, 90 of those of which you appointed to various boards. Boards and commissions are the lifeline of the city of Reno. It is where some of you sitting before me today started your journey in local politics. We want the experience of those individuals from the very first click to be simple and also consistent with the model that we use for the Reno City Council. Because of this, earlier this year, Council completed the purchase of a new agenda management platform, which will also house our boards and commissions applications, rosters, and agendas. We will be working alongside the manager's office to launch this new module, but also to develop a training program for our boards and commissions members. In conjunction with that, we work closely for city council meetings. This body has met 32 times in the last 12 months. This number does not include subcommittee meetings, boards and commissions each of you sit on in your council member capacity. This is just the 32 times you have sat in these chairs to connect with the public and to set policy. My mission in that is a smooth and effective meeting. And I look forward to continue to refine that process through technology updates, connecting with other jurisdictions to understand what is working and what isn't, and by listening to the needs that each of you have. Now, returning back to my bridge analogy, it has been my goal to pursue a deeper connection with the citizens of Reno through social media and other outlets. Rebecca and her team produced the very first City of Reno TikTok video announcing the opening of the 22 candidate filing period, in which we participated in. We developed and launched a Reno Minute, which shared the various platforms in which the public can participate in Reno City Council meetings. We continue to work through media sessions with our local regional partners at the Secretary of State, the Washoe County Registrar of Voters, and the City of Sparks City Clerk's Office to distribute consistent election information. And most recently, Councilmember Reese and I did a Q&A session via Facebook Live during National Municipal Clerks Week. However, our office also provides services to the public in the following ways: through public comment, payment processing, parking services, public noticing of Reno City Council meetings, multilingual citizen support, appeal services, and free notary services. While I have been having fun in my new role, we're also constantly seeking to improve accessibility to our community. Today, I am excited to share with you for the very first time ever that city clerk forms are available to our constituency in both English and Spanish. Another way And the most recognized way that I am connecting with the City of Reno is through our public records requests. This slide reflects total requests received year over year. In 2020, we received 18,000 requests. In 2021, just about 21,000 requests. And in 2022, in Q1, we received 4,800 requests. In the late summer, we hope to be launching, not we hope, we will be launching a new public records platform. This platform is called OneRequest. Through OneRequest, we will publish requests and responsive records to allow the public immediate access to that information which was previously released. I will have more data accessible to support our community and to increase the amount of information we're pushing out instead of pulling in. And we are constantly in conversation, both within this organization and across the region, to understand how to decrease our public records request response times. What are those barriers? How do we bridge those gaps? And now, how are we connecting with our city departments? Throughout my presentations, you've been exposed to a handful of examples of how and where I am going and how I'm actively crossing department lines to collaborate. While the city clerk's office does not fall under the purview of Senor Thornley, we are oftentimes the nerve center for the services needed to function. Because of this separate but same functionality, it is more important to maintain and cultivate a healthy connection across all city departments. We're supporting internal staff through the 330 signatures we have obtained from mayor, council, or executive leaders. We've sworn in 65 team members in the last year. 24 of those were Reno police officers. And just last week, we swore in the Reno Fire Department's 2 fire investigators. And yet, on several occasions, our office is still contacted by other departments to assist with auditing record-keeping processes in order to develop and train best practices and best standards for operating procedures. We have conducted 54 training sessions within this organization on records management, 21 sessions specific to public records requests and how to manage them, 33 sessions specific to records management and retention. And my team recently received praise and accolades from the Reno Municipal Court leadership for developing a streamlined process for tracking warrants. In the fall of 2021, we collaborated with the city manager's office on an ambitious goal to produce a citywide training related to electronic device record management. We set a 30-day completion goal and achieved 98% completion within that time frame. I am focused on sharing information and ensuring compliance with the state of Nevada retention schedules. And finally, as the payment processing center for this organization, we support other teams as related to payment processing and citizen services. It is important to say that at the City of Reno, we are a team, and we are grateful, my office, to be a part of that team, to grow and celebrate with our colleagues. I'm almost done, but before I go, no man is an island, and I'd like to compliment my team. The city clerk's office is comprised of 10 talented, friendly, and ambitious individuals. 1 city council appointment. 2 city clerk appointments. 1 management assistant and 1 records management program assistant. 4 frontline staff members and 1 part-time temp. In addition to the core services we offer, and based on the photos that I just shared, I would be remiss if I did not tell you some fun facts about the people that work for me. In my office, we have 1 professional disc golfer. They are not golf players, they are golfers, for the record.
That's right. You gotta call them golfers.
We have a professional pastry chef. a certified craft beer judge, a cat photographer, a travel blogger, and an artist, among many other talents not shared today. And lastly, in case you hadn't heard it before, we are a multilingual department and offer services in up to 4 languages. In December of 2021, our team suffered an unimaginable loss. Sorry. Beth Stein was a member of our team for 3.5 years. And through the support of each of you, the city manager, most of the people sitting in this room today, city staff, we were given the opportunity to mourn and then to rebuild. Through this process, my team was broken. We have been tested, and we have grown in unimaginable ways. From January to March, we hired 3 new employees, 2 full-time employees and 1 part-time temp. Our bilingual recruitment request was reviewed and approved by the Civil Service Commission, which allowed us to bridge the necessary gap in communication with our local population. We are focused on individual, team, and leadership development by asking the hard questions. How can we be more collaborative? How can we be more communicative? And how can we use the lessons that we have learned to be more effective? And alongside some of Doug's organizational initiatives, we continue to work on our internal culture. We created a training program to develop giving and receiving feedback, a training program to refine communication. Staff created a City Clerks Fund Committee focused on building team relationships both within our department and then also cross-departmentally. And last, and my favorite, we recently launched and awarded our first CCO, City Clerk's Office, Big Dill Award this past week. This is intended to be a peer-to-peer acknowledgement program intended for team members to recognize each other's big and small accomplishments. Whoops. Molly Rosen, shown here, is accepting her first Big Dill Award from the following nomination. Molly did great work on being the only cashier in the city clerk's office for 4 days this month. She never got upset or discouraged. And with that, I'd like to close my presentation by once again saying thank you to all of you. I'm flattered to have this opportunity to be the bridge by all of the kind words that each of you have shared with me over the course of my employment as the city clerk, and I'm really excited to see where this journey continues.
Fantastic. I think you give her a huge round of applause, everyone. And you see how she's so humble. And that's what I love about you, is that you're so genuine and you're so kind to others. And it was really apparent in that presentation because you showed pictures of your team, which is like, our work family, and personalized it, which is so important. And I'm just, honestly, I think I'm always feel like a proud mama, but this is sort of extra special. And then I think Ashley did a great job of transitioning. You guys are very different, but so good at this position in every single way. But the other thing I love about you is that you lift others up. I watch over here, and it seems you're constantly working with everyone so that they can grow into whatever it is they want to do or positions, and I love that about you. And that's a real sign of a leader, actually. Someone that knows I can't do it all, and you let others do it around you too and lift them up. You're really amazing. I'm going to send it to Councilman Delgado because I've got to get him to this appointment at the doctor's office. So go ahead, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thanks for giving me the first shot at this. Yeah, known Mickey for a few years now, and it always prides me still to know that we as a body, we're committed to you and supportive of you to take on the role, even though your humbleness was the first thing you said is, I don't want the job, right? And it's just because, and it really just shows your humility, the way you think about things. It's never about you, it's about your team, it's about the departments, it's about the community. And so it just says it all in terms of just hearing your voice, right, and the tone of it. And that's something that just is so invaluable for our community. It also says something to me with respect to when I feel the confidence, and it's something when people come to you, whether it's at the grocery store, at the gasoline station, they're asking for questions, and you just don't know, and you feel the confidence to be able to say, go to the city clerk's office, they got the answer, in any language, that you would be able to support them. And that is also, for me, really important because it just creates that bridge that you speak about in terms of people feeling comfortable when they go and receive that information sometimes for the very first time. And then that ripple effect in terms of how people are able to communicate that to their family, their friends, and the community around them, right? And so it's an opportunity that we start to kind of embed ourselves and grow that much more as a body. I'll move on and say that, and as part of doing your review, that you've exceeded all my expectations. I know there'll be a lot more knowing you, that you'll add more to your plate, like a lot of the team members do across the city of Reno. And I know you'll exceed those as well. And so I'm just very thankful that you stayed with us, you took on the role, and also really much appreciate your leadership and building the team around you. It's so important. And again, your humbleness, but your thoughtfulness is what carries forward. So thank you, Madam Mayor. With respect to all other of my thoughts and my feelings and my support, I've communicated those to Councilmember Reese. In the case that I'm not able to be here for city managers, I'll definitely try and be here back by that time. I've also done so with Councilmember Reese. So with that, Madam Mayor,
Thank you.
I appreciate you, Mickey, and I'm sorry I got to cut out early.
That's
Thank
okay.
you to my
Thank
colleagues
you
in
for
the
staying
room.
as long as you could.
All right. Councilman Breckus.
Wait, I have questions for Ms. Santoya. Is that how you pronounce it, Ms. Santoya? I want to
It's
ask.
Santoyo.
Santoyo. And you were good enough to meet with us before and explain how you were thinking about conducting the manager's evaluation. At that point, I told you the 3-month calendar had the clerk's evaluation on, and so you kind of synced up the two. And then you put a May 20 deadline for comments, and with 3 council meetings in a row, that wasn't a deadline I was going to make, but I did make the deadline for the manager at the end of last week, and then this week made the clerks. You said there were 67 reviewers for the clerk. Are council comments from the survey rolled up into that? Are those discernible, different, and separate and apart from these internal stakeholders?
In my presentation, I referenced 63 respondents.
Okay.
Of the 63, 5 of them are council members.
But
And
it's,
there's the 2 that came in afterwards that I believe are in your packet.
okay, but a member of the public cannot see separate the council reviewers from those other ones. They're rolled up.
That's correct.
Okay. Through the surveys instrument.
Unless they were
Okay.
attached individually to the
Yeah.
packet.
And I don't have any problem with that. I thought that we, as the individual reviewers and the boss body, if you will, was going to be getting those and her self-appraisal, and then that would be with us to do our appraisal of their performance. But for me, myself, just to explain for both, I want to be comfortable with having the form prepared by me with my comments as a separate document so people can know where I come from as an elected person. And I didn't understand the outline of that. And I know I missed your deadline, but it was, these are the most important 2 jobs we do, and that would catch the budget do the budget every year. And so I was going to do them on my time frame. I just wanted to understand how those others ones went, because it's a little different from prior years. And with that, I'll conclude and we'll go around, and then I'll have another comments on Ms. Huntsman. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mickey, if you'll come back up. I too, like Councilman Delgado, I know you went into this with some level of trepidation, but we, I think, had great faith in knowing that you would just totally excel at it. I think we could see that in the work that you did with Ashley, but in the way that you approached it, and you jumped in with both feet, and you do it in kind of this quiet confidence sort of way. And I think that was initially some of us, I'll speak for myself, kind of felt like, were you going to be assertive enough to handle some of the complexities that happen in these chambers? And you have certainly excelled in doing that, and you've done it in a way that is always respectful and professional. But we know who's running the show. Make no mistakes about it. I also love that you always shine the light on those that are around you, helping to produce the work. And why does that matter to the public? That matters because at the end of the day, and I will say this over and over again, is we don't make widgets, we produce, we give service. We are here to serve the public and the taxpayers and our constituents. And I can tell you from walking past the second floor and seeing the interactions from people on a variety of different levels, there's a different feeling. It started with Ashley for sure, but there was a joy there that was not there before, and I think it's attributable to all levels of our management. Everybody steps in and covers for others. They get the Big Dill Award. And people will chuckle about that, but I will tell you, as someone who spent many, many years in human resources, maybe that'll be my drinking game when I reference human resources background, that those things are important because we spend the majority of our life at our jobs. So when you build your work family, you also build relationships, and you build, you learn to find out what's important to the person that's working beside you. And I cannot emphasize enough how important the word team is. Because if you value each other, it comes back in spades, and it improves the overall organization and its productivity. And I see that from every aspect of what you do, in your every department and everything that you touch, and the way that you communicate with the community. Everyone that comes to you for something is the most important person, and they feel that. And they feel that you are following things through until they get what they need. And those things come back to us, and I think this is just our opportunity to tell you thank you for all of that. There's nothing negative to say about you. I put in the review, and I'll call out what comments were mine, and I'll do it the next review as well, is our equipment is your only hindrance. And I know that there's improvements coming. But you have band-aided and done what you could with what you had, and you've done it in a very beautiful and professional way, and you've built a great team, and I thank you for your leadership.
Thank you so much.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Huntsman, thank you for being here, for the very thoughtful presentation. I think perhaps there isn't anything that I would say that would mean more to you than the people sitting behind you. So turn around, take a look at all these folks who are in these chambers here to support you. This is not, it's just not a normal thing. It doesn't happen for everyone. And that is really the reflection of the love that the organization has for you. There is no doubt that on the technical side of things, from the changes in process that you have instituted, that from your management in this room, from your investment in new technologies and learning about them, that you are above and beyond your peers, that you excel in all areas. And those are kind of the things that make the technical aspects of the job the thing that you do, but it is the people behind you who are a reflection of the grace and quiet dignity that you bring to the office that really speaks to itself. I think there are things in your review that I hope you will take the time to really sit with, because sometimes this job is hard and you have had a difficult year. There have been moments where I think under normal circumstances, other people might have broken. I think there was, of course, any number of times when the transition from our prior clerk to you could have gone off the rails, but it's been seamless. There has not been a moment where I did not think you were up for the task, and I thank you for that. I'll read a couple of the comments that I found instructive, and sometime you'll have to do this on your own, but I'll just read them in no particular order. It says, I see Mickey operate in 2 lanes. She exists as the clerk for the city council and as a leader and guide for her office staff. She tailors her approach based on the needs of her audience and exceeds expectations regarding communication in both environments. Words like well-spoken, always prepared, proactive, collaborates well with other departments, empathetic. Mickey is a model teammate. The city clerk has created a productive and positive relationship with colleagues and staff and is supportive and responsive to the needs of other departments. And I share those with you because it's much like this analogy of the cookie jar. You got to store some of the cookies in the jar for when those moments come where it's not so easy. Then you reach into the jar and you grab that cookie, right? It's a David Goggins kind of vibe. And I know that you know who I'm talking about. But the point ultimately is to say that you've been a tremendous asset to the city. I will have some comments in my second go around, but I just want you to know that the reflection that you are to this community is really something that we can all be honored by. It is a privilege to see you in the community, and it is a privilege to work with you. I view us absolutely as working in the same direction, and appreciate you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if I can reach the eloquence of my colleagues here today because they've all been so well-spoken and have hit all the high points. But I think it bears repeating that one of the things that was said, which is that you have actually exceeded expectations. So when anybody comes into a new job, you know, it's going to be a training opportunity. You're going to have to step up and do those things. But you almost flew into the job. And it was very evident at my very first meeting with you when you said, I'm a different kind of person. I'm interested in different kind of things. And I want to mold this organization and help it grow in different ways. And I see you nodding your head because you remember that conversation. And I was excited to see where you would go. And I ranked you very high on all of the form. But there's a few things that do stand out. And I'm going to just highlight a couple of those. I think your commitment to innovation is as high as anyone I've ever seen. I think that your interpersonal skills are as high as anyone I've ever seen. And initially, I had said when they asked on the form, like, what would you recommend? And you had said, actually, you were so grateful for the areas that people had said could work on this, could work on that. And you said, I'm grateful to hear where I can go, because that's the feedback you were craving. Well, not everyone is prepared to accept, call it constructive criticism or areas of growth. They're not prepared for that. But you not only were prepared for it, you embraced it. You wanted it. And so, following due diligence, I had put some things down. But in your presentation today, I've had to cross those off because the areas that I was thinking that you might benefit from, whether ICMA, learning more about management, building your team, I think you have more than ably demonstrated today that you should be teaching that class, not taking that class. And so that's very meaningful to me. So anyway, you have really done outstanding.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just would like to say to my colleagues, I can't even,
thank you.
I can't even say, I mean, it's an emotional time for me. I feel like we have the best. We do have the best. And you show it every day, what you do. Of course, you exceeded my expectations, and I think I told you that you did, and I suggested that you would look at what you needed to work on. But again, today I look at you and I go, just keep doing what you're doing. Just keep excelling at what you're doing, and that's all we need. You are so awesome. You show such professionalism in all that you do and all the comments that have been said. I just want to say ditto. You're the best.
Thank you.
And one of the things I want to remind everyone is that I know it was important for Ashley to make sure that you had everything that you needed for your success, right? But the other thing it really proves too, I think this organization needs to really see the benefits of when you build your team around you up into those positions. Because we always hear that we got to go out. And I don't think you're a testament to when you build up and build into those positions, how incredibly effective it can be. Because I hope you go up and then, you know, one of these beautiful faces behind you ends up in there instead of, oh, we got to, you know, that's always how government is. You got to go out, you got to go out, you got to go out. Well, you are the very reason why you shouldn't. You really need to build your team with inside. So I just, like everyone said, they just said such nice things. And gosh, Mickey, you really are. You're tremendous in every single way. It is absolutely an honor for me to have my signature next to you on almost every single document. I feel like if I'm going down, I'm not going down alone. You're coming down with me. I always say that to you, but it really is. And it makes me smile whenever someone, you know, always throws like this in my face and I'm signing it because I see your name next to it. And I just want you to know that it's a real honor. The other, last but not least, absolutely 100% you deserve a raise in every bit of sense of a raise, right? Not to mention, I think there's a study, and I'll get with Norma on this, throughout the country, city halls, especially equity in pay for women. We need to make sure that that is happening because government is actually one space where women do not do as well. And that's a real thing. And I want to make sure that you are rewarded for the hard work that you put in. And not to mention, we need to be a city hall that makes sure that our pay is equitable, especially for women. So I don't know what that looks like, except for I would imagine we have a range of something. Okay. I'll come back to that. I'm going to let them speak, and then we can move on, and we'll go to you, Norma. All right, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, you know, I did my review and I gave you all exceeds and meets and some comments. And I think you're doing a very good job. I think you have the makings of a very good clerk, and I hope you have a long tenure. I've been associated with this organization since 1998, and the clerk's office is so important, vested with so many checks and balances to the overall system. And people who have been there have done a long haul, and that stability and consistency is very good. So in less than a minute, because I want to go back and give a little bit of my comments, I didn't see, I saw your presentation, I appreciate that, but in evaluations, I'd like to know if you identify any areas of growth for you in the next year. And I also want to say, I appreciate doing this evaluation, even though you're only 9 months on. It's a good time to sync it up to the end of our fiscal year. I withheld my comments on the election rolls that you have because the election's still going on, but I didn't see what you think you need to work on.
I appreciate that. The list is fairly long, even though that may seem surprising. My experience in leadership is kind of my bread and butter. It's the thing that I really enjoy and the thing that I'm very passionate about, which I think you all have stated is being evident in my job. The other areas are the areas with which I'm less proficient. I really like to work on very simple, basic things like my time management. A lot of times I do tend to be the taker. I will take, see what I can do, and then I'm trying to like swim through the puddle of information to figure out how I'm going to get everybody the needs that they have asked for. So that's an area that I will seek assistance from Jackie Bryant on because she is the master of that. But there are a lot of things within this organization that I am constantly seeing as areas of growth for myself.
I got to stop you right now because this is my time.
Yep.
It's your time too. And maybe, you know, if others want to hear you, continue on there. But we've been really tight on our rules today. The two areas that I really see, and I called them out, and it's a good review, but I want to give some feedback. A path that I see is one is taking more charge of your charter roll of records. I think the starting point is the CPSM study. that really identified within the police department records and room for that. And I think to expand and do the charter role, you really need to run with that study and work with the manager's office to make sure you're in charge. And it's not a light thing because we're being sued on it. It's not good. Number two is, is advocating for the role of the charter in the organization. I meet with you quarterly. I met with you on Friday. We talked about records. I was shocked to hear just the next day that there's this blockchain way of doing records. You didn't bring it up to me, so you got to make sure, if you did know about it, you got to make sure that everyone knows what you're doing with records on the council. And it is a records issue. It should be coming out of the manager's office. It should be coming out of your office. And so I call up examples, not as that's a good or bad, more as examples.
All right, thank you, Councilman. All right, Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And as with any review, I think there are awesome opportunities to thank you, and I think we've done a fair amount of that, and that's awesome. Obviously, for you professionally, we want to support your continued growth. And so while I don't believe there are any deficiencies, I want you to feel empowered to continue to develop as a leader in the organization, not just in the clerk's office, but organizationally and organization-wide. I think that comes perhaps with professional development. It may come with conferences in other places where clerks gather to learn from one another. And I think, as Councilmember Weber said, you'll be teaching those courses. Sometimes when we teach those courses, we are teaching ourselves. But I do think that what I hope you take away from that is simply that you are going to be with this organization a long time, I hope, and the job will never be the same from day to day, at least not if you're doing it well. And so grow with the organization. You continue to grow as a human being, continue to learn, take the opportunities that are given through the manager's office, which are related to maybe it's books that you're reading, maybe you're reading books among your staff. All of those things are just ways for you to grow professionally, and I just want you to know that we will support that, that we are here to support you in those endeavors as you grow. Madam Mayor, I have spent a fair amount of time looking at some of the financial components of the job, and I know that this is the uncomfortable part in some of these reviews, especially under Nevada law where they're done in public. But I do know currently, because we have viewed you as a director level person, that your salary when we started a year ago as you transitioned over was not even inside the pay range for the directors. So that's something that is a shortcoming on our behalf. So your salary currently is around $139 a year. I think if we're being fair, the range for directors is $142.5 to $186.5, which again shows that you're below even the first step. So I would like to see a 15% increase from that entry director pay step, which would place you somewhere around the neighborhood of $165,000. And that would be my recommendation. The truth be told, I would probably go higher, but I think there has to be opportunity for you to grow in the range. And because I think that you'll be with us for quite a while, it gives you the opportunity to grow as the organization changes as well. So my recommendation and would be my ultimate motion, would be to put you at 15% increase from the entry step of the director pay range, and essentially 165.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much, and I too thank you, Councilmember Reese, for kind of heading in that direction, because it was kind of strange, the amount and the place we put you when you came in. And I do think we need to rectify that in recognition of not only the job that you've done, but the position you hold and the economic conditions we're all in. And we just wrapped up a bunch of our union contracts, and this is not out of line at all. But to recognize the great work you do as well and get you in the range appropriately, I think that's a totally appropriate raise. I did want to also comment on something, and it is infectious. You ever notice how somebody's behaviors become infectious and you begin to mirror the energy in which surrounds you? And we all know that we can sometimes get sucked into a good, gossipy, nasty slugfest, and then you feel kind of ick afterwards, right? But if you are around someone who is a calming and positive presence, you begin to just mirror that as well. And I was thinking of every interaction I've had with you in the last year, regardless of the tensions, is that, I just made that word up, nature of the situation, you have always come to it with this beautifully calm, positive resolution place. And it just kind of soothes everything. So I just want to tell you, it not only is a great attribute for you to have as a human being and a leader, but it helps the rest of us to take the temperature down when things can get a little spicy. And you're very good at that. The other thing which I was so glad to see, and it is a very effective way in which we communicate with our community and we drive up viewership, which then allows us to drive up information we relay back to the community, was the TikTok. And I know some think that's silly and don't do those, and maybe you should do less of those. I think they're fantastic. I think you should do more of those. I think we're the second highest social media Twitter account and behind one of the news outlets now. And we're seeing more and more people engaging and on those platforms. And then we can push out really important safety, community information as well. So Madam Mayor, I'll stop there, but I just wanted to say thank you for stepping out in the TikTok world, which seemed like a stretch for you. Didn't seem like your personality, but it really resonated. So thank you.
And it really brings in a whole new audience that wouldn't engage with City Hall before. So be really proud of that. Again, the innovation piece of it. Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah. I wanted to, sorry, I stopped before, but I wanted to kind of put a exclamation point on something that I don't think's been said here today, and that is that you personify kindness, and it spreads through everything you do. And I think that in itself is a model of interaction between yourself, your team, and your external customers, whether they be constituents, residents, or city staff. So that is like a thread that goes through absolutely everything, and I think it's incredibly important. In terms of areas that you might want to look at, I was actually the one who said you could teach the courses because you're doing the stuff. But at the same time, I know other people that are like you that sort of learn on the job and have an intuitive ability, but they also backstop themselves by gaining book knowledge so that they can say, I have the thing. Like I am the thing, but I also have the degree, credential, whatever it is behind you, and I've gone to the XYZ course, and even if that's all it is. So I concur with the professional development opportunities, just looking for those. I did review what others have suggested, and I wanted to pick out two things. One is everyone seems to think you need to take better care of yourself. And, it's called self-care, and you're looking at the ground, but it's a true thing that we all know, and I think you know, and it's just hard. You've been on this job, you've been on a rushing bullet train to take on the responsibilities, learn everything there is. But I just saw you take a deep sigh, and that's what you have to do periodically during the day and also on the weekends and your time off, and make sure that, you can stay the course, this longevity we're talking about. The other thing is probably this, is that you've got a lot up here. And so it's really about communicating what you do know and speaking up at the right times. And I think that those are just things that you will gain in confidence as you have time in the seat and learn more. But I think that if anything, it's all about, you personally being able to survive this job and thrive in the job and gain knowledge in the job and then share that knowledge. And those would be like the few couple things I would suggest that you think about for next year.
Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say that, and I can say it now because I'm not in tears, that I didn't say anything about your team. And part of you and part of what you've done is you've made your team be the best as well. So, and it's so great when I walk by and they're smiling and they're working and they're helping people. It is just awesome to see just a whole different personality or atmosphere. And so I want to say thank you to those that are here and those that are watching. You have a great leader. And so thank you.
All right, I'm going to send it to Councilman Reese just really quickly. Listen to me. Turn your haters into elevators, okay? Remember that. Because I take a lot of criticism every single day, and what you've done in your department is amazing, and the innovation that you do, and we gotta take risks in our lives if we really wanna get somewhere, right? That's really important to take those risks and utilize that innovation and that just, that hustle. You've got it. There is nothing that you cannot do and that you cannot achieve. So when people sit there and criticize you for whether you didn't do this or do that or the other things, turn your haters into elevators and just stay convicted because you're doing the right thing. You can tell with everyone behind you and how you perform your job, how kind you are to people. I love that about you. You are the face of all the public when they walk in here. They see you. And I have never heard one unkind thing about you, just constantly positive and just, I'm really proud. So just know that. But like I said, I don't want you to listen to any of the criticism. Like, I have to tell myself the same thing. Our jobs, and especially in government, it's all about being criticized. That's all I hear every single day. It's no wonder that people's mental healths are failing, right? Like, seriously, the negative and the nasty. So you just do you, Mickey. You just do you. Okay? All right. Sending it to you, Councilman Reese.
Mayor, before we get to a motion, I just wanted to say for the record, there is no public comment, much to the clerk's great relief.
Yeah. She was like, okay.
Always good
Right.
that there isn't there at this point in time. I think that my motion will be as follows. Move to nominate and confirm Ms. Huntsman as the Big Dill Award winner for today, and to approve a 15% increase from entry step of director pay range to reflect the current award relative to the discussion we've had today.
All right. I have a motion from Councilman
Could I-
Reese. Second.
Could
from
I ask for a
Councilwoman Jordan.
question of clarification on that?
Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, and I don't know, I heard other colleagues mention the pay range, the director rates. Was that in the materials? Where are you getting that information?
I just gathered the information from our salary surveys. Ms. Santoyo was able to provide me some information from my conversations with her.
And so we have a clerk band.
No, and the directors, as clarity, Madam Mayor, the directors have a pay range band, 142,612 to 186,822, I believe. Mr. Manager can confirm with me. Correct. And Ms. Huntsman is outside of that range currently, and I simply have moved her within the range.
Do we have a clerk band in and of itself?
The clerk is included in the director band. She's
Oh,
included as a
it
director of the
is.
department.
And she came in at step 1, and you're wanting to escalate?
No, she's
She was
below.
given a 10% raise from where she was when she was moved into this space, but that left her below the bottom end of the director band.
Okay. I'm sorry, and I want to be very clear. I know the budget is 7% for everyone. And I've been hearing gripes here and over at Tumwa when the managers go up, sometimes big, there's repercussions down below. So I want to be very understanding of an advancement that goes above what the budget range was and what we just did to the bargaining group and what we're anticipating for the unrepresented. So if 15% gets her to what step in the director level?
That puts her mid-range. There aren't really steps. I think, though, when you think about the 7% cost of living adjustment that we're looking at across the CBAs and what we've talked about with respect to unrepresented and certainly for other organizations, that 7% applies to the range. It doesn't necessarily, you shouldn't look at it, I don't think, through the lens of its application to an individual. You should look at it as it raises the bottom of the range 7% and it raises the top of the range 7%. And anything that exists within that range theoretically should be provided for in the budget.
So is it anticipated that the range will move up 7% also? And then so the 15% will be on top of the 7%?
So those are conversations that we are having with Ms. Van Buren. But yes, I think it's very likely that you will see an adjustment in the unrepresented space that mirrors what's going on in our represented, for our
Okay.
represented employees.
At this point,
Norma, did you want to weigh in?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, just to continue what the city manager was saying, so there's two things. The value of the job is through resolution, the value of the job through resolution has been at the 142 to the 186. The cost of living increase, if approved, a 7%, would expand the value of that job. Then there is the incumbent and where that incumbent falls within the range. So what you're entertaining today is moving her through the range based on her performance. I don't know if
Okay.
that complicated it more or made it easier.
Yeah, I think in the future, to be transparent to everyone in the organization, everyone in the community, we need to have this
You're
out
over.
there.
Hold on, sorry.
I'm over. Well, I think I was kind of cut off, actually.
No, you weren't.
You.
So, hold on, I just want to make sure. Anyone else? Go ahead.
I think for sake of clarity, and perhaps Director Santoyo can jump in when I get this wrong, but when we talk about increases to pay, there are two distinct kinds. There is a merit increase, which is what we're talking about broadly here today, and that is pay for performance, right? Ms. Huntsman has done an excellent job. The review reflects that. All of your comments reflect that. And so the recommendation from Councilmember Reese is to reward that with a 15% merit increase. The 7% that we're talking about in CBAs and that we talk about in the context of a cost of living adjustment for our unrepresented employees, I think that's a great way. I think Director Santoyo said it very well. That changes the value of the job. And people get that increase, but they maintain their same status and standing within the pay band as they presently exist.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor.
But also, I just want to remind everyone, when I did my research, you were at not even what most clerks are even in the range. You're much more below. So that's what, and again, also on top of that, the issue that we see in city halls with women. So, go ahead.
And Madam Mayor, to that point, I don't see it as, I see it as an adjustment to
Adjustment,
get
yeah.
you in the range
Yes.
and then to talk about pay for performance. So I kind of see it as,
Yes, it's sort of two.
yeah, I kind of see it as we kind of adjusted the lower end to get you in the ballpark. And then we talked about your performance and then gave you the raise on top of that. So anyway, that's how I saw it, and I think Councilmember Reese laid it out correctly, and I think I seconded the motion, and there we are.
If I could just say,
And then
because I
hold
was.
on one second. Councilwoman?
I mean, I think you've summarized it well, but, and just so we all understand, because it applies to everybody, there's two steps. There is a process of a COLA that has to do with adjusting the pay range, to your point, Mr. Manager. And then there is a merit increase that may or may not be awarded to employees. And I think what we're doing here is we're actually doing two, and there might be a third step. So we are bringing her into the range, so at least she meets the bare minimum, which would be 142.6. That would be like if you were starting today, we would put you there. You've just completed about a year in this job, so we are giving you a merit raise. And any COLA that comes up may move the range. I don't know, I assume it would be applied as well. I'm not sure from what you just said, Doug, and maybe.
Yes, so the cost of living adjustment, while of course it has real ramifications on the budget, I don't believe that this is necessarily the forum, and I don't want to conflate the two things. I
Right.
think you've said it correctly. The motion is to make an adjustment to be sure that Ms. Huntsman is treated equitably with the other directors, her peers.
Right.
And then move her through the range because of her stellar performance over the review period.
Mhm.
The cost of living adjustment that would apply to directors and unrepresented would of course then
Be a separate thing?
it would apply to Ms. Huntsman just in the same way it
Right.
applies to every other director.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, from my position, I can't accept anything more than a 7%. I think it's accelerated higher than I think is right for not even a full year. And it has ramifications, particularly when I'm hearing from part-time Sierra kids, childcare workers, that they feel so stuck. And I just think that we need parity, and this doesn't bring parity. And I will say to everyone involved, California, for example, none of these reviews, these discussions are in open doors. Nevada's very unique in that. It's just how it is. It's always uncomfortable, but I just am not in a position to be able to support a 15% advancement to the one who goes, someone who reports to us at this point.
All right, thank you so much. So I have a motion, I had a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Congratulations. Mwah, mwah, mwah. You're amazing. All right, moving right along. We're gonna head on over to F1, Madam Clerk, or Mr. Clerk, sorry. You two.
We're just gonna keep switching it up. You just gotta really pay attention.
I know. I'm so sorry. Just keep me in line.
Oh, I have no problem with it. All right, so the item we are now jumping to is item F1. It is LDC 22-00045, Meridian 120 South Open Space Ordinance Adoption.
All right, hold on, before we do that, we gotta send it to Carl Hall to read the ordinance.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6630, case number LDC 22-00045, Meridian 120 South Open Space. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 8.3 acres portion of a plus or minus 80.64 acre parcel generally located 0.21 miles southwest of the intersection of Boomtown Garston Road and Old Town Road, from industrial commercial to parks, greenways, and open space, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Ward 5.
All right, thank you so much. May I get a motion? I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say
I'm
aye.
opposed to this one.
All those opposed? Okay.
Madam Mayor, I don't believe you called for public
Public
comment.
comment, sorry.
There is none signed up. There is a hand raised on Zoom, and it happened after the last item. I'm not certain if it was meant to be the last item or this one.
Okay, go ahead. Whatever. Can you get them?
Promoting Melissa. Pulling over. We are not seeing anyone come over, so I guess we're going to. Yeah, Melissa Chancel-Harry, if you'd like to speak, do so now. Otherwise, we will move on. Okay, I think we can move on.
We take a vote?
There was a motion. I didn't catch the mover. Okay, and you were the second. Okay. And they were about to, I don't know if the actual vote was taken.
No,
so-
it wasn't.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
I've spoken.
Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to get clarity. I mean, this is, is there staff here? The Meridian 120, I want to make sure I understand, because now I suddenly feel confused. I got you. This isn't related to the last Meridian that we did.
The last one we did, excuse me, was the first reading. This is the second reading. So you've already voted on this. This is just the second reading. This was the zone change.
Conversion of the commercial to the open space.
Correct.
That's
The
all
industrial.
this one is.
All this is a zone change from industrial to open space.
Right.
Nothing about
Thank you.
units.
It wasn't the one that we did just last meeting.
We did both of them.
Okay, but the second one is not here.
Correct.
Okay,
That was a one-time deal. This is an ordinance change, so we need a first reading and a second reading.
so the last one was the amendment to the Mortensen Garson, the increase in the units, all that stuff.
That was a change to the conditions of approval.
Yes, so that was just a one reading.
Correct.
Okay, so, fine, thank you for clarifying.
Yep.
That's what I wanted to make sure I understood.
Parks and greenways.
Yes, I know I understand. Okay, so maybe we could start again with the motion, the second, now, on the page.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
All right, motion carries. Okay, there we go. Mr. Clerk, back at you.
All right, I believe that'll put us up to item F2, which is,
And I'm going to send that to Mr. Carl Hall to read the ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, bill number 6631, case number ANX 22-00002, Gateway at Galena Annexation, ordinance annexing to and making part of the city of Reno certain specifically described territory of 3 parcels being plus or minus 33.71 acres of property located east of Wedge Parkway, plus or minus 515 feet south of its intersection of Mount Rose Highway within the city of Reno sphere of influence and the Truckee Meadows service area, Washoe County, Nevada, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, Ward 2.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to you, Mr. Clerk. Do you have any public comment on this item?
There is no public signed in, and it does not appear anyone on Zoom is wishing to speak.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a move to adopt.
Aren't you going
from
to
Mr.
let
Reese.
me move to adopt? Thank you.
Are you a second?
I'm the mover.
Oh, you're the mover. Okay, the second. All those in favor say aye.
Thank you.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. All right, G11. This is a potential appointment to the Building Enterprise Advisory Committee. Following pool of applicants listed in order is Douglas Hunter and Judith Rout. And I think who is it's Councilwoman Weber. Go ahead.
Get that on there. I move to appoint Doug Hunter to the Building Enterprise Fund Advisory Committee.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
And that will take us to, it looks like G2, resolution establishing the Community Development Block Grant Subcommittee.
Perfect. Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It does not look like there is any public comment or anyone wishing to speak on Zoom.
Okay, may I get a motion?
Madam Mayor, I'll make the motion. I would like to comment, though, as I understand it, this is staff initiated to give an alternate to the CDBG subcommittee so that there's an opportunity, because it's just 3 of the council, to make quorum, you know. But we just had a CDBG meeting last week, or was it this week? Last week, and I'm on the subcommittee along with Mr. Reese and Delgado, and I would like, before we do our appointments in November, for the subcommittee to convene and talk about if we want to continue having the subcommittee. As you all know, the council doesn't have many subcommittees that just include the members of the body. And I think at the time, and I think it was my idea, that we set up the subcommittee. Perhaps the CDBG process wasn't as clear and well organized and integrated with the CIP budgeting as it is now. And so I was, while I think we could go ahead and do this resolution, I would like for the subcommittee to have a dialogue and a possible recommendation to the body as a whole in November in advance of our assignments to see if it's something we even want to continue. So I just kind of heads up.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It would be my recommendation to the body that we ask Councilmember Weber if she'd be willing to serve on the CDBG subcommittee as an alternate. I think a lot of the city that is eligible for CDBG funds exists in Ward 4. And so putting aside the concern about whether or not this committee should go into perpetuity, which we could decide in November, as Councilmember Breckus has posited, is the idea that Councilmember Weber would be a welcome addition to the body. And I would move to approve staff recommendations with the proviso that Councilmember Weber is nominated and does accept as the alternate.
Okay,
Does that have to come back to a subsequent meeting, though?
I have a motion.
Or can it go now?
Madam Ma-
Yes, go ahead.
No, you can't appoint.
You can appoint?
Can't appoint
I
because
thought that's what we were doing.
No, we're just
No,
adopting
because-
the resolution, but there is a need for an alternate, so that needs to be
I'm sorry.
agendized for another meeting.
Yeah.
I wasn't suggesting that you would accept it, or that would be contingent for the motion, but simply that would be my
But you're just
direction.
saying in the future.
Correct, you're.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion. I
Second.
have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Item G3, acceptance of the updated Human Rights Commission bylaws in accordance with resolution number 8780. May I get a motion?
So moved.
Do I have any public comments? Sorry, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you for that. No, there is no one signed in and no one looking to speak on Zoom.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a motion from Councilman Reese,
Second.
and I have a second from Councilwoman Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Now we're going to go into
believe we're going to go up to item H1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you
No?
want to do the redevelopment first?
Yeah. Let's do redevelopment and then we'll come back to that because we're almost
Yep, that's.
through it. Okay. Mr. Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you to open redevelopment.
Yeah, could we?
We will call to order the Redevelopment Agency Board. I'll take a roll call. Councilmember Breckus.
Here.
Dewar.
Here.
Delgado is absent at this time. Weber.
Here.
Jordan.
Here.
Reese. Here. And Shivi.
Here.
You do have a quorum. Our first
Thank you so
item
much.
is L2, public comment. There is none at this time.
Okay,
We'll
thank
move
you.
along to L3, which is approval of the agenda.
Move to approve.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Sending it
Okay.
right back to you, Mr. Clerk.
You're keeping me on my toes.
All right.
L4 is the approval of minutes.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
You're keeping us on our toes now.
I am. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, not L5. We're going to move to L5 next, resolution to augment the budget of the redevelopment agency of the city of Reno, et cetera.
All right. Madam, Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
All right, thank you so much. May I get a staff presentation or a motion? May I get a motion? I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good presentation.
And that takes us to L6, which is resolution to augment the budget of the redevelopment agency. It's a different one, it's a different item of a similar name.
All right.
RDA 2.
Do you have
Excuse
any
me.
public comment, Mr. Clerk?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a motion to approve. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
And that's L7 is next, the public comment for this, closing public comment. At this time, we do not have anybody signed in.
All right, thank you so much. At this time,
We're
item
looking for a motion to
L8.
adjourn. Yep,
All
correct.
right, thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. All right, we're adjourned. Going back to, we are going to, yeah, we're going to do that. Am I right? Which item are we going back to?
I believe that takes us back to H1,
Okay.
if my math is right.
All right, I'd like to take a 15-minute break and we'll be back. going to resume our meeting.
Okay, yes, we are resuming at 3:45 PM. We're going to give our esteemed city clerk a little break here, and we're going to move on to item H1, which is the annual city manager's performance evaluation.
All right. So at this time, we're going to have a presentation from Mr. Thornley, but before we do that, do you have any public comment?
There is no one signed in, and it does not look like there's anyone wishing to speak on Zoom.
Okay, take it away, Norma.
Okay, hi, Mayor and council members. Norma Santoyo, HR Director. For the record, I am kicking off the presentation of the city manager's performance evaluation. And then I am happy to pass it on to the city manager. Kicking us off, going back in time, August 2020, you hired Mr. Thornley to be our city manager and approved an employment contract. Then October of 2021, you conducted his first performance evaluation and then modified his compensation package. The city, his employment agreement does require city council provide him an annual performance evaluation, and so that is why we are here today. This year, I facilitated a 360-degree performance evaluation process in partnership with the city manager as well as yourselves. I first started with meetings with each of you to gather some guidance, recommendations, and feedback on what the process should look like. The consensus was we needed to get feedback from our stakeholders. In this particular case, ensuring that we're getting feedback from external stakeholders as well as internal stakeholders. Internal stakeholders we asked for feedback included direct reports, indirect reports, and of course, you as council members. Some of the competencies that were identified as important for this role, and we asked feedback on how your city manager is doing, is vision and strategy, communication, his interpersonal skills and ability to build and retain relationships, leadership, and focusing on organizational culture and health. Innovation, of course, is very critical. And lastly, that management component, which is making sure the ship is sailing in the right direction, right speed, and everything is going well. We also asked our stakeholders to provide their feedback and thoughts about how your city manager is doing by rating these areas by using either exceeds expectations, meets expectations, or if they have an area where the city manager can improve on, they could check areas of improvement. What we did is we developed an online platform and provided the stakeholders a link where they could provide their feedback. That facilitated the process and made it easy to provide feedback. In addition, each of you as council members were provided the option to either do it online or to provide a paper performance evaluation of your city manager. Everybody was provided a deadline of May 20th, 2022. First, let's talk about our external stakeholders. Through your guidance and suggestions, we identified 6 key stakeholders in our community that were invited to participate and provide feedback. The way their questions were posed to them was very high level. And for example, in vision and strategy, we provided a high level definition of what vision and strategy meant and asked them if the city manager was either exceeding, meeting the standards, or if there's an area of opportunity to growth. At the end of the day, we had 83% completion rate. That's 5 out of 6 of our external stakeholders providing their feedback. And on average, they spent 6 minutes completing their survey. Next, I'm going to present to you a very high level of the results of both the feedback we receive for internal stakeholders and external stakeholders. I have bucketed them up. So first, we're going to focus on external stakeholders. Prior to going in there, in your packet, you have a very extensive document with very detailed responses from the stakeholders with great commentary, great data to refer to. This is high level, so we're not going to go over all of those details, but please refer to your survey results. Also, before we go on, I want to take a moment to orient you to what you're seeing before you. Because we only have 5 external stakeholders respondents, I have gone on and identified each of the respondents by color and a specific number. So, for example, respondent number 4 will always be respondent number 4 and that color, so you can see the flow of the responses throughout the survey. Under vision and strategy, the majority of this group indicated that the city manager is exceeding expectations, with respondent number 5 stating meets expectations, and you notice respondent number 1 stating this is an area of growth opportunity for the city manager. Under communication skills, we are a little spread out. You will see that 40% state he exceeds, another 40% states he meets, and then that same respondent number 1 indicates this is an area of opportunity for growth. Under interpersonal skills and relationships, you will see that 60% of respondents, or those 3 highlighted there, 4, 3, and 2, believe that your city manager is meeting expectations. And in this particular area, we have number 5 and number 1 indicating this is an area of opportunity. Under culture and leadership, this is the area where we have the most spread. We have 40% indicating, 2 out of the 5 indicating there's an exceeds expectations, and a 20%, spread 20% in each of the other categories. You will note that respondent 1 consistently is marking areas of opportunity here. And then one of the respondents indicated this does not apply to that particular respondent. Under innovation, you have 40% under exceeds and another 40% under meets, and then that same respondent also indicating areas of opportunity for growth for the city manager. That wraps up the external high-level presentation. I'm now going to touch on our internal stakeholders. In this particular group, we extended the invitation to 29 internal stakeholders. Again, this was the direct reports, approximately 13 direct reports of the city manager, and about 6 indirect reports, including the city council members in this group. Of the 29, we have 6 members included of the 29 of your city council members. 86% completed the survey, and they spent on average 47 minutes. Now remember, your survey or your evaluation when you complete it was very detailed. For example, under vision and strategy, there was several subcategories that we asked specifically for you to rate. This is the same evaluation that this whole group saw, so there was definitely a need to spend a lot more time in responding and providing feedback. It's important to note that we did receive 1 paper evaluation that was submitted on June 4th, which was after we compiled and did the presentation, so unfortunately we were not able to include it in this data. However, it is attached to your packet. So, moving on to the high-level review of vision and strategy. I'm going to really touch on highlights of your city manager's performance based on the feedback from your stakeholders. Under vision and strategy, 99% of your stakeholders said your city manager is performing at meets or exceeds standards.
Is that including the external, or is that?
This is specifically your internal, your 29, the 83% from the 29. So the 24 people that responded internally, this is what they're telling us.
And, okay.
So these blue next ones are just your internal. This includes the feedback from council members that made it into the deadline, as well as those direct and indirect reports. Under communication, a quick summary, 97% of this group indicated that he meets or exceeds standards, with close to 89% alone stating he exceeds standards. Under interpersonal skills and relationships, 95% stated that your city manager is meeting expectations or exceeding those expectations. It's important to note there is a few respondents that did say there is opportunities for growth here, and so you can view the details in the document that you have before you. Under leadership and building and cultivating a healthy organizational culture, this group indicated that the city manager is meeting or exceeding expectations. 96% of them stated that, and 81% alone stated that he exceeds standards, and a small amount stated there's areas of opportunity there. Under innovation, this too ranks quite high. 97% of the respondents stated that he is meeting or exceeding expectations. This is one of the areas that rates the highest under exceeds expectations, with close to 90% stating that. Lastly, under management, and this is, again, making sure we're sailing in the right direction smoothly and all is well and nobody's jumping off the ship, 96% of this group states that the city manager is meeting or exceeding standards. And with that, I am happy to pass it on to your city manager.
All right, thank you so much, Norma.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I have my yellow shoes on, and that can only mean one thing. It's time for my annual review. So I've been the city manager here for about 20 months. This is the second time we've done this. 8 months ago, I stood here and I told you that I would endeavor to do better for our community in the coming year. And on behalf of the nearly 1,700 teammates I have the privilege of serving this community with, I think we've hit that mark. Whether it's the balanced budget that you were also proud to pass just a few weeks ago, or being recognized as one of the best places to work in Northern Nevada, I think we're really hitting our stride as a team. And so you saw that compilation of data. I've had it for a couple days so that I'm able to reflect on it. And, you know, I think it's true that sometimes patience is not a virtue of mine. And while I work to be mindful of that shortcoming every day, the best way I can think of to combat it is in assembling thoughtfully a team that makes up for that. And I think we've done that. The team that is behind me, the team that is off in all corners of this organization, has been assembled to make sure that we're better together, that we have organizational strength in areas where maybe we don't shine quite as much as individuals. And I think we complement each other's skill sets in that space. And I think the results of the review here do clearly demonstrate that a lot of my energy, a lot of my focus has been internal to the organization. I can and will work to enhance my relationships and the organization's relationships with our regional partners and other agencies outside this wall. That said, we have an awful lot to celebrate this year. And normally I'd stand here and I'd run through the slide deck of all the things that we are most proud of over the last 12 months. But I want to try something else this year. So we have put together a video year in review, and it's public facing. It will be published to the many platforms that we have at our disposal at the conclusions of today's meeting. And I'd like to play that for you now. When it finishes, I'm just going to need a few more minutes of your time so that we can talk about how we're going to leverage the momentum we've built over the last 20 months and what we're going to do in the year to come. Have fun.
Creating a community that people are proud to call home is our mission here at the City of Reno. As we close out fiscal year 2022, I want to take a few minutes to provide an overview of how the city's worked to achieve that mission for our residents. In 2020, the Reno City Council outlined 6 strategic priorities, providing a framework for our team as we work to serve the residents of the biggest little city. The first strategic priority is fiscal sustainability. It's achieved by promoting financial stability through long-term planning, pursuit of alternative revenue sources, and responsible debt management. For the coming fiscal year 2023, your Reno City Council just approved a total budget of $915 million. And for the first time in more than a decade, the City of Reno has achieved a balanced budget. This year, the city improved our Standard & Poor's rating to a AA- as a result of good economic reserve growth over the past several years. This improved rating shows the long-term financial stability of our city and provides us with the ability to secure funding at lower rates if needed for the future. I encourage you to learn more about the city's budget process by checking out the new virtual budget book online. It's designed to make our complex budgeting process easy to understand. Visit reno.gov/budget or scan the QR code on your screen. Second strategic priority is public safety. This year, the City of Reno began construction on a new public safety center. With an expected completion date of 2024, this new facility will be able to house our growing police department under one roof. In 2021, the Reno Police Department responded to more than 150,000 incidents. The dispatch team processed over 500,000 emergency and non-emergency phone calls and text messages. That's almost 1,400 calls for service per day, every single day. A safe community begins with walkable streets and safe roads. Did you know that Nevada has among the highest rates of pedestrian fatalities in the country? This year, the Reno Police Department established the first ever pedestrian safety zone in the Silver State. Located downtown, this zone lowers speed limits, enhances fines, and changes signage in an effort to reduce the number of pedestrian versus vehicle conflicts in our downtown corridor. As our community continues to grow, so must the team at the Reno Police Department. This past year, we were able to add additional officers, a mobile outreach safety team, forensics investigation team, and our newest four-legged recruit, Winter. Winter is the first facility dog in the state of Nevada to be partnered with a law enforcement agency, and she has one specific purpose: to help calm and comfort victims of crime. These are just a few highlights. The men and women at the Reno Police Department continue to define each and every day what it means to be a model of policing excellence. Speaking of growing, this year the Reno Fire Department was awarded the highly competitive SAFER grant, providing the department with 20 fully funded firefighter positions for our community over the next 3 years. Under the direction of the Reno City Council, we added an additional 10 positions, 2 new engines, and an ambulance to support the growing fire and emergency response needs of our city. These new positions and equipment came just in the nick of time, as the department had its busiest year yet, responding to a record-breaking 47,524 calls for service, averaging nearly 130 calls every day. This includes fire calls, emergency medical response, vehicle accidents, rescue calls, hazardous material incidents. 2021 was an unprecedented year for wildfires in the western United States. The Reno Fire Department responded to 24 wildland fires during one of the worst fire seasons on record, while continuing to provide all of those critical support services in the surrounding area and the Truckee Meadows as a whole. As our community worked toward recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, the Fire Department distributed over 11,000 COVID-19 vaccines to its residents. And any discussion about emergency response also needs to highlight our prevention efforts. This year, the Fire Department completed 5,200 inspections on commercial and residential properties, 3,384 construction inspections, and 1,572 plan reviews. Did you know that the Reno Fire Department's arson prosecution rate is 17% higher than the national average? This year, the team added their newest recruit, Boston, the first arson dog in the state of Nevada. During his first year with the department, Boston investigated 21 fire scenes and alerted on 5 of them. Stay tuned in the coming fiscal years. We work towards adding additional firefighting apparatus and a new Reno Fire Department headquarters for the team. The next strategic priority is economic opportunity, homelessness, and affordable housing. It's the goal of the City of Reno to increase economic opportunities for all residents, address the impacts of homelessness, to support the creation and maintenance of affordable housing. In early 2021, regional partners came together to open the Nevada Cares campus. The campus provides shelter, numerous wraparound services for our most vulnerable residents, including a safe camp, 3 meals a day, shower and laundry facilities, services for pets, just to name a few. This past year, the Reno City Council transferred management of the campus to Washoe County. And while in this past fiscal year, the city supported the campus financially, our staff resources moving forward will be focused on other areas in the continuum of care, including outreach and affordable housing. One critical component to that mission is the Clean and Safe team, which focuses on improving equitable access to Reno's public spaces. They do this by collaborating on outreach with Reno's most vulnerable residents while supporting community health and public safety. This past year, the team worked with several community partners, including the Reno Initiative for Shelter Equality, Karma Box Project, Join Together Northern Nevada, and the Downtown Reno Partnerships Ambassador Program. Through these efforts, the team facilitated over 9,000 one-on-one interactions with unsheltered residents that resulted in 59 housing arrangements being made, 65 identification replacements being provided, and 4 facilitated hires. The work of this team was critical to this year's point-in-time count, which showed a 46% decrease in the number of residents who were living unsheltered, such as in a tent, in a car, or on the street. The team also conducted 229 clean and safe activities, removing over 10,000 yards of community waste. This past year, the city put financial support towards helping residents build stable housing environments by providing more than $5 million in emergency deposit and rental assistance to residents supporting over 1,500 households in our community. City of Reno also worked with the Reno Housing Authority to provide an additional $5.7 million in rental relief for residents in need. Increasing affordable housing options is a priority, and this year the City of Reno supported development of affordable units in 3 critical ways. First was providing more than $2 million in fee waivers to developers to support the creation of 467 new affordable units. Second, we contributed funds towards the development of an additional 1,653 affordable units housed within 7 projects, including the Chocolate Drive Project, Copper Mesa, Dandini North, Marvel Way, Pinion Apartments, The Ridge at Sun Valley, and Vintage at Redfield. Third, the City Council approved the use of American Rescue Plan Act funds to partner with local groups in building transitional housing projects. This includes partnering with VOA to develop the Highway 40 Motel, providing 36 new units with kitchenettes, the Reno Housing Authority to construct Dick Scott Manor, a project that will create 12 new units for veterans with incomes at or below 30% of AMI, and the Community Land Trust to expand on the already successful Village at Sage Street by adding an additional 96 units. The fourth strategic priority addresses economic and community development. Not only is our city working to increase affordable housing options, but to increase housing options across our community as a whole. This is facilitated by a development services team that's focused on achieving a well-planned and economically sustainable city. This past year, the team worked to streamline resources for builders and developers, which led to their ability to perform over 75,000 building inspections and issue more than 13,000 building permits. Some of these resources include a virtual building inspection program and a monthly newsletter for development stakeholders, advising them of permitting activities and other pertinent information. In addition, teams working diligently with developers and builders to provide transparency for residents on new projects coming in the community. This includes a website that outlines all new projects that have been submitted for review, along with a bi-monthly newsletter that outlines the most recent projects submitted. Encourage residents to sign up for these newsletters and visit our website often to view the interactive development project map. The fifth strategic priority identified by the City Council is infrastructure, climate change, and environmental sustainability. As our community grows, maintenance of infrastructure is critical. Last year alone, the City of Reno received over 35,000 service requests from residents covering a wide variety of concerns, potholes to sidewalk repairs, graffiti, and abandoned vehicles. In addition to completing those service requests, our team worked to maintain 710 miles of paved roads, 300 traffic signals, and this past year completed inspections for every school zone in the City of Reno, with over 250 traffic control changes implemented in those zones to improve safety for children. Recently, the team began construction on a new micromobility pilot project in downtown Reno. This project will improve access and connectivity for residents on bicycles, scooters, motorized wheelchairs in the downtown corridor. Another concern as our community grows is water, stormwater, and sewer infrastructure. City of Reno team maintains 784 miles of sanitary sewer pipes, 30 sewer lift stations, and 530 miles of storm drain line. Flooding and stormwater have always been critical factors for our community, and this year the City of Reno stood up a new utility services division. It's working to better prepare our community for stormwater and potential flood events in the future. I look forward to providing more information about that program next year, but until then, I encourage residents to stop by the high water mark sign at Wingfield Park. This FEMA-supported project reminds our community of how high the floodwaters were in 1997 as we work towards long-term infrastructure improvements. In 2016, the City of Reno partnered with regional agencies, including Washoe County, Sparks, UNR, Truckee Meadows Water Authority, and more, to evaluate and determine if advanced purified water can provide long-term benefits for our region's water future. Recently, that program in the North Valleys received the 2021 Project of the Year from the American Society of Civil Engineers. It's innovative projects like these that will set our city up for success and growth in the future. In 2017, the City of Reno adopted a Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. This year, the city became one of the first local governments to monitor carbon emissions in real time. In partnership with the state of Nevada, Washoe County, and Ledger 8760, the city launched an online dashboard for residents providing critical data related to carbon emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, and more. In late 2021, NV Energy selected Moana Springs Park as Northern Nevada's community-based solar resource host site. The resources housed on this site will allow a number of residential and business customers to derive their electricity mix from solar without requiring solar installation on their property. The sixth and final strategic priority identified by the Reno City Council is arts, parks, and historical resources, supporting quality of life for our residents. This year, the City of Reno received a $500,000 grant from the National Endowment for the Arts. is being distributed to arts and culture organizations around the city. In addition, the city provided $200,000 in arts and culture grants to local arts organizations for events and projects. Recently, the city unveiled a new mural on the City Hall parking garage entitled Bluebirds Among Sage. And for those residents who like to be outdoors, the City of Reno maintains 2,093 acres of open space, 87 parks facilities, and numerous fields, pools, trails, and more throughout the biggest little city. This past year, the team was able to make many improvements to those facilities, including new fencing at Yory Park, foosball courts at Teglia's Paradise Park, landscape improvements at Locomotion Plaza, facility improvements at the Plumas Gym, the California Building, and the Evelyn Mount Community Center, and of course, the new skate features located at City Plaza. If you don't know about the City of Reno's Urban Forester and the Relief Reno program, you should. The City of Reno maintains 24,700 trees within our community, and this last year, the Relief Reno program provided 300 more trees for residents to plant in their own yards. Working every year to increase the tree canopy in our community and combat the effects of urban heat islands. However, one of the biggest achievements for this year for Parks and Recreation, securing the funding to build the new Mohana Springs Community Aquatics and Fitness Center. Site work will begin on the project this fall with an estimated completion in summer of 2024. The work at the City of Reno is guided by the strategic priorities set out by the City Council. The larger mission of creating a community that people are proud to call home includes working closely with our community while upholding the highest standards in transparency. This year, the team completed the legally required ward redistricting process with extensive input from our residents, implemented hybrid public meetings to provide access for all residents to participate, began publishing all council memos to the reno.gov website in an accessible and searchable format, and the Reno City Clerk's Office fulfilled more than 21,000 public records requests, providing an open and transparent system for residents to engage with our organization. As we work to build a city that's welcoming to all, our organization has been focused on engaging with our underrepresented communities. For the third time in a row, Reno was awarded a 100 plus on the Municipal Equality Index that examines how inclusive municipal laws, policies, and services are for the LGBTQ plus residents who live and work in our community. But the most important way that we create a community people are proud to call home is providing a work environment that people are proud to be a part of. The City of Reno is committed to building a work environment that supports growth and innovation. It was identified recently as one of the best places to work in Northern Nevada by the Northern Nevada Human Resources Association. This is because of the innovative programs that have been led by the team here, including the launch of One City, Many Voices DEI Speaker Series, more than 1,100 staff members participating in 9 discrete events. Implementation of a monthly recognition program for employees that exemplify our pillars of service, respect, integrity, pride, and creativity. And this year, we'll begin a public search process as we work to hire a new police chief in 2023. Fiscal year 2022 was full of achievements, things to celebrate, and of course, lessons learned for the City of Reno. And on behalf of your elected officials and every member of the City of Reno team, I'd like to thank you for entrusting us with the critical mission of creating a community that you are proud to call home.
I love that.
Well,
I absolutely love that because you can, and I love that you can share that with our community.
Yeah.
well, I am thrilled that we can share it with our community. I think I'd be remiss if I wasn't able to say what you just saw wouldn't have been possible without the leadership of this body, because all of that work is this team trying to bring your vision for the community to life. And so this year, of course, we'll continue to focus on fiscal responsibility and economic sustainability. We'll look at innovation and service delivery, and we'll continue to work on organizational culture and effectiveness, and all in the name of providing the best services and experiences possible for the people who call Reno home. I told you when we talked about our strategic plan back during the budget process that we were going to really take a hard look at data and metrics, and that's what I want to focus on, because I think that's how we're going to continue to move the thing forward. We are going to spend a lot of time, we have been spending a lot of time identifying meaningful data and metrics that we can measure so that next year we can tell this story with data. And so when you think about all the ground that video covered
we aren't going to slow down, right? But we're going to be able to focus on outcomes instead of output. Teen's going to continue to create a community that everyone is able to and proud to call home. So I'm excited for fiscal 23. Thank you for affording me the tremendous privilege of leading this incredibly talented team. I've had a lot of fun, and I look forward to many years of success. Thank you.
So I just want to say, this is the first time that I'll walk out of City Hall and literally people will stop me and say, I just want you to know the culture has changed here, bar none. Not to mention the fact whenever we went and did the best place to work, what is that? I can't remember who put it on, but the Human Resources Association. It was so cool because it was our first time, and it really showed like the work that you've been putting in to make that happen. So I'm so pleased, and you have a huge team obviously behind you and throughout all these different floors at City Hall that are so happy and finally feel like they've been heard, and they've also been allowed to create, and they're in a job that they absolutely love. I mean, I was just talking to many of them before we went back from break, and they were just singing your praises. And you just need to know, Doug, that's one thing about you, like, you show up, you care, like, every day you just want to be better and better and better and better. And you want your team better. And you really are, you're a true leader. And you're always positive. I love that about you. You always have, like, some sort of sports, analogy, or, we're always sharing a lot of positive affirmations. You and I are eternal optimists. We really are. So we're always just trying to, put that back into the organization. And it really shows. And it really shows with the shift in the team. I gotta say, like, being on your floor is so fun. I love it. I love it, love it. It makes me want to come to City Hall. I didn't have that for a long time. I always wanted to be outside because, I love being around the community. I never wanted to be inside because honestly, inside was very dark and has been very dark for a long time. And you have changed that. And you have changed the way that I want to come to work. And so you just need to know that I'm very proud and I'm very grateful that you've changed the way that I want to be inside this building, because I get to enjoy all of you now. Before, many of you guys would hide, you'd be in the darkness somewhere, and that is not the City Hall that I want to see. I always said I want the doors to City Hall to be open for everyone, and you have done that so tremendously well. So I'm very proud.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't want to steal too much from the clerk, but it is truly a team effort. It requires an awful lot of buy-in, and there are an awful lot of moving parts to what we've accomplished over the last 20 months. And so I know it's the time of year where you have to say it's about me, but it is about so many more people than just me. And I very much appreciate their efforts.
And you know how I know it's changed? Because when things are really dysfunctional, you know where they're at? In my office. Do you know that doesn't happen anymore since you and Norma came here? And that says a lot, because I've heard everything. So I just want you to say, like, you guys, all of you guys. Anyway, okay, I'm going to send it to you, Devin Reese. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we did with the last review, Mr. Thornley, I wanted to sort of start with some of the things I noted from the external review and some of the quotes. So I'm going to read a couple of those quotes. So the first one says, please do me a favor, will you lift your heads up and look around this locker room. Look at everybody else in here. And I want you to be grateful you're going through this moment with all these other folks, because I promise you there is something worse out there than being sad, and that is being alone and being sad. Ain't no one in this room alone. I believe in hope. I believe in believe. I want you to know that I value each of your opinions, even when you're wrong. For me, success is not about the wins and losses. It's about helping these young fellas be the best versions of themselves on and off the field. And of course, by now, I hope you've realized I'm not reading quotes from this document that Ms. Santoyo provided. I'm reading from Ted Lasso. And the reason why I do that is because I want you to understand that the cultural shift that has occurred in the organization is really incredible to see. And we are a good and happy place to work. And that starts at the top. And so, you know, the reality of the situation is you're not going to be able to please everyone all the time. You are a human being, so you'll make mistakes. And what we all have to do is work towards that goal of being better each day, as I know you take very seriously each day. And, you know, Ted Lasso has been kind of something that I think you've found very special and engaging, especially during the pandemic. And so in that regard, I think I see little bits of it all over the building that are emblematic of the work that you've put in. And it's in signs on City Hall, it's signs in the in the elevators, but it's also in the people who have joined you today in this room. And again, I'd ask you to turn around and take a look at each one of them who are here, because that really is the story. You can't read a lot of that on this paper, right? It won't tell the story. The video won't even tell the story either, but you will tell the story. And so I appreciate the hard work that you've undertaken. I have sort of lots of thoughts about minutia here and there and everywhere, but I think it is truly exceptional to be part of an organization that you are leading, and I'm thankful every day that we made the choice to hire you. I'm thankful for the people that you have chosen to surround yourself with. I'm thankful for the opportunity to just walk with you in this journey because you make that very easy to do in my esteem. And then I'll leave you with one more quote, and I think it's an important one. And it says, you know what the happiest animal on earth is? It's a goldfish. You know why? Got a 10-second memory. Be a goldfish. So, Mr. Thornley, be a goldfish when it's necessary.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now, I did mine in paper because the way that I want to do my job for the people who put me here is so that they know where I'm at in evaluating the person who holds the very powerful position assigned by charter to run our organization. And when I do those reviews, I made note of this in my, one that ended up being 50 pages, I added a lot of exhibits, is case studies and examples of situations. Now, those in and of themselves really are not the reason for a rating criteria, because we have rating criteria. They're just illustrations, with the exception of one that I put in there related to an incident last November and the fallout of that, which I believe was retaliatory toward me by Mr. Thornley. And that's going to go on a side channel of investigation under our policies to the degree that a investigation is a due process right to myself. And a investigation will be conducted fairly. So I'll leave that aside. But these illustrations, I think, show to me a lot of room for improvement. And I want to say that one, I'll just highlight a few. One is really focus and utilization of resources. And it's come to me with things not being done, and I admit there's a lot being done, and we're coming out of a pandemic, but the wildland-urban interface regulations, the stormwater utility, where is that? The tree ordinance, where is that? Some of these things, even I asked Mr. Thornley the other day at council, where's the Jacobs agreement? Is that executed? Because there were authority delegated to him, and I didn't know if it was in litigation or if it was, done by him. And he said, well, it's just a workload issue. The Lear Theater, what's the plan for that? I don't see a lot of this product that to me is very meaningful being accomplished to do the work to implement, the strategic plan. I said before, and I do believe he likes to be a leader, but I believe that leadership is in a way of socialization, gathering, and fraternization, which is not a bad thing in some ways. But I want to tell everyone here, because we've got a lot of staff here, I worked in this organization for 11 years. We didn't even know when the manager was up for review. Okay, it was just another agenda item. We didn't spend hours sitting through meetings like this to be on the backside of our manager. We didn't really, I sat through events the other day. One was the police memorial, which is one of our most important ceremonial events, but I don't really expect to see 6 members of the management team there. and Boston's birthday party. I really see a lot of activity that I think is maybe in your mind culture building and togetherness, but I see it as resources not doing work. And I don't want to put everyone driving, hard driving all the time, but I see so much socialization and so much gathering that's work hours not being done for things that aren't of substance, in my view, in delivering the product. So I want to emphasize that. I also want to say, and you noted that we have a balanced budget, but the alarming nature that we did, and I mentioned it, the financial house has me very concerned. It said we had a balanced budget, but today when we did the CBAs, it isn't balanced if you have to charter, trigger, or stage the hiring of new positions. That combined with the general obligation debt that's been taken on very much concerns me, and the upheaval in the finance department of recent. The last thing I want to bring up is the ICMA Code of Ethics. Actually, the second to the last thing, but I will go over, Madam Mayor, I guess I'm over. So I will take my second round to talk about ICMA Code of Ethics and about process with our public. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that no matter how educated or talented or experienced one believes that they are, how you treat people is ultimately what integrity is. And you have that in spades. Some don't, and I think it was just exhibited. So, Mr. Manager, the efforts that you put forward to build a culture and an environment doesn't just speak to the great faces that show up here today to support you. I think they do that sometimes to defend you for some of the attacks that you receive. They show up to events in the city because that's what a good organization does. It has events that promote the people, that build relationships and teamwork. And I've never seen this before in our organization. Them attending events, them celebrating the smallest things in physical stature, a dog, is a big deal. You know why? Because those things bring people together and they feel good in that moment and they share that. And it's part of the culture of this organization that is shifting from, as Madam Mayor said, a very dark place that we used to be in, that is no more. And that's because those sorts of examples come from the top. So, Mr. Manager, as we sit here today, and you will do what human nature will have you do, and you will focus on, and you will think about, and you potentially will obsess on a couple of comments. I will urge you not to do that. They are not representative of this body. They are not representative of this city. So I just want you to hear that from me, that singular comments mean nothing. You are doing the right things, you are building the right organization, and we are proud of you for doing that.
Very well said. Excellent. Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Doug. I have, I put a lot of time into the review because I do think that one of our most important jobs is to hire a good you that will inspire everyone and pull them together as a team. And I will jump right to my bottom line that I spent hours working on. And I said, in summary, I think we've made an outstanding choice in Doug Thornley as our city manager. And I mean, all the words and the details are one thing, but the bottom line is I am glad you are here. And I am glad that you not only here, but the people that you've brought along with you. And I think one of the most important things you've done is make very important key hires so that you're not just doing everything and fixing everything, but you actually have people that you can rely on with confidence to get the job done. And I include amongst those people, and I apologize, I'm not listing every single person in this room, but the two people right now that are standing out to me is Jackie Bryan and J.W. Hodge. I mean, they are like your right and left arms or hands. And with them, you can execute, you can get stuff done. And I think that that's made all the difference in this period as compared to last period. Because last period, you were getting your feet on the ground. This period, you are moving out. And let me talk about a couple of the ways that you're moving out. I most highlighted your vision, your leadership, and your communications. I think that you truly, truly care. I think that changes everything because you care about the people here, you care about us. I mean, you actually care about us, okay? You actually listen to what we say. And that means the world to me because we put a lot of time into this job to A, get elected, B, do the job, carry responsibility for the community. And you are actually listening to us. And that's part of the communication process is talking, but hearing and listening and then implementing. And the other area I highlighted was leadership. So council communications, I think you've just changed the world on that. I mentioned the hires, and here's another key thing. I think that you have the confidence as a leader to be willing to experiment and possibly fail in order to move forward and actually achieve the thing. And many people are afraid to fail and afraid that their experiment will go awry and somehow that will reflect on them, and therefore they remain very much in the lane doing the same stuff that's always been done. And the only way that you can innovate is to be prepared to fail. And I think that you have big shoulders and you own up, when things don't quite work out the way you did, whether it's a personnel hire or whether it's a process change or an organizational change, you are willing to reevaluate, rethink, and try it again. And to me, that's everything, because that means that we're going to keep moving forward. And I see I'm coming to the end of my time, so I'll save round 2 for next time.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Just to add on, originally I didn't support your hiring because I didn't think you had the seasoning as a city manager or an assistant city manager. And I still stay convinced of that. And the ICMA Code of Ethics is an attachment to your contract. And I feel that you're not living up to that in 2 ways. One is the politicization and involvement in political process. You sent me a text message saying that you've heard certain things I'm saying out on the campaign trail, and as a result of that, you won't provide me the service that the office expects as a council member from a city manager. That cannot be, and that text is an exhibit to my review. That cannot be. For those who are listening, having a city manager is a setup of a municipality other than a strong mayor who is a political officer. So the city manager has to be apolitical, cannot engage in the politics. And you did, and you cannot do that. Number 2 is you have to treat all members of the body equally with same access to staff, access and response to inquiries. You need to do that. There needs to be parity. You can't advance someone's special project outside of taking direction from the body and not even have meetings with another member of the body. That is just very problematic to the ICMA code. And I wish you would spend time with it, and maybe if the council wants to keep you on, and I'm sure they do, get a mentor, have measurables on how you are training in those ethics. I think they're very important. They also click over a mindset. I think that the ethics are very pliable, and I know as an attorney, you have a bar code of ethics, so you have some baseline, but you really need to understand and live and breathe these for you yourself. And this review is about you. It's not a state of the city, discussion. The second one is the public process. I see that you're very able to exercise and get things done, the refresh of Civic Plaza, the new blockchain. But you're also voiding out any opportunity for the public to be participant in some of these areas, and also for even some people here to even know about it, and that's problematic too. I think that the fundamental was the problem, the strategic plan, that we didn't have a work program to it. So you have a very broad plan to say, this is implementing that. But I think the council needs to narrow you down a little bit more on those accomplishments. But at the same time, while you act executively and affirmatively. I also see a lot of struggle with policy. I think you do well, that Rscba agreement came up and Mr. Murdoch said, you were there. I see a lot of transactional attorney work, but I don't see a lot of policy, and that's how a city does their work and sets the priorities to implement the vision of the community. And I think that's an area of work for you. Thank you.
So one of the things I want to bring up is initiatives, whether it's blockchain or it's the Lear Theater or those things. I find it ironic that when it's what they don't agree with, then it is wrong and not transparent. So you don't just get to pick and choose, for one. The other thing is my mother always told me, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. And I'm having a really hard time doing that right now. Really hard. And one of the things is, quite honestly, I think Councilwoman Breckus, you should have recused yourself whenever we voted on this contract. And you're finally starting to do that after, I don't know how long we've been sitting here, after several years. But basically, Doug Thornley was your husband's boss, and you should have disclosed that because there was a financial relationship. So when we talk about ethics, I find it hard to believe that there was not some preconceived notion of thoughts or ideas about Mr. Thornley personally. And I brought that up at the time, and I really believe you should have recused. That would have been the ethical thing to do. I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I too, part of me struggles with even to respond to what I see as defamatory nonsense. But part of me also has watched for years the damage to the organization and the cost to the efficiencies of the organization through the behaviors of the member from Ward 1. But I think it can best be exhibited by this. Cadence Matievich, Kate Thomas, Sabra Newby, Bill Thomas, Jeff Borchert, among others. What's the common thread? I think all of us in this room know what it is. What does that mean to the taxpayers? When turnover costs approximately 30% of someone's annual salary, it's over $300,000. That should matter to the taxpayers. That's what turnover means to an organization. It not only disrupts, it devalues, it costs you, the taxpayers, when you have someone who runs people off.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I, like you both, am struggling to continue to remain positive. I try to see the silver linings and the good in people, and as a person of faith, I'm both slow to anger and I think also slow to judge. I believe grace is one of the guiding principles, of course, in public service. Your employee evaluations and reviews are robust and have been thoughtfully arrived at. They are outstanding, and your entire team has a great deal to be proud of. The video, I think, was a very good way of visually identifying the year that we've had. And Mr. Thornley, please hear me when I say this. The city of Reno is bigger than you. It is bigger than me, but it is a lot of we, right? And I think you've exhibited that. I want to speak to our employees who are in the room and those who might be watching. I think all of our employees, including you, Mr. Thornley, should be treated with respect and dignity. Our employees should know that we will defend them and will not allow them to be harassed or bullied by a petty tyrant who will run them out of the organization. I hope everyone in this room understands that. I have an open door policy. I will be here when you need me. In truth, one member on this body is dysfunctional, unkind, indecorous, belittling, and in this particular case has crossed the line today in her written materials with defamatory materials. While public officials acting in their capacity certainly enjoy broad immunities related to their office, and there's this concept of free speech, when that free speech is not true and the member knows it to be true, that's defamation per se. And the worry I have is that our city has been exposed to liability. The worry I have is that employees in this room somehow will not feel supported, and that I will not stand for. I can have a lot of disagreements on this dais, but the people on this body have almost to a T, all of them except one have broken bread with me. They've mourned the loss of loved ones together. We've watched our children grow up, and I think it's sad that one member on this body continues to behave as they do. And as I said earlier, Mr. Thornley, I want you to be a goldfish today, in part because this process by which we've invited you here to conduct your review in public is not easy. It's not easy on you. It's certainly not easy on your family. It's not easy on your staff. And what you will take away from this, I hope, is that you are highly respected, highly competent, a leader who has the vision that Councilmember Dewar, I think, rightfully pointed out, is growing. And my hope, of course, is that you will be here for the long haul. Now, when Councilmember Jordan reads a list of people who have been left on the side of the road as roadkill by one member of this body, that worries me. That worries me because I think that you are an excellent leader, and I would hate to see you leave. So any of the comments that I might have in my last round will really be directed at that element of it, and I want you to continue to focus on the positive. Remember what Madam Mayor said, which is if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. And I'll hold my tongue as long as anybody else can, but at some point in time, there's a straw that breaks the camel's back. Thank you so much, Mr. Thornley.
Councilwoman Dorr.
Okay, pretty rough to follow. So I'm going to talk about the city raccoon.
That's AJ.
I know, but it's AJ being
AJ, the
supported
cat's
by
out of bed.
Rebecca, being supported by Doug. I mean, the city raccoon, I say, well, some are maybe not fans because they find them too cheeky. Many just adore them. And our Twitter feed's drawn a lot of attention by developing a personality. And I think that that's the personality writ large. I think that the effort to communicate who we are is really, it does come from you. Because again, I'm going to go back to the fact that I have praised you for your communications, and it's both internal and external. And I think that that raccoon in many ways summarizes. It's a sense of humor. But it's also an effort to engage more with the public, which I truly appreciate. It's an effort to reach out beyond ourselves and be something else, and to explain, define, and engage. And so I think that's kind of well, it looks like Bonnie pressed her button now, but I thought maybe I was going to be the last person. But for me, it summarizes the fact that about 4 or 5 months ago, it seems like, maybe it's longer, I had asked that we step up our efforts in public process and public engagement. And I really think we have. And I wrote in the review 5 stars so far with sort of an asterisk, meaning we're doing really well. And the experiences I've had with the public because of your staff all coming together to help me deal with wild horses in the Virginia range. Very hard subject to tame, hard subject to get a hold of, very controversial topic, and yet we are navigating through. And I think we're navigating through after the end of our last public engagement effort. I'm getting calls and emails. That was amazing. That was so informative. I now know what the city's doing. I'm back in the city. And so I think it's just one example. RTC is now being influenced by what we're doing here. They held a public engagement right after our horses to talk about expansion of Steamboat Parkway. Now, when I met with them at my NAB, they said they were 90% design. Well, that's not really a time you're thinking about public participation in designing a road. But they did a pause, and they said, we're gonna follow your lead, City of Reno, and we're gonna trust you, that you know what you're doing. We're gonna participate, we'll play along. And I think they came out of it. I got more public comments even on that than on the wild horses, saying, we now know what's going on in South Reno, we know what the plan is. And the public gave incredibly good, detailed advice about walking, riding on the road, skirting the road, turning, how to deal with the new Winter's Corner, how to make U-turns. You wouldn't have even thought there was room to add all this since RTC had done such a thorough job in thinking it through. But I think it just speaks to the need and the continuing effort that I hope you'll show, which is to engage our public in our process. And you are. You just said you're going to post this on our website. I mean, I'm going to refer to this. Now, what did we do? Let me go check the video. I'm not going to be calling you. I'm going to check the video. And I just think, it's just another kind of expression of where we're going. There's other things, and I hope you will read the review in some detail about using what you're already planning to do, metrics, better data, better science, to make better decisions. I think that's just kind of a theme of where we're going to go with the next level. But I'll end right there. I'm going to read my summary comment again, if you'll remember. I started with it, I'm going to end with it. In summary, I think we made an outstanding choice in Doug Thornley as our city manager. You are proving it, and you're continuing to show it, and you have the humbleness to learn from your mistakes. And so thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Weber.
Thank you so much. I second that.
Oh, okay.
I was going to speak earlier, and I'm so glad that I didn't, so that my colleagues could make those comments. It just hurts. I know it hurts you. I know it hurts our team when a council member will speak the way this council member has spoken. And in my mind, none of it's true. I'm just going to say, I'm going to put on blinds because none of it's true. And I like what the mayor said. If you can't find something nice to say, don't say anything at all. We've lost all dignity and respect by a lot of people in the city of Reno, everywhere. But at this dais, we've lost dignity and respect for anyone else. So, with that, I'm going to move on and say,
Talk about the raccoon.
I just want to say, you've done a fabulous job. There's no doubt about it. Seeing you, talking with staff, everyone seems to be so excited to be here. They're happy. They're happy to be here. They're happy to come to work. How many places have that? Not a lot. And so I just think on the level of just somebody that comes to talk to you. I know I'm a council member, but you know what? It's the best because we're all treated the same. We all get great things from coming to work, I believe. It's fun. It's actually fun to be sitting here until there's someone that's always attacking, always saying no.
And it's an honor to show up to work with all of you guys and the
It
events.
is.
The events that some might think are too cheesy, those are important. Now more than ever too, when company culture, people are leaving by the droves. If you don't have that, people don't want to work for you. And Doug, they could show up every day because they want to work for you. That's why.
That's why.
Because they want to work for you. So be very proud. All right, moving
Thank
on.
you, Madam Mayor.
Great job, Councilwoman. I appreciate that. Norma, so I know last time, I think we brought back Doug into a range that we wanted him to be in. The one thing that I'm wondering, and is there some way, I think what scares me, and I would like to see this almost like in most of how we look at it is in longevity. Like, how can we help with longevity? And I also worry, we're on our third city manager, and I watched this, you guys, I watched this movie the last 10 years. I watched it with Andrew Klinger. I watched it with Sabra Newby. I've seen this movie before. It was the same. So it's like this pattern. So everyone just realized that it's just typical. So is there something that you can point to? Do you know of what other cities are doing? How do we keep people sort of for longevity reasons? And they're exactly right. If you look at the economic study of turnover, it's high. It's really, really high.
Mm-hmm.
So
Thank you.
What do you think?
Well, thank you for the question. I feel a little caught off guard, but what we do have our finger on the pulse of what's going on, not only here at the city of Reno, but also our competitive market related to talent and also for city managers. So we did refresh the salary study we had done last year. And of course, the salary, I think, is appropriately placed. But what we are seeing, we did see before, and it's a momentum, there's a trend for city managers related to trying to make it so that, it's attractive to stay. The piece of longevity that I think is very valuable for this level of position is really looking at a potential purchase of service of retirement. We're seeing a few of the city managers and county managers in Southern Nevada use this method, and essentially what it looks like, after a certain period of service and good performance, that there is a commitment to purchase a number of months or a period of time of PERS credit that allows a longevity, but it is also a significant benefit because it's very difficult to stay in these positions for a long time. It's very challenging. It's very stressful.
Yeah.
And so
You
I
think?
think that's a win-win. Well, I'm
It's a little stressful.
I can't be in his shoes, not in his shoes, but we have seen that trend, and I think it's something we can visit and should consider from what we're seeing others do.
Okay. All right. So is that possible? I guess, could I make a motion to say, could we explore?
Well, I think we need to explore it. There are probably some legal implications we would have to refer to our city attorney's office regarding some legislation that requires that certain employees within the same class receive the same benefits. However, it's my professional opinion, and of course we have to lean on legal, is that this is a unique position appointed by City Council. The level and complexity of the work is significantly different than any other employee within the city of Reno. Currently, the city manager position is in the management employee group, and the recommendation would be to explore legally whether that position should be put into a different employee class to provide a different benefit structure that responds to the unique needs of that position.
Okay. Interesting.
Could I ask a question?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, so I'm a little confused. I mean, to my mind, the manager already is in a different class. He, to my knowledge, is the only one that has an individual contract versus a labor agreement or something like that. So he's already treated very different, and I thought in an agreement, you can do what you would like to do. So you don't think we have enough having an agreement and a unique agreement?
So this city manager currently, I believe it's in resolution, the benefit package that that person gets, that incumbent, is the same as the rest of the management employees. So I think, and of course, again, this needs to be vetted by legal, that we need to explore whether it's appropriate for that city manager position to still be in the same benefit class as other management employees, or if it should be other. And this is actually what other city governments have looked at, is to put the city manager in a different category of employee groups. I don't believe we have that structure in place right now.
Because I would have just thought, I understand exactly what you're saying, having been in a position like Doug with an individual contract, but yet my benefits flowed with the organization. The goal there, the only time I got concerned was when they wanted to diminish the benefits. Let's say most employees get some percentage of sick leave or whatever to take with them when they leave, or if that's even a thing. But if you would change that and say, but not for the manager, they don't get that thing. I mean, I understand what you're saying, is that if they could diminish from the general class, but I'm not sure if it applies to adding. So anyway, I like your idea.
It's something we have to vet, legal has to look at it, so.
Okay.
Okay, we are on our 1 minute. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I had the same question. Did you add that resolution up in the packet of materials?
No, I wasn't expecting that question.
Okay.
I know
so-
that
okay.
they're trying to do those kinds of things to keep people around.
So what's before us today is the evaluation, discussions, and so an amendment of the contract would come back in July.
I have to defer to legal on that.
Is that how you understand it, legal?
Yes, we're not here to amend the contract today.
Okay, but let me ask you this, because the contract says if the council, and I looked at this morning. The council says that the contract automatically rolls over on July 1 of each year, starting in 2022, the term shall be extended for one additional year unless either party elects not to extend the term. So, I really hate rollovers, and I think that it's not good practice. And so if the council is of a mind to roll it over this year, could they do that? Or, how do you see that working? Because I hate to default to that.
Yeah, it would automatically roll over.
Is the council in a position to extend it today? Are we advertised to extend it today?
Yeah, it's automatic, gonna roll over.
Well,
Yes,
that's two different questions, because one is you default to the automatic provisions of the contract, or two, you extend it over. So since we're not back here until after July 1, mechanically, how is that gonna work with an amended contract?
So it's automatically gonna roll over.
It'll automatically roll over
Right.
unless today there's a decision to not renew.
All right, you're over. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
But, excuse me, may I
No,
just?
I'm sorry, you're over. Go
Madam
ahead.
Mayor, thank you so much for the floor. I guess I am like you. I'm trying to resolve a couple of things competing in my mind. I'll hope to do that in the minute that we have. I think, Madam Mayor, you've hit the point on the head. The question is, when you have one member of this body who is behaving very badly towards the city manager, what are the ways in which we can protect that city manager through the contract terms, right? And one idea that has been expressed is one I think that we should direct our city attorney to look at, which is this question of longevity, meaning the purchase of PERS compensable time over a period of time as it relates to that, as an incentive for the city manager not to be run off by the hostile work environment and the defamation that's been created by a member. I think that I'm just trying to summarize how I see it. So I do think that's an important part, and it would be part of my motion when I make it. The second thing, though, is more for Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman. One of the conversation points that I've had over the course of a week of digesting all of this is what the conditions are for censoring a member. So I want to know what are the conditions under which we could do that. And if you're not prepared to answer it today, I'm simply saying there should be an agenda item relative to that question about what do we do when one of our members is behaving badly. I think the concomitant side of that is, what does Mr. Thornley do to protect himself? And my advice to him has been to make sure that he has legal counsel with him when he meets with and interacts with Councilmember Breckus. 3 different managers now, this Mr. Thornley, I think, is the third, have had to limit their interactions with the Ward 1 member. And I think that that is an important part that this body has to kind of come to grips with. Because, again, it relates back to my first claim. I don't want to lose Mr. Thornley. He is a great leader. He is doing the work, and that is shown by the evaluation that he's had. So I just want to make sure that I have some things square in my mind so I know what my opportunities are to ensure that Mr. Thornley stays with us for a long time.
And for the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. Yeah, I think we're not prepared to opine on that at this point, but we can definitely get back to the body on that.
Okay, I would appreciate it. And I'll just ask Madam Mayor if this is something that Madam Mayor and the manager in their authority to set our agenda contemplates at some future meeting after we come back in July. I'm certainly interested in the topic. If it doesn't make it, I'll understand that as well. Madam Mayor, I'm also prepared to make a motion when you are ready to do so.
So, okay, that would be good. And I just want to add this comment in there. I do worry about the liability piece, to be really honest with you, and I'm going to tell you why. And I think we are setting ourselves up if Mr. Thornley wanted to sue us one day. There's been a lot said about you, Mr. Thornley, that wasn't true. Lot. And I know because there's been a lot that's been said about me that wasn't true. And you know what's sad about that is the media wrote that. And they actually wrote it to be true. And the reason they do that is because it does sell newspapers and it makes a story good. Otherwise, it doesn't sound so good. So I want that on the record. And as for Ms. Breckus, I am going to pray for love, light, and laughter for you. I am. Because I think you need more of that in your life. But I want that in there, that I do think the city is on this ground of teetering with some serious liability. All right, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, I'll move to direct legal counsel to negotiate Mr. Thornley's contract to include potentially two concepts. The first is the purchase of PERS compensable time. My recommendation would be 6 months for every year effective June 30th. That would be a longevity piece. Second is that the city might consider, and this is again something that the city attorney's office is directed to, is to set up a budget and line item for the city to reimburse Mr. Thornley for legal fees to represent himself against claims by counsel that are false, defamatory, malicious, and the like. And so that would be my motion.
All right. Do I have a motion? I have a second and
Um,
discussion. Go
Just,
ahead.
Madam Mayor, just for clarification on that. So, I mean, the motion is essentially to research this, correct? Is that, I mean, because as far as the amending of the contract, is that correct? Am I understanding?
Yes, the last time that we had a contract negotiation, I think we moved as a body to direct the city attorney's office and Mr. Thornley to negotiate that contract. I am similarly directing the city attorney to negotiate a contract, but which would not this time include a pay raise, but which might include this concept of PERS compensable time. Obviously, we take into account the issues that Ms. Santoya raised under Rscba. It is possible that people in a similar situation may not be able to receive benefits that others are not similarly entitled to receive. I think that you'll find the answer is that is not correct, but that is the research necessary. And the second one is whether or not it is appropriate or necessary to create a fund from which Mr. Thornley can hire outside legal counsel at his election in order to respond to the allegations being made against him that are false, defamatory, salacious, that nature.
Okay, and thank you for that. That's helpful. So with the expectation being that the contract would come back to the council for.
It must.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Vice.
could I just ask a question? Would HR also be involved with that conversation?
I'm not sure it would be necessary, but I would leave that to Mr. Hall and Mr. Shipman's direction. The HR often provides support in a number of ways in terms of providing information. It was not a part of my motion, but it's not a reason it couldn't be something that the city attorney is directed to handle.
And those listening, I just want to point out, the reason why liability is important, because that could potentially cost the city hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions, you never know, that's why. So I wanted to make sure that that's on the record. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much, and I do think that it's unfortunate that we're even having to discuss this sort of thing, but historically speaking, and certainly with the things that have come to light, false assertions, cumulatively have put us in this position, which is really unfortunate, because today really is a day of celebration. But when someone goes to the city attorney's office and asks what the line for libel is, they're planning to libel someone. So that was clear. Doug, you have done a fantastic job. The heaviness of this room right now has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you. As represented by all these wonderful people in this room, you have built a fantastic team that is on a ship that is going in the right direction, that a community is fully behind, that everyone is fully embracing, and you are a change maker. You are not going to make everybody happy all the time. You're going to ruffle some feathers along the way, but guess what? That's how good things occur. And you've got a team of folks here that you have fostered and been supportive of that are here to share the same with you. You have a fantastic future with the city. I am hopeful you will stay with us for as long as you will have us. You are very valued.
Door.
Yeah, sure. Yep. So I think anybody that knows me, I try to, you said it earlier, keep in my positive lane. And that doesn't mean that I don't have thoughts and opinions about things. It just means that my general public behavior is not to comment on my colleagues' behavior in any way, positive or negative. It just is what it is, and maybe I'm, I am who I am. But I want to change that to one thing. I think it'd be two things I would like the attorneys to look at is one One, I think we already have in the contract a legal provision. And I recall it. I recall reading and studying the contract. So I think it's sitting there already embedded. It doesn't necessarily have to be added. But number two is just the timing of all of this. I have always thought that the right time to do this kind of conversation is in the fall, after the drama of the budget's over, the rush to end the year, all of the things that come with the March, April, May, June, getting to July 1. And it doesn't really lend itself to a lot of thoughtful, evaluation kind of things. I think those are really well done in the fall, and I would love to see us kind of shift our focus going forward to doing this after all the budgets are done and after all the drama's over and after we reach July 1. And I don't know if it's a charter thing, I don't know if it's a contractual thing, so that's why I'm bringing it up right now, is that maybe you could also look at that and think about what is a good timing and maybe talk to Mr. Thornley. I personally always really enjoyed the fall. The drama was over, the summer was over. It was a great time to start fresh and a good time to be evaluating going forward. So it's just a thought.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I had a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Madam Mayor, I have one
go ahead.
comment on the
Sorry,
motion.
go ahead.
I made the motion, so I just wanted to speak to briefly. Mr. Thornley, I'll leave you with a couple of quotes, as I want to do. The first one is, I feel like we fell out of the lucky tree and hit every branch on the way down, ended up in a pool of cash and Sour Patch Kids. Second, and more importantly, is taking on a challenge is a lot like riding a horse, isn't it? If you're comfortable while you're doing it, you're probably doing it wrong. And with those two Ted Lasso quotes, I'll leave it to the body to move on the motion. Thank you, Mr. Thornley.
And lastly, I'm going to tell you what I told Mickey. Turn your haters into elevators.
Told me that last time.
Well, I'm going to keep telling you. I'm going to keep telling you because you have to be reminded of that. Okay, so I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. All right, I'm Mr. Clerk, sending it back to you.
After that necessary applause break, we're moving on to H2, which is city council comments.
I think we had plenty of those.
Wait, I got one.
We have one more from Mr. Thornley.
Wait, before y'all go. So you've all seen the news, I expect, over the last couple days, and the fire department has been very, very busy.
Busy.
And so, Chief, would you come up here and say what one particular crew has done over the last 2 days?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members, Manager Thornley. 7 seconds, and you wouldn't have had that shot. I was almost at the door.
What?
I almost got out the door, but then he caught me. So Engine 12 has been extremely busy in the last 24 hours, less than 24 hours. You all heard about the crash into the Great Clips facility down south. That was Engine 12. There's a woman pinned and a child under the car, which they both successfully extricated.
Wow.
There was a 5-unit apartment fire that came in at about 5:30 this morning. That was Engine 12. They successfully put that fire out. But I tell you, just our standard response is 3 engines. We had 4 engines on that, handled the entire incident with those 4 engines in a truck. Tremendous work. No injuries, civilian or firefighter. And then lastly, they had a technical rescue / extrication, individual unloading some heavy equipment in a container truck. The equipment gave way, fell, trapped him. They were able to extricate him, and the last word I got was that he appears to be fine and will make full recovery. That was all a single crew, so.
And you said 24, but what station are they out of?
No, I said in the last 24 hours, it
Oh,
was
and-
Station 12.
That's what I thought.
And I want to remind everyone, it was a really, really busy weekend for fire and police all throughout the weekend because we had street vibes here, and then we had the furry here. We had the mayors. It was like unbelievable. And I gotta just say, Reno Fire Department and Reno Police Department did a phenomenal job throughout this entire weekend, and they were working nonstop. I mean, they've got to be exhausted, right, Ollie? Like every time I turned around, I mean, I don't think any of you guys slept all weekend. So we have pretty incredible fire and police departments.
And if I could add one last thing, well, as Mark likes to say, two last things. These are calls that in a lot of departments they're career calls. You go on this once. They did it all in a day. And some incredible innovative thinking. I don't want to get into the weeds too much, but the things they did to create successful outcomes on what are really hard, challenging calls. The other thing that I told the manager was, I promote the Reno Fire Department. You want to do firefighter things, you come to the Reno Fire Department, you're going to do them. Don't necessarily say that we're going to do them all in one day, but, but
Now
we do.
You can say you might do them all.
But you might, exactly. So.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Manager.
Yeah.
If I may, I want to say, I appreciate that your statement that you're going to pray for me. I think it's unfortunate that members of the body turned Mr. Thornley's evaluation into an attack of a member and me in ways to censor me or however. I think the spotlight is on the manager. The law requires us to do this public. And then also the discounting of a reporting of a serious violation. That's problematic. It tells people in the organization,
Councilwoman
no, who violate
No.
that they're out of line. I'll be
Okay.
playing during public comment
Okay.
a comment that I think verifies.
Yes. Okay, call for the question.
Madam Mayor, I did have a legitimate
Yes, go ahead.
board and commission announcement.
Go ahead.
I think it is important to just give a bit of thanks to you, Madam Mayor, for your handling and hosting this past weekend of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I know that you'll try to sneak out of here before anyone can say anything, but having been able to be there over the course of the weekend a number of different times, it was incredible. And seeing Reno on a national stage in that way and seeing the opportunities that Reno has been elevated to because of your leadership was particularly enlightening to me. And there were so many very moments of just incredible clarity. One was that you've been named the national chairperson for a task force on mental health for the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I know that you had the chance to speak privately and were on a panel with the Surgeon General. I know that that was pretty incredible. And I think the public perhaps doesn't know as much about what the purpose of the Conference of Mayors was. And I'll also just give a broad shout out to all of your hard work that went into making it happen. And specifically, of course, all the folks in the city of Reno who worked very hard, Ms. Turney, Ms. Pennington, all of the folks. And I don't want to leave anyone out, of course, and you will know better than I, but wow. All I can say is thank you for that and for allowing us to play a role in it because we were all there. Almost all of us were there on Saturday, I think, to be present for the part of the conference. Wow, it was just great.
No, you're
great.
very kind, and I'll tell you, the reason why it was so great is because you had people like Noemi and Jenica and Ashley and Rick and all these volunteers that made it happen. We couldn't have done it without them. It was really the people that put it together. I was just very, very fortunate to be able to brag about all the work that we get to do here at the city and that all of actually, like I always say, we get up here, just so everyone knows, we get up here and take a lot of credit. And it's you guys that are doing all the hard work, right? And do you thank them when they do all that hard work? Because I got to tell you, it's everyone in this building that makes it happen. And then we get to take credit for it. So I just want to say thank you to them because it's everyone, it's our team here at the City of Reno. Really is, right? All right, I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk.
All right, we're moving on to item J. I believe it looks like Councilmember Breakfast wishes to speak.
Yeah, I'm going to
Point of order, Mr. Attorney, can you tell us, Councilmember Breckes is not a member of the public, and so there is a specific portion of our agenda that is for council comments. Ms. Breckes is not a member of the public, so I'm not inclined to believe that she can offer public.
We can offer public comment.
Is that the law?
Yes.
And where is the case for that? Can you provide that to me after the meeting?
provide that to you.
Okay, thank you so much.
And I don't mind, I want her to put whatever she needs to on record.
Yeah, I'm going to, thank you, Madam Mayor, because I was also cut off during council comments. I want to say that I think the evaluation turned on me, who reported a very serious violation of policy, and then on top of that, retaliation. And I think there's reasons possibly why this board doesn't take this as serious. And it's a very different conversation.
which I like. I think people sort of let down their barriers, and they also see you as a person instead of just sort of this figure of mayor. And that makes a huge difference. The other thing that I have, and I think you'll laugh, in my office is I have a ping pong table. And before people enter my office, I like to play a game of ping pong. And then it really kind of, lightens sort of that heavy feeling that someone might have before they walk in if they're, unhappy or frustrated or whatever that looks like. It's just a nice icebreaker. And, and then I also say on Fridays we play beer pong, but no one knows that.
Oh, that's fun. Are you good at ping pong?
So if we really do have Friday afternoons beer pong up on the 15th floor, then how serious by members of the body is a concern that our chief executive is drinking on a Friday afternoon? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus.
That is the only person we have signed up, either here or on Zoom. For the record, we received one comment, general in nature and not directly associated with an agenda item. It was received after 4 p.m. yesterday. This was received via our Reno.gov online public comment form or by email. A copy of the comment was distributed to the Reno City Council and is available to the public on the Reno.gov meeting portal. It was expressing support of something. Additionally, we received a voicemail. However, in accordance with council rules, we will be unable to play it. A transcript of the call has been distributed to the council and will be uploaded to Reno.gov.
All right,
And
thank
at
you.
this-
I think you did an amazing job.
Oh, do I have enough value now? I think we've had enough of those today.
I think you've really done a good job. Ice cream.
And I think we're looking for a motion to adjourn.
Make it a motion. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are adjourned.